Chapter 251 Dream Dimension, Thinking Maggot, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The dream dimension is a bizarre and peculiar world. It exists in people's subconscious, and only the occult mage who knows the soul out of the body and casts the body can enter. Most dimensional worlds have owners. Like the ruler of the dark dimension is Damam, the ruler of the Crimson Universe is Ceterak. The dream dimension, whose owner is called Nightmare, is also a powerful demon. Its ability is probably the infinitely enlarged version of Freddy, who can create out of thin air in the dimension of dreams and create reality. Usually there is no sense of existence, like a small transparent. This time the entry venue is set up here, and the test must also be related to the dream. This is people's subconsciousness. That flash of light is a nightmare. Strange walked in a glorious passage, surrounded by dense, firefly-like light spots. Those are all nightmare entities that are manifested by human beings in the material world. As long as they know how to meditate, the out-of-aperture soul can easily sneak into the dreams of others and do whatever they want, not because this piece of business is managed by Dimension Demon Nightmare. The negative emotions and spiritual power brought about by nightmares are the food it depends on for survival. Grabbing food from the mouth of a dimensional demon is tantamount to playing a fraudulent scam with Mephisto, looking for a loan from the Supreme Mage and not repaying it. It is impossible for any normal person with a passing IQ to do so. Strange raised his right hand as if holding a torch. The pure white light radiated out, dispelling those dreamlike creatures that had no good intentions. As the admission ticket, the road sign of the circle was slightly heated, guiding him in the direction. There are only 8 candidates, and the introductory competition is to screen out redundant and substandard participants. In other words, there are now 42 powerful wizards in the dream dimension. Most of them will be eliminated. Thinking about it this way, there is a lot of pressure from competition. Strange was a little nervous. According to the rules, he must first arrive at a designated location. Then, put the obtained beacon into a magic furnace. And this is only the first step. And there are more difficult challenges behind. I don't know how many people are watching this battle for supremacy. Strange walked slowly, and there was no end to this glorious passage. The dream dimension has no concept of time, and the soul has no heartbeat or pulse. It is impossible to judge how long it has passed. Anyway, when Strange walked out of the tunnel, he saw a huge melting pot as tall as 3 people, and that was his goal. Arrived. The magic floating cloak fluttered slightly and flew up with Strange. He threw the hot circular beacon in his hand, the magic furnace that had been extinguished. As if a little spark fell into the oil pan, a violent reaction erupted. The magic flame burned, as if a dazzling beam of light rose, radiating out a circle of substantial ripples. The sudden accident surprised Strange. The reignited magic furnace turned into a bright lighthouse, and the brilliant light it emits seems to carry some kind of huge temptation, and it seems to send out a signal, gradually attracting those dream creatures. Is this a test of strength or courage? Strange sensed the danger. Holding the headshot's staff in his right hand, and holding up the small magic shield in his left hand, this was the Ring of Rado. Karmataj's intra-level spells are compulsory. When he was ready to deal with the battle, a wave of crimson swept over. The hills swelled up, and on the endless horizon, there was a harsh sound of creaky air. "This is sinking maggots," Strange exclaimed. The surging and mighty crimson waves are composed of endless bugs. They are only the size of a palm, and look like huge eyeballs. There were piranha-like sharp teeth in the cracked mouth, which looked terrifying. Thousands of these bugs can almost kill people with intensive phobias on the spot. It seems that this game is a test of endurance. Strange has no other specialties. The only thing is good memory. After all, he wants to graduate from medical school with excellent grades. But he has no strength. He instantly remembered the records he had seen in the encyclopedia of the wizarding world. Thinking maggots, they feed on mental power, can eat people's thoughts, melt and erode the firm will of the mage. The road signs will burn for 6 hours. Make sure they don't go out. The old voice fell from the top of his head like thunder, and Strange's eardrums were sore. This is the first test you have to meet. Thinking maggots. Luke and Rocket Raccoon are staying in the doorless bar, and the current game is playing on the big central screen. Among the guests present, some people recognized those twittering and terrifying bugs. Ha ha ha, this level is not easy. The stronger the mental power and the firmer the mage, the easier it is to attract thinking maggots. The guest said gleefully. Participating in the Supreme Mage battle for supremacy has always been a matter of high risk and low return. The test set by Emperor Waishan will not guarantee the safety of everyone's life. Being able to survive is often already very capable. As for becoming the final winner, it depends on luck and strength. Monarch, can you adjust the picture? I want to see that beautiful lady with long legs. Someone said. Currently, the protagonist in the picture is Dr. Voodoo, a strong man with dark skin and thick braids. Compared to looking at a man, people want to see a hot girl with enchanting figure. Then tell Gautanzan, I didn't do this. The old bartender Monarch held a glass of whiskey and sipped slowly. It is impossible for Carmitage to open the battle for Supreme Mage, let alone broadcast it. This is not in line with its style. The reason why you can see the live broadcast of the game is because outside the Earth, among the stars of the universe, there is a cosmic elder who loves games and is keen on gambling games. His real name is Enduigast, and more people call him Gautanzan. Do you know how many credits I spent to buy the live broadcast rights from the Stars Forum? Monarch snorted coldly. Love to see, not to watch. This man to the elderly magic prince, showing a sturdy side. Watch the game. Watch the game. Someone said roundly. I didn't expect Gautanzan to be so good at playing. He actually broadcasted the Battle of the Supreme Mage live. Luke said with emotion. Only as the Elder of the Universe www.mentalnovel.com the strong and uncompromising Gautanzan can do such a thing. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid you have to think about whether your head is hard enough to withstand a headshot with a magic wand from the Supreme Mage. After a few minutes, I stayed on the screen of Dr. Voodoo and switched to Loki. There was a burst of cheers in the bar, and tons of drinking sounds one after another. Facts have proved that no matter what the situation, beautiful women are always popular. Wait, the big silly guy next to Loki, is it Thor? Luke was watching the live broadcast and suddenly found a familiar figure. Besides him, who else would wear such an exaggerated cloak and armor? Rocket Raccoon sipped the juice and complained. In the picture, Thor is surrounded by a dense cluster of thought maggots, his soul is flashing with thunder and lightning, and he can sweep away a large swarm of insects every time. Chapter 252 Use love to generate electricity, blindly and foolishly. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Crackling thunder and lightning flashes, woven into a net like a snake, smashing into the surrounding space, instantly sweeping away the swarming thought maggots. Sol turned his head happily and asked loudly, Rocky, do you think him good? The latter covered his face, and didn't want to bother with the silly face full of smiles. How could her brother, the son of Odin, the heir to the throne of Asgard, and the ruler of the 9 realms in the future, be such a guy? The majesty of the wise monarch could not be seen at all, like a fool whose head was caught by a door. But Odin still values him so much, thinking that he has the potential to become a king. Could it be that the king of Asgard was blind? Well, the old man was indeed blinded in one eye. Can you hold on for 6 hours and complete this test alone? Seeing Thor bursting out of the blazing thunderous soul light, Lucky's eyes moved slightly, and he asked softly. She raised her head and glanced upwards, and many people were paying close attention to the battle for Supreme Mage. If so, the Asgard princess didn't want to reveal her whole card. Compared to those competitors, Lucky's strength is not outstanding. At best it can be regarded as a medium level. If you want to have the last laugh, you must ensure that you have enough chips in your hand. I'm afraid not. Sol did not hide the fact that he was not long enough. He is not a mage, and he has not practiced meditation. His spiritual power is a weak link. I can't show my full strength in this place. Without the storm axe, Thor can only rely on the power of the thunder burst from the soul, which is tantamount to being weakened. Oh, what's the use of you? Loki's face instantly became cold, and he couldn't be a teammate who could hold his thigh. That was all rubbish. Faced with a steady stream of thinking maggots, guarding the magic furnace and preventing the signs from extinguishing, she thinks she can do it too. But if you can do it yourself, why do you still need Sol? And many more. Loki's eyes rolled, revealing a sly look. She looked at Thor, who was swaying thunder and shooting lightning, and seemed to have thought of something. Brother, I need you to persist longer. Hiss. Sol, who had been blocking the front of Loki and trying to clear the swarm, sucked in a cold breath. His whole body seemed to be electrified, and his bones were cut short. He had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. The beautiful sister, who was charming, called herself brother in a sweet voice, and she couldn't resist it. Rocky, why are you suddenly? Sol stammered, his steps fluttered a little. Is it weird? Or, brother, you don't like this? It's not my intention to be so indifferent to you usually. In fact, in a very gentle tone, Loki tried to imagine Sol's silly face as his mother Frigga. I understand. Thor waved his hand and said seriously, Rocky, don't worry, I will let you pass the test successfully. He felt full of power, and his full spirit made his soul more solid, bursting out incomparably dazzling lightning. The blazing glow faintly outlines the outline of an axe and slowly emerges. Rumble. Sol is like a descending into the earth, holding a battle axe, rushing into the swarm of insects. The violent electric light blasted into the earth, sweeping out a large blank space. This is licking the dog. Oh no, is the potential of sister control? Luke, who was watching the live broadcast in the doorless bar, was full of emotion. Loki just said a few words casually, which made Thor full of energy. This is the real version of power generation with love. That fool is out of help, the Rocket Raccoon commented. In its view, Loki was an out-and-out bad woman who would only use Sol, squeeze out the value, and kick it away. The latter is addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. Let's see how Strange is going. Luke rubbed his hands, wondering if he has a chance to make his debut in this entry. Logically speaking, Strange should have dealt with those thinking maggots. The name of Hogarth, the ancient body. The name of Faratel, the suffocating air. The name of Ixalan, touch of ice. Strange popped out the names of the dimensional demon gods one after another, using their power to cast spells one after another. As I said before, he has no other specialties, except that he has an excellent memory. Any magic book that you have read or a spell you have learned, as long as you have memorized it once and read it once, it will be firmly imprinted in your head. In other words, Strange is a walking encyclopedia of magic and a ruthless mantra machine. The pure white light enveloped the soul and blessed him. The powerful white magic, like the firepower released by a fort, covers the surrounding space. Those thinking maggots that can eat the mind and melt the will are instantly bombed and turned into nothingness. Only a moment later, they will reappear, rushing towards the magic furnace. Strange's soul became thinner and thinner, only feeling that his body was hollowed out, and his unrestrained spellcasting made him consume a lot of energy. Simply put, the blue bar is almost empty. Do you want to summon Superman? Strange hesitated in his heart. He felt that he was a little bit unable to stand it. There were too many thinking maggots and the coming was too aggressive. Ordinary mage can't resist it at all. At this level, I don't know how many participants will be eliminated. The name of Setolek, blind and foolish. Strange gradually backed away, and the burning magic furnace was already surrounded by insects. He folded his hands, and his soul glowed with a crimson glow. The eyes suddenly became hollow, as if they had lost their color. This operation ... wonderful. The corners of Luke's mouth were raised and smiled from the sidelines. He had originally planned to respond to the call and appeared in person. Unexpectedly, Strange came up with a magical solution. He used Ceto-Lux spells to close his mind and successfully turned himself into a fool. In this way, you can avoid being affected by thinking maggots and not be infringed on your spirit. But how can he prevent the beacon from going out? Rocket Raccoon scratched its nostrils. It has no interest in the Supreme Mage battle, but it is happy to be a gambling dog. Strange's popularity is very low and he is not optimistic at all. If he can stick to it and not be eliminated, I can make a lot of money. In any event, as long as there are wins or losses and scores, there will be open betting gambling games. What's more, Gao Tanzan is already a betting dog. Which are the most popular now? Luke asked curiously. Let's see. The number one hotspot is ... Sorcerer. The son of Hell Lord Mephisto, the devil of hell, also wants to be the supreme mage. This is really strange. Rocket Raccoon ridiculed, and Emperor Wei Shan did not kill him with a flash of lightning. It was already quite magnanimous. Who can say this accurately? The opinions of Emperor Wei Shan are very important. But the threshold set is also one of the criteria for judging. Luke shrugged and whispered softly, if it is the heir of Hell Lord Mephisto, who can really make it to the end? No one can say for sure. There are many supreme wizards in the parallel universe, not only Iron Man, but also Loki and Dr. Voodoo. They have all worked for a period of time. If Emperor Wei Shan is in a good mood, he may succeed in the Witch Heart Demons campaign provided that he can pass the test. Second place is a named Liana Rasputin, nicknamed the Mystery. It's also from the side. Rocket Raccoon hugged a thin and light notebook and narrated the popularity rankings on the forum. Dr. Voodoo, Loki, Mordo, Casillas. I can't see Stephen Strange's name at all. Luke shook his head and smiled. It's really miserable. Little Rabbit, believe me, you can definitely make money by stewing all your little coffers. You mean betting him to qualify for all 3 games? How is this possible? Rocket Raccoon didn't believe it, and despite having Superman as a guarantee, it was still a bit skeptical. After all, no matter how strong the contractor is, it depends on the strength of the participants themselves. If Strange was eliminated, Luke could not go on. Just a friendly reminder. I don't want you to miss an opportunity to make a fortune. Luke curled his lips and said with ease, well, I believe you once. Rocket Raccoon gritted his teeth and decided to bet on a wave of upsets. 1. The Villa by the Sea. MentalNovel.com lose. It can only go to the sea by itself. This seemingly backward planet seems to have many ignorant women who like to sell cute pets. Strange, who was still in the game, had no idea that his friends were betting on dogs. He tried his best to urge the light of his soul. The dazzling colors of red and white rushed through the magic furnace in an instant. The screaming thought maggots squeezed over like crazy. It's like a hungry ghost sees delicious food and Seppi sees astringent pictures. The endless thought maggots swallowed Strange as if they were about to eat him. Really determined, Luke outside the court clapped his hands, not showing regret like everyone else. This is stable. Chapter 253. Masters are like leaks, debts are uncle. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Stable? How do I feel that he looks like he is about to die? The Rocket Raccoon stared at the image projected on the screen. Strange fell to his knees, supporting his body with both hands, with a pained expression on his face. Those ferocious insects that came rushing in seemed to be stimulated. Abandoning the bright magic furnace, he went crazy and wanted to squeeze into his brain. Thinking maggots are not entities, but creatures unique to the dimension of dreams. They swarmed into Strange's soul in groups. Planned to eat the other's active thinking and melt the firm will. Any mage faces such a dangerous situation. I'm afraid there is no other way except to declare defeat and leave the arena. After all, surrender can save a small life. Continue to hold on, and the whole soul will be eaten by thinking maggots. What are you worried about? Strange is an idiot now. Luke shrugged and said lightly. The Rocket Raccoon was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted after a while. Strange used himself as a bait to attract thinking maggots. He had long imposed Ceto-Lux spell on himself, shutting his mind. The swarms of insects that swarmed in could not eat anything, but were trapped in the head of the human mage. I didn't see it. This mustache mage has a way. But what should he do next? Rocket Raccoon sighed with Strange's courage. So many disgusting bugs crowded in his brain, screaming, and others may not be able to stand it. What's more, it's a dangerous creature like thinking maggots. Slightly careless, the possibility of overturning is extremely high. For a former neurosurgeon, this is just a small scene. Luke leaned on the seat. He was ready to go on stage, but he didn't expect the other party to come up with a strange trick. They are ruthless people who can cut open the patient's head for surgery while discussing what to eat at night and what music they usually like to listen to. Rocket Raccoon scratched his head. He didn't know much about the profession of a doctor. Spaceship pilots, space pirates, raiders, prisoners. These are the areas of expertise that I am good at. Little Rabbit, do you know that there is an Earth joke? It is said that someone has a virus in his computer, and then he plans to starve the virus to death by shutting it down for a long time. Luke retracted his gaze on the screen and answered Rocket Raccoon's last question. If he guessed correctly, Strange probably intends to use this ridiculous method to solve the thinking maggots in his head. In fact, this is indeed feasible, because those disgusting bugs only eat active thinking. The brain and spinal cord have no interest in any nerve cells, nor can they harm the corresponding organs. And without food for a long time, they will soon be starved to death. It turned into a cloud of nothingness and melted into the soul. Most of the creatures in the dream dimension are like this. There is this kind of operation. Rocket Raccoon's eyes widened, indicating that strange knowledge has increased. It turned its attention to the big screen again, and found that Strange's face had many eyeball-like spots growing out of it, which looked terrifying. What's going on again? The Rocket Raccoon was taken aback, and his hair stood up. Strange is an honor, and he can be the villain in a horror movie without makeup. The painful face was full of eyeballs, as if screaming in anger, trying to break free. Don't make a fuss. This is a sequel caused by thinking maggots eroding the soul, and it will be cured within a few days. As Karmataj's fastest graduating high-level mage in history, Luke has a little knowledge of magic and can see the situation of Strange at a glance. Compared to this, Steven should have a headache for the heavy cost of overcasting. Those insects bite desperately, trying to escape the human soul that became a cage. But Strange was indifferent, digesting them while bursting out a more dazzling light. Those remaining thought maggots clung to the soul and turned into scary spots. But this is not the worst. After he returns to the body, the bills that need to be paid will cause headaches. Except for Emperor Wai-Shan, who signed the contract, Strange also summoned Faratel, a demon who controls water vapor, shaped like a grey snake in scales. Exalone, a demon that symbolizes obstruction, often appears as an ice giant. There is also Karmataj's occult mage, the Crimson Ruler Storak, who often borrows. Considering that most of them are white magic, the problem shouldn't be big. At most, it is gastric ulcer, gastric perforation, neurological tinnitus, long-term insomnia and other diseases, which are not life-threatening. Fortunately, I believe in science. Being a mage is terrible. Seeing Strange's tragic situation, the Rocket Raccoon shrank his neck and continued to start the water forum. That's why so many people want to become the Supreme Master. Luke opened his hands. Those dimension demons are like different banks. The interest rate of borrowing, the time of repayment, and the method of collection are all different. Low-level, middle-level, and high-level mages, they are the lowest level of exploitation, because they have no choice but to pay the price with life, body, and soul. After becoming a legendary mage, you have a certain bargaining power. You can sign a contract with the Dimension Demon with more suitable conditions and more relaxed. For example, being a spokesperson, developing offline, attracting more people, etc. It may sound like some kind of large-scale illegal sales campaign, but it is essentially the case. It makes no difference. However, Getting to the step of the legendary mage does not mean that you can sit back and relax and be able to consume arbitrarily. They still risk being fired, or cutting leaks. Furthermore, due to the deep connection of the contract, once facing bankruptcy, the body, soul, and all assets of the legendary mage will be taken away by the Bank of Dimension Demon God. After all, in their eyes, there will always be a group of legendary wizards for decades, hundreds of years, and they can be regarded as high-quality customers at most, rather than rare resources. Calculated like this, only by becoming the Supreme Mage, receiving the protection of Emperor Wei Shan, and assuming the corresponding responsibilities, can you transform yourself and become the father of the Gold Master of each bank. For example, Guyi, he has accumulated so many dimensional demon gods' loan bills, and the interest has long been like a snowball rolling, and it is difficult to count. But he lives very well, because the background is hard enough. He is backed by the three ancient gods of Hogarth, Oshatu and Agamotto. The bank can only continue to borrow while cutting other people's leaks in tears because facing the Supreme Master, violent collection and enforcement, these two tricks are useless. Rocket Raccoon seemed to understand, and when he looked at the wizards in the Dollar Spa, they all felt like green leaks. With 3 hours left, Strange should have passed the test. According to Luke's judgment, the other party attracts thinking maggots while draining the potential in the body, and there is no problem in holding it for another 3 hours. On Lucky's side, Thor, who is full of fighting spirit and powering for love, turned into Asgard's #1 macho as if he had taken a strong pill, and easily swept away the swarms of insects. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Obviously it is a tower defender game, and he was abruptly played as Wash Wang Mowing. This allowed Rocky, who was originally ranked in the middle reaches, to rise all the way, especially in terms of popularity rankings. Various values are like the stock market before the economic bubble, floating up. This pair of Asgard brothers and sisters is a black horse that has suddenly emerged. Go straight to the top 3, squeezing the mediocre voodoo doctor. How can I bet that the bad woman is more reliable? She and Sol have become popular players. The Rocket Raccoon is a little bit painful. Strange's popularity is sluggish, and even the seeded players are not counted. This wave of adventurous studs may really make it bankrupt and go to sea to repay its debts. Don't worry, this is a business that will make sure that you will never lose money. Luke is full of confidence and he will definitely get out of the siege in the second promotion match. Chapter 254 Hell Frontier, The Turn of a Gun. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The next game gradually entered a fierce and intense stage. The main point is that each participant has his own ability to deal with the surging thought maggots. There are not many mages who can successfully pass the test. In the first 2 hours, the failure was declared, and the number of surrenders and withdrawals was scattered. After waiting for 4 hours, most of the participants were holding on to those who tried it. They extinguished the magic furnace one after another, crushed the road signs, and got out of the dream dimension. Those people are very sensible and understand that risking their lives to fight for a position with little hope is not worthwhile. Of course, there are also a few more aggressive gamblers. They didn't realize their regrets until the thought maggots swallowed it up, ate the active thinking, and turned the full soul into an empty shell. At that time, it was too late. 5 hours later, less than half of the original 42 participants were left. Continue for 6 hours until the second hand jumps to the last bar. The beacon in the magic furnace suddenly shattered and turned into a teleportation portal with pulling power. Those who are shrouded or exhausted, or who are at ease, take them out of the dream dimension in an instant. Ended. In the end, 16 participants passed the test. Strange is one of them. How much did you make? Luke did not rush to congratulate him immediately, but looked at the Rocket Raccoon dancing and shouting in excitement. Let me buy a brand new spaceship. I got rich overnight. I love this battle for supremacy. Rocket Raccoon jumped to the table, twisting his body like a convulsive epileptic patient. Thrilling game. This is undoubtedly the favorite of betting dogs, especially when they become winners. The refreshing sensation it brings is simply unparalleled. Strange itself is a little one who has no one's attention. It is something that many people did not expect to be able to get out of the entry game and qualify for the next game. Rocket Raccoon's wave of studs has been rewarded generously. Do you need me to divide you in half? This guy was very witty and offered to share, although that little fluffy face was full of painful expressions of reluctance. Forget it, I don't need this stuff. Luke waved his hand, waiting for him to return to Universe 1024. The credit currency jointly issued by the three empires of the galaxy was of little use. Besides, when the time comes, you can find someone to squeeze the wool. Compared to getting something for nothing, Superman prefers to do it himself. 10 minutes later, Strange, who had finished his rest, came to the doorless bar. This became their temporary base. Monarch, the old bartender, had no opinion, but was happy to welcome him, as long as he had a drink and remembered to pay the bill. Leave me alone. Before Strange entered, he was unanimously resisted by Luke and Rocket Raccoon. In his soul, there are many thought maggots that have not been digested. This causes the flesh to be filled with a rotten smell, like having not taken a bath for several months, and enjoying canned herring every day, making people want to stay away. I finally won with difficulty. You didn't mean to congratulate, but showed disgust. Strange was a little injured, but he couldn't wait to run over to share the joy. We have seen your courage and means through live broadcast. Luke covered his nose and pulled the seat farther away. The next game is 3 days later. Can you recover? For the sake of making money, Rocket Raccoon's attitude towards Strange is much better than before. Reluctantly, Strange was not sure, because of the excessive casting in the dream dimension. The painful stomach perforation began to torment him. Not to mention the beer that Rocket Raccoon handed over. Drink a sip of water, or even move a few times, and there will be a sharp pain in the abdomen like a knife burning. For the second game, just let me take a shot. Luke smiled. If the king plays the Silver Bureau on his behalf, is it going to overturn? A group of people stayed in the bar to chat, and it wasn't long before Rocky and Sol also walked in. The latter saw Luke and the others, and did not take the initiative to come over, but followed his sister to sit on the edge of the bar. Preferring color to friend. The Rocket Raccoon was indignant, and he couldn't figure out why Thor was so obsessed with a bad woman. Like Quill, as long as a female creature appears, his attention will be completely drawn to him. Luke didn't care about this trivial matter, and it was obvious that Loki had some secret to solve. Otherwise, why does the dignified Princesses Guild participate in the Battle of the Supreme Mage? I always feel that the plot will enter a runaway stage, and through a small matter, it will cause greater trouble. Luke had an intuition in the dark. Perhaps it was Heavenly Father's keen perception of danger. However, the only thing that can threaten me in this universe is Yi. Odin. I am not a primary school student in an island country, but a humanoid disaster generator. Wherever I go, where will the crisis follow? He didn't believe that he would be so unlucky, but he just ran into the opening of some big event. Hey, isn't that little girl the second hottest player in the Supreme Master Contest? Just as Luke was considering how to avoid more trouble, Rocket Raccoon pushed his shoulder. Looking along the other side's line of sight, 2 long legs wrapped in thin black silk came into view first. Continuing up, there are tight leather pants and a flat waist and abdomen exposed. Then, there is a perfectly circular arc that attracts the eye. Secret guest, Liana Rasputin. Luke raised his eyebrows and called out the other's name. The secret guest standing at the door seemed to hear. Long hair wiggled slightly, looking to this side. Wow. Did you see it? She came over at me. Strange, who was also concerned, said in a low voice. As one of the participants in the war, he should think that the other party is looking for him. Save it. Which girl would chat with a guy who smells bad? Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes, ruthlessly piercing Strange's beautiful fantasy. The fact is indeed the case. After the secret guest came over, he subconsciously frowned, avoiding the smelly Strange, and walked around to Luke. "Can I buy you a drink?" The secret guest sniffed, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. She was originally a mutant, the sister of Steel Lux. When he was 6 years old, he was kidnapped by the monster Velasco and taken to the border of hell. It was a strange space, close to the dimension of hell. The secret guest learns black magic there and becomes a young witch. Like the Black Queen Selene, she not only possesses powerful magic power, but also unlocks the talent of mutants. It can carry out group transmission, but the accuracy needs to be improved. Moreover, it can be demonized. After wearing magic armor, it will grow horns, hooves, tails and scales, and at the same time greatly improve magic resistance and physical fitness. In addition, the secret guest also has an exclusive soul blade, which has a deadly effect on magic creatures. With excellent talent and excellent learning ability, she killed the monsters that had looted herself to the border of and ruled that area. Taking into account various factors, it is normal for Micah to become a popular player in the Supreme Master contest. Who can refuse the kindness of a beautiful lady? "If I can, I would like to have a martini." Luke leaned on the seat, and he faintly smelled a breath of sulfur and magma. As you can guess, the other party just came over from the border of hell. "Okay." The secret guest turned and left with his long legs, and after a moment he brought 2 glasses of wine over. "Are you a mage?" she asked. "Right." Luke took a sip, and the spicy martini scent hit his throat, refreshing. "It doesn't look like Carmitage came out. Although you are strong, you are not so rigid." The secret guest leaned against the wall, showing a wonderful curve. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and squeezed Luke's arm. Her provocative attitude was self-evident. "I am a wild mage," Luke explained. He has been to Carmitage, went to the library, and read the book of Emperor Wei Shan. However, as long as they have not signed the contract, they are not considered as followers of Emperor Wei Shan. Rare species. There are not many wild wizards now. Most of them are relatively weak and have no source of power. They can't even enter the Palace of Magic. The secret guest seemed to be more interested and took the initiative to lean in. The warm and soft body was about to squeeze into Luke's arms. This scene almost made Strange stare out his eyes. He took a cold breath and felt his abdomen hurt even more. Back then, Strange was also a homeless boy, talking witty and full of charm. But now, those energetic, youthful and beautiful girls don't even look at him. It's really embarrassing. "What's the matter?" "I think, the queen on the border of hell, she wouldn't have embraced me just as soon as they met." Luke looked calm and unmoved. "I think you are a good communication partner." The secret guest licked his tongue, seeming to encounter some delicious snack. "Do you mean the spiritual level, or the physical level?" Luke was a little surprised. "Is the atmosphere at the border of so open?" After meeting for less than 20 minutes, you started thinking about in-depth exchanges. You can try the latter and experience the former first. The secret guest finished the glass of wine. Until novel.com. "I don't know where to get room card," and gently stuff it into Luke's pocket. "If you have time, you might as well come to my room to talk in detail." She blinked, like a light and fluttering cloud, suddenly coming and disappearing. "That teacher. I want to learn this." Strange was stunned. Before he could figure out what was happening, it was all over. "Although I don't know how Superman did it, it's more useful than magic." "Sorry, I will be away for a few hours." Luke squeezed the room card, his eyes narrowed slightly. After finishing the clothes, she Shiren got up. No matter what the purpose of the secret guest is, no matter if there are any traps, what he is best at is to eat the icing and then shoot out the cannonballs. Chapter 255 On the Protracted War, the first meeting with Mephisto, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Get out of the Dallas bar and drive into the New York City area. Looking at the enthusiastic secret guest, Luke calmly responded while increasing his vigilance. In response to the current situation, he had many ideas, such as beauty tricks, lure traps and the like. Everything seems to get interesting. 40 minutes later, Luke got out of the taxi and followed the secret passenger who twisted his waist. In his view, the opponent is the queen of the frontier, and a popular player in the Supreme Mage battle for supremacy. Taking the initiative to hug, and being so passionate and straightforwardly provocative, it is bound to hold some kind of ulterior idea. There is no free lunch in the world, and there is no such thing as a good thing for a beautiful woman to send it to your door. Even as a strong and healthy male creature, Luke is confident of his charm. However, he did not redeem the overnight wing Dick Grayson's forgiveness hat issue a skill card. How could it be possible to successfully attack a young, lively, and charming female superhero within half an hour? This is a bit too exaggerated. Superman is a walking female warlock piledriver, but not a humanoid aphrodisiac that automatically emits hormones and has an aphrodisiac effect. The room is big, and the bed is also big. Luke swiped his room card and walked into the luxurious suite where the secret guest was. This is the Hilton Hotel in the center of New York City. It seems that the queen of the border of hell, life after returning to the earth, is quite nourishing. Then do you want to try the bed, see if it is soft or not? Luke was originally looking at the crystal chandelier above his head, picking up the remote control, and turning on the TV. Most people would do this when staying in hotels. Although no one really wants to watch TV or the news, but they always open subconsciously, as if following a certain custom. However, when Luke finished this set of actions, he turned back. He found that the secret guest removed his boots and leather pants almost at an extraordinary speed. What catches your eyes is the jade body, leaning on the bedside. Kieran. The process of chatting is not going to go. Is the rhythm a bit too fast? If you feel hot, you should turn on the air conditioner in your room. Luke tried his best to make his speech seem like a straightforward man before he figured out the path. I just find you inexplicably attractive when I see you. The impulse in my heart makes my heart feel hot. I still don't know what your name is. The secret guest's amber eyes stared straight at Luke. It seems to be piercing the soul through that handsome skin. Oh, life, gender, and sexual orientation are not clear, so dare to ask someone to open a room? Luke's face remained unchanged, but he secretly complained. I am Stephen Strange's contractor, an ordinary wizard. He introduced himself like this. Strange. Oh, you mean that stinky man who fell into the sewer and just crawled out? To be honest, it was amazing that he could survive the first game. Meek has no interest in competitors, so he can say something indifferently. Then he put his gaze on Luke again. Come for me? Luke was a little surprised. He hasn't done anything yet, so the other party is so proactive and direct. Before I stepped into the doorless bar, the divination mother at the border of said that I would receive a surprise gift. The secret guest stretched out a foot to hook Luke's trouser leg, and his amber eyes were like a pool of spring water, gently pouring out. It seems that she is right at all. Luke raised his eyebrows. Is this Marvel's version of Journey to the West? The man who drew the sword is the destined hero? He hadn't heard of it, and there was such a setting. Sit closer and you will smell good. The secret guest hooked his finger, like a succubus in hell, releasing a seductive breath. Luke, who was prepared to fight, sat on the bed while remaining calm. Before he started talking, two white arms wrapped around his neck. Snapped. The crystal chandelier that was originally shining. It goes out instantly. The icing is peeled, but where is the cannonball? Until the last moment, Luke still did not figure out the situation. The queen of the border of is just greedy for herself, or don't have a plan. The time scale can be long or short in people's subjective judgments, and it is not accurate. If you are waiting for buses and subways, or waiting for the bell and school to end, just a few minutes will seem very long, as if the second hand is jumping extremely slowly. It can be changed into a happy holiday, or a carnival party, and some situations that people are happy to accept. A few hours is just a blink of an eye. For example, Luke, who ended the battle. For him, he didn't think the fierce battle would last long. But when I opened the curtains and looked down at the city below my feet, the night was getting darker. So, you simply want to sleep with me? Luke put on his nightgown and stood in front of the huge French window. As the queen of the frontier, a well-known young witch who is proficient in black magic, and a new generation of mutants. The personal strength of the secret guest is quite outstanding. He has a physical quality that is close to that of a devil. In terms of flexibility, endurance, etc., Luke is very good among the opponents he has encountered. I originally had something serious to say, but later I forgot. The secret guest lay down on the bed softly, and his waist-length blonde hair spread out to cover up the beautiful curve. The old liar from Mephisto should be next door. You can pass. Luke froze for a moment, and then laughed. Next time, this kind of physical and mental health promotion activities can actually be put behind. He didn't expect that. He put the Mephisto pigeons invisibly and let the other party wait for a few hours. Of course, I didn't expect that the secret guest rolled the sheets so directly that Luke felt inexplicably assaulted. But what did Mephisto do with me? Luke took off his robe and walked into the bathroom. No matter which universe he is in, he and the Lord of have never been masked and have no friendship. Participants in the Supreme Mage battle for supremacy. The old liar contacted them all privately. The secret guest replied weakly. It seems that there is a big move on the side. Luke's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth cocked. Mephisto has always been at odds with the Supreme Mage, often secretly doing things secretly, always acting as a villain hiding behind the scenes. It seems that Guy's wave of pretending to be dead is likely to have caught a big fish. Luke, leave a call and make an appointment next time. Mike made no secret of her satisfaction with Luke in all aspects and believed that it could develop in the long term. We will meet again soon, don't worry. Luke laughed and opened the door. He is no longer confined to the piling sorceress.mtlnovel.com. Even the female devil is not let go. The secret guest is a half-demon to some extent. It feels like going further and further on the wrong path, gone forever. Luke shook his head, determined to resist the temptation of the outside world. He pushed open the door of the next room and saw an old man in a suit with a gloomy face. The other party was sitting on the solo sofa, sipping wine and watching TV. The sulfur smell was so strong that it could hardly be covered up all over the room. A mage with a slightly sharper perception, or a person with psychic ability, can fully perceive it. I originally invited 14 guests, but unfortunately only 6 came. With you, it is the 7th. Mephisto put down the glass and said lightly. In fact, if I hadn't heard the movement next door, I thought you had declined the invitation. Chapter 256 Hell League, The Hapless Old Devil, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. DSK, a rare pure soul. It's no wonder that the girl of the secret guest is so heartbroken that it is difficult to hold on to it. Mephisto saw Luke coming in by pushing the door, and the dark eyes turned slightly, giving a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Stephen Strange, the most inconspicuous of all the combatants, had a rare pure soul in the opponent's contract. Or the purity here does not mean that Luke is kind-hearted, warm-hearted, and shining all over his body. The light of the right way. Rather, he has never borrowed a loan from any bank and is a rare high-quality customer. This year, there is no mage who has signed a sales contract with the Dimension Devil, and he is definitely a rare species. That's it. Luke's eyes flashed a little, and the corners of his lips smiled. Therefore, it is a special plan for the secret guest to give his arms and hugs. When he learned to meditate at Kamar-Taj, he once attracted the coveted eyes of many dimensional demon gods. Even Scythorn, the of the underworld, is willing to hand the chaotic power of the 3 ancient powers into his own hands. The only requirement is to sign a contract with him and become the spokesperson of the 1024 universe. This has fully proved that the extraordinary talent possessed by the magic Superman, even the gang of dimension demons are very excited. Thinking about it this way, it's not surprising to attract secret visitors. She is not greedy for my body, but greedy my soul. Visitors from like us are always hard to resist. A seductive and pure soul. Mephisto looked at Luke in a completely different look, and said with a smile, this young mage, who doesn't know his name, is interested in signing a personal safety accident insurance. I assure you that Mephisto Insurance's service is absolutely attentive and satisfying. After buying this insurance, you will be a VIP customer of Hellworld from now on. Regardless of physical disability or serious illness, life is still hanging by a thread and is dying. As long as you call my name, you will get an immediate response to ensure your personal safety. Until the last moment of life, Mephisto is like a stockbroker on Wall Street, speaking with sincerity and confidence. But he only mentioned the benefits he could get, and completely ignored the risks he had to take. "Oh, Your Excellency Mephisto, what's the price? You have to pay for everything in order to be rewarded, isn't it?" Luke did not panic. Facing the famous Hell Lord, he did not panic, and said lightly, "I am afraid that when I die, my soul will fall into your hands, and there will never be peace, right? Moreover, the devil's contract has many famous traps. Maybe after I sign my name, I will die on the spot, and then my soul will be yours." This series of questions made Mephisto a little discouraged with a smile on his face. Business is really hard to do. Movies, damn, the internet. Now everyone knows the devil's routine. Those politicians, business celebrities, and even more deceiving than the devil. The Lord cursed and sat back in his original position. Luke smiled. He wouldn't be fooled by Mephisto's frustration, and then let his guard down. How could this old devil, famously insidious and cunning, be so gloomy because of a failed business? But having said that, if you consider Superman's long standby time, it would be nice for Luke to sign a contract with Mephisto. When the old devil discovered that he might never wait until the contract was fulfilled, his expression would definitely be quite exciting. Just like Constantine on the set next door, that unscrupulous guy sold his soul to the devil in one hand, angels in the other, and other weird guys. Then, none of those people were willing to give in, but continued to let Constantine get away with it. Let's get to the point. Lord Mephisto. Luke sat on the solo sofa next to him. The Lord of Hell looked for the participants in the Supreme Mage contest. He should be trying to make a big news. He didn't mind going inside at all, and then backhanded a wave of backstabs and sold Mephisto to Guy. Actually, there is nothing else. Since you signed a contract with Stephen Strange, you must also know that my most admired son, the Witch Heart Demon, has participated in the Supreme Mage contest. Mephisto said slowly. The second game is about to start. If I didn't guess wrong, this time it will be even more cruel. Of the 14 people who passed the test, only 2 belonged to Kamar-Taj, Mojo and Strange. Dr. Voodoo, Mystery, and the Princess Asgard. They agreed to form an alliance with the Witch Heart Demon, taking the lead in eliminating the 2 wizards of Taj Kama. Luke raised his eyebrows, and Mephisto was indeed old Yinbi. No matter who the final winner is, it's all done by adding a block to Guyi. So, every Supreme Mage has to beat up the old devil, and this is the reason. Mephisto likes to make small moves most, which may not cause any threat, but they can be disgusting. You should know that I signed a contract with Stephen Strange. Luke reached out his finger and tapped on the desk. The contract of the combatants has no powerful effect that cannot be violated. Mephisto chuckled, wrinkles squeezed out of the shady face. You are not Strange's beloved family, brothers and sisters. There is no need to risk his birth or death. What's more, I can still add money. I will definitely give you a price that satisfies you. Luke pretended to be hesitant, and was silent for a while. It is not surprising that the top participants will agree to Mephisto. Like Dr. Voodoo, he is a close brother. The opponent's soul fell into the hands of the old devil, and using this as a bargaining chip, it was easy to exchange the opponent's submission. Like a secret guest again. She is the ruler of the border of hell. It is unwise to compete for the position of the Supreme Mage at the high risk of offending you, Lord. As for Rocky, who knows what idea is in her little head? Then what should I do? What kind of remuneration can you pay? Luke's eyes flickered and he showed off his 12-point acting skills. I can teach you how to terminate the contract. Wait until the critical moment of the second game. You betray Strange and give him a fatal blow. Mephisto blinked, with a cold and insidious tone in his tone. Reward? You just mention wealth, status, power. There is nothing I can't give you. The old devil bewitched people's hearts one after another. Those dark eyes fixed on Luke, and his words were very contagious and made people's mind shaken. Really? Luke looked surprised. Then, I want to be the supreme mage. The smile that emerged from the corner of Mephisto's mouth instantly solidified. It's not funny. Playing with a devil, playing with a lord, is not a small price. The old devil's face was as sinking as water, and his eyes filled with anger. The air in the room was like glue, becoming sticky and suffocating. The strong sulfur breath burst out suddenly, turning the surroundings into hell. The hot magma and the terrifying breath can scare people apart. It seems that Your Excellency Mephisto, you can't put up any bargaining chips to move me. Luke curled his lips, seemingly regretful. He stood up and patted his palms. The space is shattered like a mirror, reflecting a kaleidoscope-like overlapping scene. Novel.com. Then do you know what will happen if you count a Heavenly Father and a Supreme Mage? The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly, and the sparks of magic jumped in his hands, forming a transmission channel. Guyi, holding a headshot wand in his hand, walked out of it, his face ruddy, full of energy, and he couldn't see any injuries. Ha ha ha, Mephisto. Long time no see. The Supreme Mage shouted in full aura. The headshot wand made of stainless steel with his right hand was extremely hard, reflecting cold light. You, don't come here. Mephisto was shocked, and withdrew to the corner. The two are slowly recounting the old, I have something to do. Goodbye. Luke glanced at the trembling old devil with pity in his eyes, and said softly, by the way, Guyi Mage, remember to start with, don't be kind just because he is old. Pull the crotch. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. This month's update is a bit hip, and it seems to be a bit more useless than last month. No way, this month has a new event. It is a good time to harvest Krypton Gold players. Work is relatively busy. In addition, it may be that I switched from the movie universe to the comics plot. I didn't master it well. I was a little tired of writing, and the follow-up order also fell severely. The scariest thing is that I also recommended it on a certain cabinet. Crying. I tidy up my thoughts, and try to do more by the way, to see if I can pull it back. Looking at the backstage every day, the data on the US stock market is even worse than some time ago. It's really a bit of a moral collapse. In the past, when I returned home, I could be full of motivation after taking a shower, and I would not even reply to WeChat messages from female tickets. Now, I have to lie on the sofa for half an hour or an hour to turn on the computer and enter the state. Woo woo woo. Chapter 257 Promotion Game. Battle Royale. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Luke did not return to the secret guest's room. Taking advantage of the long night and enough time, he once again promoted the in-depth exchange of friendship. He stood in the hotel corridor for a while, and soon waited until the ancient wizard with a headshot wand pushed the door and walked out. Solved. The old man, who looked like a fairy wind, said lightly. On the headshot one made of stainless steel and shimmering with cold light. It was stained with bright red blood and a strong smell of sulfur. Mephisto let out a miserable cry before thinking of himself leaving the room. Luke believed that the Supreme Mage had used it to complete the task very well, blasting the old devil's head. I can catch Mephisto this time, and thank you for your reminder. Guyi drew out a circle with his hands behind his back, and took the lead into the transmission channel. The old devil has always been very cunning. Every time he leaves and comes to the world, his whereabouts are quite secret. Moreover, he has evil knights and a large number of incarnations in the material world, and it is difficult to find the Three Sanctuary. Although it is just destroying an incarnation of Mephisto, and it can't hurt it. However, he should have no way to intervene in the next Supreme Mage battle for supremacy. You and Stephen Strange can both play with peace of mind and finish the test. Luke smiled slightly. Normal people know that there is no end to a deal with the devil. They not only greedy your body, but also your soul. You must swallow the whole person's belt bones into your stomach before you can give up. This is the nature of the devil, greedy and cold. Unless they are desperate, they will only be found if they are ignorant. Maybe this is a trap deliberately designed by Mephisto to test your reaction from the ancient wizard, and whether you are really the end of the day. Luke's eyes flashed as he reminded softly, "The Lord of came here for nothing. No matter how you look at it, there is a conspiracy behind it." Do not treat Mephisto lightly. This guy can always make big news. For example, move to Las Vegas, open a devil hotel, and harvest the soul with pleasure and desire. In addition, Xanatos, the spirit of vengeance in the evil spirit night, was imprisoned in the bodies of Captain Marvel and Thor. Form an invincible evil spirit squadron. Press Doctor Strange to the ground and rub repeatedly, and so on. Oh, I know the old devil's thoughts very well. Return to the Supreme Master of Kamar-Taj, and instantly switch the style of painting. The dragons and tigers who had not beaten Mephisto were full of energy. Instead, it turned into a panting, grey complexion, and a severely injured look that was struggling to walk. Son of Hell, Heart Demon, he is just a bait thrown out to attract Kamar-Taj's attention, Yi said with difficulty, as if he was about to die. There is no need to pretend in front of me, right? The corners of Luke's mouth twitched. I thought that the Supreme Master was really deeply involved in the play, and he had to make a full set, too dedicated. No matter what Mephisto wants to do, I will stare at him, Yi said lightly. The two-dimensional demon gods who can do things best, a Damam, a Mephisto. They are all headaches, but after a while, it will be fine. When Stephen Strange takes over as the Supreme Master, Yi will be able to retire and leave after get off work. The universe is so big, he wants to see it. It is too boring to be confined to the Earth all the time. Since you are so optimistic about Strange, it's better to open more back doors for him. Luke pretended to cooperate with Yi's performance, and helped him into the central hall. For example, reveal the content of the game afterwards. Considering this supreme mage battle for supremacy, it is indeed a strong hand. If Strange was almost lucky, he might lose his qualifications and bid farewell to the fight. Yi glanced at the other side sideways, seeming a little annoyed. Dignified Supreme Master, is it like the kind of person who doesn't pay his debts, skips work early, and still engages in black box operations? I mean, it's reasonable to give a good successor to reveal some news for a high-minded, upright person like you, right? Luke cleared his throat and said helplessly, the name of the Supreme Master Laolai, who does not know the many dimensions, who does not know? Do you think I don't want to? If I can, I would like to directly arrange Strange and complete the handover on the same day. Walking into the central hall, seeing no one around, Yi finally told the truth. The selection of the Supreme Mage is not decided by Kamar-Taj or I, but by Emperor Wei-Shan himself. We are just bystanders who release the news and wait for the results. Luke raised his eyebrows, not surprisingly. He just asked casually, and didn't expect Yi to really open the back door. Any superhero must experience setbacks and growth. It is estimated that Strange's journey to the Supreme Mage will not be very smooth. By the way, Master Yi, in the foreseeable future, will something big happen? Luke chatted a few words, talked about interesting insights in various universes for a while, and then prepared to leave. Stepping into the portal, he seemed to think of something and asked curiously, Loki's abnormal behavior, the genuine soul, who has not been masked so far, Asgard in the mist. All these make Luke wary. You know, Superman. If I tell a certain future, then it's very likely that it won't happen again. The vicissitudes of Yi's eyes lit up slightly. If you are aware of anything, then ... according to your own mind, don't doubt and waver. Luke's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded, stepping into the teleportation channel where the magic sparks jumped and splashed. What did Yi's answer imply? Your guess is correct. Still is. It's getting more and more confusing. Luke stopped in Times Square, and the younger generation of superheroes was scrolled on the big screen. The Avengers have long since left the stage, hiding behind the scenes. I hope I don't run into any major incidents like the Celestial Group or the Life Court. Luke put his hands in his pockets and disappeared into the crowd. In the blink of an eye for 3 days, the thought maggots remaining in Strange's soul were almost digested. The rotten stench that was despised by others finally disappeared. These days, Pharaoh and Rocket Raccoon are reluctant to eat with Strange, because they think it will affect their appetite. My magic resistance heavy armor, and the enchanted version of AK-47 Fire Killin should be able to come in handy. Strange was ambitious and wanted to show off his skills. Then, he touched the increasingly thinning hair. A touch of sadness rose in his heart. In order to become stronger, in order to become a supreme mage, in order to protect the earth and maintain peace, the price I paid is too heavy. Where is Superman? Looking around, not seeing Luke, Strange was a little strange. It seems that the other party hasn't shown up for 3 days. Isn't it dangerous? Don't you know? He and the second-ranked beautiful girl have been in the hotel all the time, and they haven't even left the door. Rocket Raccoon curled his lips and classified both Luke and Saul as friends. Could it be that those long, white legs and warm, thick, soft are more important than teammates? So far, single. I haven't met Rocket Raccoon with a suitable female, and I can't understand why human beings are interested in those chattering and annoying bad women. Groot is better. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but miss the tree man he raised. 3 days. He's really healthy. There was a trace of envy in Strange's eyes, although most of the wizards in this world were strong muscular men. But output continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. This is no longer a problem of physical fitness, but requires a very powerful organ function. Don't spread rumors everywhere, little rabbit. Luke's voice sounded suddenly, and the tall figure stepped out of the transmission channel. The relationship between me and the Queen on the border of is very pure. Superman looked righteous, saying that he was not obsessed with female and could not extricate himself. Besides, my main purpose is still to inquire about Steven. Luke patted Strange on the shoulder and said seriously, even if you sacrifice a little Hugh, it's worth it. Next time you need to sacrifice Hugh, please let me go. Please. Strange volunteered. You still continue to maintain high-intensity exercise, from 100 push-ups to 500. Luke glanced at the other party's increasingly dangerous hairline and his bulging muscles. He was very pleased and said, Steven, only a mother loves cute and soft sister paper. You should go to the big brother Mordo, or Lao Wang compete. Strange had a strange expression, and he felt that Luke's words had a different meaning. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze bell rang, interrupting everyone's gossip. The second promotion match began, and Strange and Luke walked side by side and came to the wide square together. That is Mordo, the most trusted disciple of the Supreme Master. Strange saw the dark-skinned and strong big brother. A subtle emotion rose in his heart. He was brought into Kamar-Taj by Mordo, and many basic knowledge and spells were also learned from the opponent. Personally, Strange admires the hard-working and talented big brothers. Without Gui's hint, he could not have thought of running for the Supreme Master. Triple Soul Halo. Tusk. This is already a legendary rank. Luke sighed with emotion. www.mentalnovel.com. Behind Mordo's head, there are 3 bright auras that are invisible to the naked eye. Those are his 3 contractors. One of them is said to be the great sage Merlin. With the blessing of powerful forces, Mordo broke through to the legendary position and became the most competitive participant in this battle for hegemony. What is the second test? Luke retracted his gaze and asked softly. In the first scene, courage and perseverance are tested by the maggots who are constantly thinking. Power. Strange grabbed the beacon in his hand and drew the information from it. This is a complete fight. 14 people will be the first to eliminate 8 people, leaving 8 people behind. Chapter 258 Invigorating Armor plus Adaptable Helmet. the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Test the power, Luke grinned. Finally it was his turn to perform on stage. Those who participated in the battle can be regarded as powerful players with various methods and endless cards. They either come from extraordinary origins, have amazing backgrounds, or are talented. But in front of Superman, I am afraid that no one is qualified to talk about the word power. This is our home court, Stephen, Luke said lightly, seemingly confident. Are you sure? The top three favorites, Heart Witches, are the heirs of Hell Lord Mephisto, supported by an invincible army. Strange is not optimistic. He hasn't seen Luke take a shot yet. And the strength of Superman stays at the cognitive level of the high-level wizard for the time being. Your artillery friend, Mycliana Rasputin, the queen of the frontier of hell, proficient in black magic, and an alpha-class mutant. Dr. Voodoo, Loki, Mordo. Everyone is not mediocre. If it is to test others, I may still be able to win with wisdom. But putting me and them in a huge arena is not good news. Pharaoh was deeply impressed, thinking that Strange might really be eliminated this time. With his strength, facing any participant in the war, the possibility of defeat is very high. Why don't you lose? The Rocket Raccoon was full of bad water and began to push Strange to bet. Lose the game, win the bet. Lost the bet, win the game. No one loses. Strange is a little moved, but then think about it, if he doesn't have confidence in himself, is it necessary to participate in the next battle? After that, Yoshihide rejected Rocket Raccoon's suggestion to invite him to bet on dogs. Then you wait a while and work harder, I will stud all over you. Rocket Raccoon didn't tell Strange and was not discouraged. He turned his head and smashed the winning chips on the opening of the Stars Forum. Luke took the time to glance, and the headline Saka Star Casino Royale, Croupier, Online Licensing, came into view. Gautanzan's business scope is really extensive. In addition to the arena and slavery business, even casinos are involved. Wait a minute. The only thing you have to do is to put on that magic resistance armor and hide behind me. Seeing that Strange was a little unconfident, Luke smiled and comforted. After Karmataj's bell rang, many occult wizards in robes rushed to the square. Joining in the fun has always been human nature. Stephen Strange, Modo. The eyes of the others swept over the two of them, and then they whispered. The vast majority of occult wizards are more optimistic about Mordo. Strange came to Karmataj too late, and the time to learn magic was too short. It was not easy to survive the first game. Game start. The leaders of the three sanctuary are here. They cast spells together, illuminating the beacon in the hands of each participant. The transmission channel leading to the arena slowly took shape, waiting for the players to enter. Last time, it was in the dream dimension. Where will it be this time? Strange eased the tension in his heart, and the more they came out. He glanced at Mordo, who also came to the portal, and the latter said in a deep voice, Strange, this is not a battle you should participate in. Karmataj, it's enough to have my guardian. This dark-skinned, firm-eyed new legend did not know that his teacher was actually pretending to be sick and asked for leave, and took the opportunity to retire. Fully full of enthusiasm, want to protect the three sanctuary and Karmataj, practice the inner sense of mission and honor, and then participate in this battle for hegemony of powerful enemies. Luke, who was standing next to him, shook his head slightly. Guya's approach was insecure. If Mordo discovers the truth, the heir of the Supreme Mage has already been decided by default. Hard work and perseverance on my own are all in vain. It is difficult to guarantee that he will not blacken instantly. The consequences of turning black powder into black are very serious. I also have a path I want to finish. Strange remembered the words that Guy had said to him, and the hesitation in his heart suddenly disappeared and became firm. The Supreme Mage extended his rescue hand when he was most confused and helpless. Now the other party's deadline is approaching, and he is about to leave the world. Strange felt that he should stand up. If Luke knew the thoughts of these two men, he would definitely feel that Guy's acting skills were too superb, and Oscar owed him a golden figure. Very well, Let's have a fair competition for the glory of the Supreme. Morda strode forward and walked into the transmission channel first. The triple halo hanging behind the head is like a crown made of gold. Suddenly, it condenses into substance, shining brightly. This is the proof of being a legend for the Supreme glory. Strange lowered his head to meditate, then walked into another passage. In the barren land, large and shocking cracks appeared, like terrible scars. The blazing high temperature evaporates the moisture in the body of the combatants, baking their skins. The pungent smell of sulfur, like a large cloud of rising yellow smoke, permeated every place. Here is hell. The first time Strange entered the field, he summoned Superman to him. Afterwards, perhaps it is a psychological effect, he felt an itchy throat and was a little thirsty. The skin became drier, and the surge of magic tended to be disordered. Hell. The Supreme Mage put the second game in hell? Hearing Luke's answer, Strange was surprised, and subconsciously held the headshot wand in his hand. It seemed that he was worried that a few ferocious demons would jump out of a certain corner and tear himself to pieces. Yes, if I guessed correctly, this is the lower layer of hell. Luke raised his head and looked at the sky. The crimson cloud covered everything, shrouded everything, and cast a huge shadow. The horizon in the distance is an endless black mountain range, like a huge monster crawling on the ground. The grass, trees, rocks, and even the reptile creatures that occasionally pass by, are like fuzzy smoke, constantly twisting and changing. All in all, this is a desolate wasteland full of weirdness. Hell, lower level. Strange finally reacted. He is also a walking encyclopedia anyway, and he has a little understanding of all dimensions. Hell and heaven are the two most perfect and unshakable among the many dimensions. The former is even more hostile to Kamar-Taj and the Three Sanctuary, the place where the princes, leading the mainstream, put the souls of sinners. Strange whispered. The serious face showed a touch of solemnity. Hell is a broad concept. It does not refer to a single dimension, but a vast space formed by the overlapping of many worlds. For example, the border of ruled by the secret guest is the closest part of the material world. The so-called lower level is the farthest place in the world from reality. The souls dropped and exiled here will never be freed. Then we have to be careful. Strange put on heavy armor neatly and protected himself tightly. He was forged by a dedicated craftsman in the Sanctuary of New York. All are made by smelting high magic resistance materials. www.metalnovel.com with special craftsmanship and engraved rune circuits. Even if you stand still and let a high-level mage bombard hard, you won't be able to break the defense for a while. I mentioned in the book before that the lower layers are very dangerous. For a long time, the souls of those who have suffered have been hovering here and cannot be liberated. Strange transformed into a mobile fortress clad in heavy armor and holding a shield. Except that the speed of action is not fast enough. There are no other flaws. They have long lost the memory of their lives, and they have been fighting and devouring each other irrationally, and gradually merged into a new soul. Strange's voice was low and he didn't want to think too much about the cruelty. Then the new soul continues to repeat this process. Luke raised his eyebrows, interrupted the other's explanation, and whispered, "Someone is coming." It's a prey who took the initiative to send it to the door. Chapter 259 Reload the Mage, 5 feet chess pieces. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. It feels good to be back in hell. A pale, handsome young man opened his hands and said intoxicated. He took a deep breath, like a heavy smog lover, showing a satisfied look. The black windbreaker waved endlessly and rippled. For other combatants, the barren and harsh living environment of the lower layers of is simply unbearable. But in his eyes it was so common, as if he had been used to it. It's like going home. Those terrible evil spirits wandering here in hordes, full of ferocious aura. Those scorching and unpleasant sulfur fumes that make your throat itchy. Those chaotic magic that is full of impurities and difficult to absorb. It seems that there is no influence, but it is pleasant. Hell. I think this will be a pleasant hunt. The handsome young man walked forward, and the reptile creatures hiding in the shadow of the corner shrank and trembled, seeming to feel awe. This uninvited guest didn't look like a weak soul who was brutally exiled and fell here. The opponent exudes a natural pressure, like a predator occupying a position in the food chain. The familiar breath makes people retreat and dare not provoke. Heir of the Lord, what are you doing here? After struggling with each other, the powerful evil spirits speculated. When they were weak, they were wild beasts that lost their minds and thoughtless. But as you eat one thin soul after another and absorb those complicated memories, it will become more cunning instead. There is. Pray ahead. Before the handsome young man could sigh with emotion, the beacon he held began to become feverish. According to the rules of the game, both sides will issue a warning whenever they are close to competing participants. You can choose to fight. You can also choose to escape. Whoever it is, he is very unlucky because he met me. The handsome young man lifted his feet off the ground, and his black windbreaker raised a corner. Behind him, a pair of dark wings grew. It looked like pale skin that hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, but now it was a little transparent. The dark blood vessels are crisscrossed, making it particularly terrifying. Every time they flap their wings, the handsome young man is like a flash, rushing out a very long distance. It didn't take long before he found the target. It's really not vigilant. Flying in the air, with the help of dense clouds as a cover, the handsome young man did not reveal his deeds. He stared at the heavy figure below, somewhat speechless. What is that guy doing? What came into sight was a black spot. Yun stared at it, like a big steel can. Iron Man has also come to participate in the hegemony battle. But Tony Stark doesn't wear this kind of heavy armor, right? A series of question marks popped up from the head. Stephen Strange, a mage. It took a long time for the handsome young man to determine the identity of the other party. Although he knew his competitors, he still tried to remember for a long time. No way. Who called Strange was too ordinary. The performance in the first entry game was not impressive and could not be impressive. More is to rely on tricks to get through. Instead, Thor and Loki, the siblings, the beauty and the macho styles, gained a wave of popularity and became popular players. How long have I not tasted Karmataj's mage soul? A wicked brilliance flashed in the eyes of the handsome young man, like a hungry person seeing abundance of food. The black devil's wings shook violently and threw down. The sound of breaking wind sounded suddenly. A palm covered with hard scales, like a hand cast in black iron, grabbed it towards Strange's heavy armor. The handsome young man is very confident. After being semi-medievalized, his skin is strong enough to withstand armor-piercing bullets, and his strength can penetrate steel. Boom, click, thack. The smile on the handsome young man's face didn't last long before it solidified. Afterwards, it turned into a distorted and hideous feeling of severe pain. That muscle swelled, and the strong arm covered with scales seemed to hit an impenetrable copper wall. Suddenly bending into an astonishing arc, Bai Sensen's bone stubble was exposed, and dark brown blood was flowing, like oil, sticky and hot. Falling on the ground, Chi smoke came out. What's happening? Strange backed back again and again, almost stumbled. He didn't even notice the danger, and he was directly attacked by a wave of fatal attacks. Sorcerer. Through a slit in the steel helmet, Strange saw the handsome young man and couldn't help taking a step back. That's right, the guy who attacked him. It is the heir of the Lord of Hell and the #1 hot player in the Supreme Masters battle for supremacy. Sorcerer. I am too unlucky, Strange said with a headache. Little transparent. The least optimistic, meets the most popular big hit. This is like an unknown young football player, head-to-head with Zidane and Messi. Except for the one-sided crushing ending, no possibility can be thought of anymore. I don't know, can that Superman be reliable? This poor fellow. It's really interesting. The strongest meets the weakest. Does this still need to be thought of? Karmataj's unlucky mage. There are people who bet that he will win all 3 games. I'm afraid they will lose even if they are not underpants. There was a lot of discussion in the human bar. and those who watched the live broadcast were looking forward to a brutal killing without suspense. Sorcerer, son of hell, descendant of the old devil Mephisto. For a guy like him, there can be no mercy or weakness in his heart. Just like a cat playing with a mouse, to torture the enemy, play with the opponent, and finally take it away with the body and soul. This is what the devil should do. In addition, Kamar-Taj did not stipulate that the opponent's life should not be killed. Therefore, most people believe that with the evil temperament of the devil, they will never let go of the opportunity to humiliate the three sanctuary and anger the Supreme Master. In front of them, executed and killed a occult mage. Mephisto will be happy to see this kind of scene. Yes, if you can bring out the old devil and the Supreme Mage, it would be even more interesting. The guests in the Dawla Spa are a group of people who eat melons, and they have always thought that watching the excitement is not afraid of big things. Wish the world could fight Kamar-Taj. The more intense the better. Of course, the premise is not to affect your own safety. Should I lose a wave and go bankrupt and go to the sea to repay my debt? The Rocket Raccoon sitting on the table was a little worried. It stared at the live broadcast. All in its head was the terrible scene where he was wanted by Gao Tanzun and caught Saka Star as a pet. That's not right. Where is Luke? This should be his chance to play. According to the war chess game of the Earth, Strange is just a cheap pawn. In addition to increasing fetters, there is not much effect. But Superman is different. He is a gleaming 3-star 5-feet chess piece that can change the situation of the battle. I said, aren't you a mage? While sculpting his own bones, the Witch Heart Demon asked blankly. He had never seen a mage who would put himself on such a heavy armor that was incredibly strong. Not only is the incantation circuit inscribed, but also magic resistance is added, and it is immune to physical damage. The rebound attack on creatures also has a crit effect. Where's your wand? Why are you carrying a shield? Where's your robe? Why do you wear heavy armor? Yuxinmu asked with anger out of anger. If it was another occult mage, he had already died under his own wave of surprise. www.mentalnovel.com. And Strange, the magic resistance equipment that did not fit the positioning, made him a little bit helpless for a while. There is no rule that mages can't wear armor, right? Strange said in a loud voice. He held the shield in both hands to guard against the fierce attack that might come at any time. And it has just been proven that it works. Strange did not forget a wave of mockery when he answered. In this aspect of pulling hatred, he and Iron Man Tony Stark are equally divided. Is it? Sure enough, the Heart Sorcerer felt offended, and the Black Windbreaker was hunting, and a terrible cold wind lingered around him. Mage Strange, then I will let you know that shrinking in a tortoise shell will only make you die worse. Chapter 260. What is a real mage? Tactics backward. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The Witch Heart Demon has the highest popularity and ranks first among the many contestants who compete for the Supreme Mage. This is not a false conclusion drawn out of thin air, but an accurate data obtained by comprehensive consideration of the market forecast and win rate evaluation issued by Gao Tanzun. The latter is a well-known elder of the universe, who is extremely gamble on dogs. Heart Witch has a strong hole card, plus his status as a son of hell. This is stable. I don't know what kind of hole cards Mephisto gave him. If or devil becomes a supreme mage, it will make Kamar-Taj a joke. The decision of Emperor Waishan is beyond doubt. Haha, it really makes people look forward to the result. Less than half an hour after the start of the second game, the first encounter broke out, which completely drew the audience's appetites. Popular players against unpopular newcomers. Very show effect. At this moment, many spectators have only one idea in their hearts. Fight. Rocket Raccoon stared at the live broadcast, wondering if the young devil who looked like a white face would be able to withstand a punch if he met Superman. It has seen how Luke pressed Thanos, wearing infinite gloves, to the ground and rubbed it repeatedly. When the time comes, I am afraid that if one punches down, everyone is gone. In the lower layer of hell, The sorcerer standing on the barren ground opened his hands. A pale gust of wind lingered around him, condensing into a translucent illusory form. A wretched man wearing a fur coat, who looked like a lack of kidney energy, appeared behind the witch heart demon like a stand-in messenger. Wind demon, Abigail. Will this guy be hot? Strange couldn't help but admire the wind demon emerging along with the howling of the cloudy wind. To be able to wear mink in this hot and dry environment in the world is really a macho. The Scarlet Chain of Setolek. Seeing the wizard called out to help her, Strange didn't talk nonsense. With a strong shield in one hand, several scarlet chains were thrown out in the other. Wow! The dense light invaded the space, directly dispelling the shape of the wind demon, but did not cause substantial harm. Stupid mage, the wind will not be caught. The wind demon laughed wildly. The translucent figure rotates at high speed, rolling up large swaths of mad sand and dust. Suddenly, a terrifying tornado rises on the ground. The earth seemed to be shaken, with a loud rumbling noise. The horrible horror of natural disasters almost made people hold their breath. Wind of Vatum. As an encyclopedia of walking, Strange casts spells with one hand and responds quickly. The surging magic power formed a sharp cone and burst open suddenly. Directly disperse and collapse the giant tornado incarnation of the wind demon. This is a high-level spell, specifically for severe weather disasters. However, the wind is a stream of air and can be disintegrated. Strange said calmly. Although he was very young, he didn't have enough time to enter Kamar-Taj. But in terms of combat response, there are always some fantastic ideas. However, the fact that the first wave of wind demon's attack was blocked does not mean that Strange won. Under his feet, the floating dust and gravel quickly condensed and turned into a bald man. Demon, Grail. Unexpectedly, the bald man hit Strange's steel armor with a punch. Boom. The latter was like a cannonball, and it was shot out when caught off guard. Sorcerer, let me squash this tin can, the demon said gruffly. Don't worry, play with him for a while. The witch heart demon waved his hand, showing a smile that he thought to be elegant. Beside him, a long-haired man with wet body would not know when to appear. Water monster, Valor. This is all the contractors of the witch heart demon, the three major devils in hell. Every guy has the characteristics and power of a single element. Wind magic can control the airflow, immune to physical damage. The magic of the earth is immense and can be huge at any time. And the water demon is out of ghosts and possesses immortality. Being able to drive these three major demons, the witch heart demon thinks that those mages cannot be their opponents. I want to taste the fear of this mage first, and then appreciate the despair on his face while eating his soul. The corners of the wizard's mouth were grinned, showing hideous sharp teeth. His true face is hidden under this young skin. By the way, Mage Strange, where's your contractor? Shouldn't you leave you and run away? The witch heart demon walked in front of the opponent in no hurry, and the magic resistance armor was smashed into a shallow mark by the earth demon, and the powerful force shook the guy inside. He lifted his foot and stepped on Strange, who hadn't stood up yet, but he heard a joking voice from above his head. Are you looking for me? The witch heart demon subconsciously raised his head and saw the tall figure with his arms around his chest. Stephen, I have said that when you can lie down and win, don't think about working your own. Luke looked down at the young devil and chuckled. If you let me take action earlier, you don't have to be stepped on by these guys. When he noticed the approach of the combatants, Strange demanded strongly, wanting to deal with it himself. Perhaps the victory in the first game and the increasingly thinning hair gave him great confidence. So Luke stayed quietly aside, witnessing the latter being besieged throughout. They are 2-1. Strange was indignant, and he had the confidence to fight any devil for a while. Who knows, these demons don't have the slightest bit of morality. Two of them go together, and they also engage in sneak attacks. Do you think this is a fair matchup of the Western cowboys? Each takes 10 steps and then draws guns and shoots each other. There are no such rules between the wizard and the devil. Luke laughed unabashedly and said that it was time for him to teach Strange. If the devil has discipline, can he still be the devil? It can be seen that this rookie mage, who has not yet successfully graduated from Kamar-Taj, does not have a clear understanding of the cruelty of the magical world. Then look carefully. What is a real mage? Luke crashed to the ground, sweeping out a cloud of dust. Then, his gaze fixed on the bald man. It's the Earth Demon, Greyhill. You punched him. I have to pay it back, Luke said lightly. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his right hand into a fist in the shocked gaze of the Witch-Heart Demon and threw it straight out. The force of horror is like a solid cannonball. Shocking waves of air. Time seemed to slow down. In the eyes of the bald man, Luke's movements were like stop-motion animations frame by frame. Obviously, he can see so clearly, but he can't dodge, as if his thinking is stagnant. Rumble. The bald man was first beaten to pieces, and then he felt the huge momentum like a landslide and a tsunami. Fist can't kill me. A touch of fear arose in the Earth Demon's heart, but was soon suppressed. As long as he steps on the ground with mud and sand around him, he will not die completely. This is the characteristic of the half-lament devil. But before the bald man finished speaking, his body that turned into gravel continued to be crushed into powder by the violent force. www.mentalnovel.com. Visible to the naked eye, it became a much smaller substance. Show mercy. The demon, who felt death was approaching, let out a cry of soul. Sorry, not to you. Luke had feelings, shook his head and refused. Boom. Rumble. In the endless vibrations, the existence of the Earth Demon was instantly erased. Together with the surrounding large areas of land, as well as the black mountain peaks stretching behind him, they all disappeared and vanished, leaving only a straight and huge passage. Is this a mage? Hidden in the armor, Strange, who witnessed this scene, rolled his throat. The fist of a high-level mage, is it so terrible? Chapter 261. Kill the Game, Speed Pass, the fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. I hope people are okay. Well, people are really gone. This punch is terrifying. Mom messing with FAQ. I pierced all the lower layers of hell. The guests in the doorless bar looked at the constantly switching live broadcasts, all staring blankly. It was shocking. It is incredible. It seems that there is a hard-to-find camera lens to track the aftermath of that punch. The spectators who followed the second game, through slow motion, saw the fists thrown off a large area of dirt, crushing the target into tiny matter. Immediately afterwards, a violent air wave, like a huge cannonball invincible, forcibly smashed the Black Mountain range behind. The hard rock is like a crisp biscuit, which breaks at the touch of a touch and is easily torn out of a huge channel. A volcano was flattened, a forest was pierced through, and a group of unlucky evil spirits vanished. In this way, the remaining power is unabated, sweeping all the way until it penetrates the space below the and blasts into the dark cracks. Any obstacles in front of you will be shattered. It is hard to imagine that this is the destruction that a simple punch can cause. Aliens, cosmic fighting race. The bar is full of conjectures about Luke's identity. He is a raw face. Before this, there has never been any attention. In the Stars Forum, the introduction of Stephen Strange's identity contained only the casual explanation of high-order mage. If he is a mage, I will eat this table on the spot. A betting dog who failed to bet said angrily. He had never seen such a violent wizard. If you can kill the devil with your fist, what do you need a wand for? The Supreme Master does not rely on a pair of iron fists to sweep the and drive out the darkness. Fortunately for this guy Strange, he became a big hit directly and reached fourth in the popularity list. Rocket Raccoon narrowed his eyes and laughed so hard that he couldn't close his legs. This wave of studs once again reaped great rewards. Take a fight, and turn bicycles into sports cars. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Superman made a move, his strength shocked the four. Earth Demon Greyhill is not a strong enemy. It can only be said that it is a bit difficult. The semi-elemental characteristics make it difficult for him to be completely killed by conventional means. Generally speaking, the occultist will seal them up, or imprison them somewhere. But Superman not only wiped out its existence, but also used a rough and visually effective way. The audience likes this set the most. Unexpected surprises, sudden dark horses, will make the show more enjoyable. Of course, except for betting on dogs. They just want to win money. No one really thinks that the wizard will lose to a little mage. No, no. Rocket Raccoon was holding the computer and swiping the stickers, and saw Yin and Yang guy. I'm in a hurry. This wave is a gamble. Rocket Raccoon is also a small laning expert, crackling and outputting, and while it was busy aligning with people, the first encounter in the world was still going on. You go together. Don't be afraid. He is just alone. The Witch Heart Demon couldn't help feeling a little panicked when he saw his little brother being killed with a punch. It's just that he is a son of anyway. He has seen some big scenes, and he quickly let the Wind Demon and Water Demon on top of him. Before, such a high-profile debut attracted attention from outside the field. If he escapes easily now, I am afraid that Mephisto will be furious. His dad cares about face, especially in front of the old adversary, the Supreme Master. If you can anger Yi and provoke the Three Sanctuary, you will be praised by Mephisto. But fleeing in embarrassment will make people laugh, and will also lead to severe punishment. Among the devil, there is no talk about father's kindness and filial piety. Fathers love like a mountain. For example, the sorcerer hopes that Mephisto will be cold earlier so that he can quickly take the post. The latter is also always on guard for his group of heirs. How to fight this? Feng Mo showed a reluctant expression and turned into a gust of wind, ready to go away. He was only entrusted by Mephisto to try his best to help the Wizard of Mind win this battle for hegemony. I didn't plan to do the death thing. This is not in line with the devil's style of acting. I don't have much combat power here. The water monster also keeps retreating. The world of is extremely hot, like being in a melting pot. To a devil who relies on water currents is tantamount to weakening combat power out of thin air. You guys. The Witch Heart Demon was furious. Although the devil is synonymous with cunning and shamelessness, it has nothing to do with honesty, courage, and credibility. But this young devil did not expect his younger brother to implement this style so thoroughly. Never want to run. Luke's gaze swept across the audience. His sharp eyes were like sharp swords, which made people chill. Start with you. He inhales gently, and the terrifying lung capacity affects the airflow, like a full-powered exhaust fan. The Wind Demon, who was the first to prepare to run away, only felt involuntarily in the whirlpool. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape. Luke was like a bottomless pit, and the Wind Demon was sucked in after only holding on for less than a minute. Help me. Before he died, he called for help from his partner, but unfortunately he didn't respond in exchange. Ha ha, ha ha. Luke smacked twice, as if he wasn't satisfied with the smell of Wind Demon. The devil, together with human and soul, was swallowed together. This scene scared the Witch Heart Demon, who was barely calm, and he began to wonder who was the real devil. Raw devil? Is that human being? Forget it, forget it, I can't afford it. Face is important, but life is more important. The Witch Heart Demon retreated, and black wings grew behind his back, vibrated violently, and the flash disappeared. Only the water monster that hasn't reacted is left. He sees that the situation is not good, and he wants to slip away. But where to go? Luke exhaled, the scorching wave of air tumbling. The stellar energy in the body flows slowly, releasing extremely terrifying high temperatures. He is like a walking volcano, and the pitiful, weak and helpless water monster is enveloped by billowing heat. Let me go. Before the water demon begged for mercy, the whole person was directly evaporated and turned into a wisp of smoke. Stephen, don't walk around here. I'll be back when I go. Luke didn't take the so-called three big demons of earth, wind, and water into his heart. If Mephisto could call the former fire demon and evil spirit rider over, it would be a bit worthwhile. As for the other guys, they are too weak. Boom. The earth trembled. That upright figure soared into the sky, tearing the atmosphere in a few moments, bringing out a few sonic bursts. The winged heart witch, the heart that was raised, has not fallen back yet. An astonishing blast came into his ears, and then a forceful palm was pressed on his head. The sound and the figure arrived almost at the same time. The witch heart demon was picked up without any resistance, and the pair of dark wings vibrated wildly, and clusters of sticky flames appeared suddenly. The fire of that burns the souls of sinners. Mephisto even gave you this stuff? Hee. Why doesn't he arrange for you a spirit of vengeance? That is the most powerful weapon in the hands of the old devil. Luke chuckled lightly, and stretched out his hand to tear off the pair of wings. The flames, thick as black oil, were completely invisible. It's not enough to judge a heavenly father. Tear. The wings were turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. The screaming witch heart demon finally revealed his true face. The handsome looks turned into rotten flesh and blood. Sharp teeth and ferocious, fierce breath. The body swelled rapidly, the skin turned red, and the hard scales quickly covered it. The horns bent like iron, the hoof feet bent like a bow. In an instant, the witch heart demon was demonized. He broke free of Luke's control abruptly and roared up to the sky. His eyes filled with tyrannical killing intent. I want you to know what true cruelty is. With a fist as big as a grinding disc, he smashed into Luke standing in the air. The latter did not evade, reached out and took it. That's it. Luke shook his head, seeming a little disappointed. He didn't even shake the slightest. But on the other hand, he exploded and threw the witch heart demon down and smashed it into the volcano crater heavily. Boom. Smoke drifts. The devil, never afraid of flames. The witch heart demon quickly crawled out of the hot lava, but he felt a terrifying pressure just after he said this sentence. Luke was expressionless in midair. The high temperature condensed in the eyes, looking down below. The rays of destruction, filled with the sight of the sorcerer. Bang bang, bang bang bang. The terrifying energy was released, blasted into the crater, and erupted with a more violent sound. The lower layers of seemed to shake. Those fierce evil spirits seemed to sense danger. Horribly. www.mtlnovel.com shrank in the shadow corner. Luke watched as a huge group of mushrooms rose up, and when the smoke cleared, the huge volcano disappeared, leaving only a huge pit that made people palpitate. Look for the next one. Witnessing the witch heart demon being bombarded to the dregs, he nodded in satisfaction and left quickly. This is a speed pass teaching level. Where did Superman go? Strange, who stayed where he was, waited for 20 minutes. Suddenly, the beacon he held in his hand heated slightly and expanded into a transmission channel. The game is over. He was shocked. 6 participants were eliminated. This is too fast. Chapter 262 Saint Vanganza. The last test. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. For the guests in the doorless bar, this is probably the most boring game they have ever seen. At the beginning, the Wizard of the Heart meets Strange, and the Son of confronts the Mage of Kamar-Taj, with its own gimmicks and program effects, which undoubtedly make people expect it. But afterwards, Luke appeared on the stage and made a bold move. First, swept out the 3 major demons with one punch, and then smashed Nuke Sinmo, the top hottest player in the battle for hegemony, to scum. If you stop there, those who watch the live broadcast will not have any opinions. The unexpected reversal is exactly what they like to see. But the next development is a bit bad. The live broadcast closely followed Luke, and everyone watched him fly at full strength, circling high in the sky like a supersonic fighter, looking for the enemy. Whenever you find a hapless lucky person, ask if the opponent is willing to abstain and withdraw from the game. Anyone who tried to resist and spoke badly would take it away with a relentless punch. Killed on the spot, even the ashes were raised. The scene was extremely violent and bloody. The most outrageous thing is that it doesn't matter if the flesh is broken. Afterwards, Luke will also recite a biblical eulogy used by the priest at the funeral. Let the soul of the deceased not fall into hell. It is difficult to escape. This incomparable funeral and funeral, on-stop service, is really powerless to complain. This kind of game process may still be interesting for the audience to watch at the beginning. Repeatedly, I gradually felt dull. On average, Luke tackles one participant every 3 minutes. This amazing efficiency is breathtaking. Forcibly turned a fierce battle royale game into an unsuspecting horizontal push to pass the teaching level. It can be said to be boring and boring. Just this. What about the dear man who said he wanted to eat under the table? Yeah, I don't want to watch the game. I want to watch the performance of the Shengtun wooden table. The guests in the bar have lost interest in live broadcasting. They ordered more wine, booed the hapless guy to eat the table. Be quiet, the third game will start straight away. Rocket Raccoon hugged the computer, jumped onto the bar, and said dissatisfiedly, "These stupid people on Earth knew how to yell." It was really hard to imagine that Superman belonged to the same race of things as them. Shut your mouths. Witness the birth of the Supreme Master. The old bartender Monarch is very indifferent to the guests, but he is an out-and-out member of the Animal Protection Association. Come on, eat some. He didn't know where he took out a crispy carrot, shaking and seduce like a cat. Stay away from me, old bastard. Be careful, I jump up and break your kneecap. The Rocket Raccoon, an old Zuan, immediately breathed out fragrance. This way of treating pets is naturally difficult to please him. What's more, I am not a rabbit. What carrots to eat? Why did the third game start? Is there no intermission? Nonsense. From the beginning to the end of the second scene, there was no 1.5 hours. It must be a temporary playoff. Strange, who was in the live broadcast, slowly walked out of the transmission channel formed by the expansion of the beacon, but found that he did not return to the real world, but came to a strange place. This is where? He looked puzzled. Looking through the seam of the helmet, I looked at the surrounding environment. The endless flat land. Underfoot are clusters of weeds, desolate and empty. This is Strange's first impression. The space is not stable. It feels like a different dimension existing in the gap of dimensions. Luke, who appeared afterwards, said softly, "What you see is a gloomy town." In his perception, the world was shaky, like a candle that was about to extinguish. This is San Vanganza, a place that has long been forgotten. An old cowboy who was riding a horse replied. He seemed to be an NPC who appeared at the right time, answering Strange's doubts. "Welcome to San Vanganza." The old man with his face full of vicissitudes took off his cowboy hat and gestured slightly. Luke's eyes moved slightly, and the small town of San Vanganza seemed a little impressed. "My name is Carter Shrey." The old cowboy then introduced himself. Hearing the name, Luke raised his eyebrows, seeming to guess something. Carter Shrey was Mephisto's first Ghost Rider. With the addition of the small town of San Vanganza, everything seems to be interesting. While he was thinking about what the third test was, the transmission channels expanded one by one and appeared on the desolate land. From the inside, the 7 participants who passed the test, plus Strange, were exactly 8 candidates. What happened? The game was over before I met my first opponent. Sol saw an acquaintance and rushed over excitedly. He carried the storm axe with regret in his eyes. Before a great battle started, the customs was cleared as a result. Someone ended this game. The secret guest carried a large sword that was as high as the others, and looked at Luke with ambiguous eyes. Between these two people, it can be considered that they know the depth and the length of the intimate relationship. He eliminated 6 participants, so we can only go directly to the next game. The Queen of the Frontier is also a popular player in the battle for supremacy, and she speaks a lot. The other candidates couldn't help showing shocked expressions. Looking at Strange and Luke, there was a faint vigilance. "It seems we are going to be targeted." Luke felt the change in atmosphere and said lightly. He was anxious that the remaining candidates would flock to him and give himself a chance to end the game again. Just a little brainstorming. You know that the theme of the third game is definitely different from the previous one. Emperor Wei-Shan would not let an overly powerful participant pass the 3 tests easily. Those dimensional demons always like to make simple things very complicated. Save. Strange held the beacon and said in a low voice, "We are going to save this town." This is the final test. Luke was slightly surprised, curled his lips and said, "If it is this, I probably won't be able to help much." He is only good at physics and has no say in saving others. That's Superman on the set next door, and Captain America's daily tasks. Luke is more accustomed to erasing each other from existence and solving problems once and for all, rather than influencing others and giving spiritual destination. That's easy and not time-consuming. Everyone in the town, they sold their souls to Mephisto. Strange is like a player receiving the task, telling the specific content. What we have to do is to lead those people back to the right path so that they can rest in peace. The other candidates were also instructed, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. If the individual's strength is tested like the last game, they may not be Superman's opponents together. The man who saved the town. A novel experience. The voodoo doctor with a black braid strode towards the small town of San Van Gunza. He seems to have an idea and can't wait to implement it. Mordo gave Casillas a fierce look. www.mentalnovel.com and followed. The latter sneered and walked in the other direction. Loki kicked Thor, his hands behind his back, and his toes kicked the weed restlessly. Gone. She glanced at Luke thoughtfully, and then left. See you in that small town. Thor scratched his head and followed Loki's footsteps. Seeing the competitors enter the arena, Strange laboriously took off the magic resistance heavy armor and gasped, "What should we do?" In the second game, his enchanted version of AK-47 Fire Kylin was not used, which was a pity for him. Let's see first what happened to the town residents who sold their souls to the devil. Intuition tells Luke that this test is not simple. Chapter 263 In the Small Town, Day 1, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Chapter 263, Gang Boss, Religious Leader, Light of Righteous Path. San Van Gonzal used to be a good place with simple folk customs and outstanding people. Although he has not yet arrived at the level where he does not pick up his belongings and does not close his house at night. However, under the joint management of the sheriff and the mayor, there have been no crimes such as theft and vendetta for several years. It is foreseeable that if a civilized town in the western part of the country is selected, San Van Gonzal will surely be the first place. However, destiny often likes to give people a bad joke when caught off guard. One day, the old devil stepped into St. Van Gunza. He deceived the mayor and bewitched the sheriff, stir up the greed of the residents of the small town and magnify their inner selfishness. Finally, through another carefully planned conspiracy, make everyone go to the road of degeneration and abandon the God of faith. 3,000 fallen souls are sealed in a paper contract. Carter Schrey, who was holding a horse, said solemnly. Later, Mephisto ordered me to retrieve the contract for him and open the gates of hell. I ran away and hid until I was found by the Supreme Mage. Carter Schrey was originally a young Texas mounted policeman. He was arrested and imprisoned because of his own greed committed wrongdoing. In order to gain freedom, he sold his soul to Mephisto and became the evil knight chosen by the opponent. What about the contract? Strange walked into the small town and kept looking around. Everything seemed not as bad as Carter Schrey said. The residents of the town didn't react excessively except to cast a curious look at outsiders. They looked very kind and could not see where they were going to be saved. Still taken by Mephisto, the old cowboy said regretfully, but he didn't open the door to the world and hell. The Supreme Mage stopped the old devil's plan. It's just the small town of San Van Gonzal, where the souls of 3,000 fallen people will always be enslaved by him and cannot be liberated. They are contaminated with sin, betrayed God, cannot go to heaven, and cannot escape Mephisto's control. Carter Schrey suddenly stopped, looked at this seemingly normal and peaceful town, shook his head and said, "What you see now is just a projection of the rifts in hell. The real town of San Vangza has long been dilapidated and forgotten." Hearing that period of time, Strange felt a little heavy. "Then how can I save them?" he asked subconsciously. "I can't give you the answer. This is the test of Emperor Wai-Shan." Carter Schrey shrugged, and he also helped that someone could give the residents of the town of San Van Gunza a complete relief. Those 3,000 suffering souls still cannot rest. "You can move around freely in the town." Carter Schrey left these words, and then rode away. He is just the leader of this game, as well as a bystander. You have to rely on yourself, Stephen. Luke patted Strange on the shoulder, indicating that you will leave this game to you. Compared with the previous two games, with exact goals, the final test is obviously much more difficult. Emperor Wei-Shan did not promulgate any rules, but delineated a vague range, and the rest had to be explored and discovered by the participants themselves. By the way, friendly advice: if you can't think of what to do, you might as well take a look at those competitors. Luke was about to find an inn at random, and then went on fishing. He did not intend to ignore Strange and let the opponent play by himself. It's just that there is too little information so far, and it needs to be observed for some time. Competitor Strange thoughtfully. In the face of the dilemma given by Emperor Wei-Shan, what should Mordor and Kazlas do to the former fellow brothers? As night fell, the participants in their respective settlements hadn't made any moves, and found that the atmosphere in the small town of Sanvangza changed drastically. During the day, the enthusiastic residents, the talkative sheriff, the tavern keeper who must answer questions. Everyone seemed to change. With hostile and hateful eyes, they stared at the strangers who broke into the small town. It feels bad. Thor frowned. He and Loki were walking outside the hotel, and a group of ugly-looking men slowly gathered around. There were originally 2 or 3 people hanging far behind, and more people joined in along the way. You, get out. She, stay. The guy in the lead looked at Loki with a pair of eyes straight, and didn't put Saul in his eyes at all. Flirting with me. Sister. Saul couldn't bear it. He would rather allow others to tease himself than to forgive these gangsters for thinking about his sister. This is the bottom line that cannot be violated as a sister-in-law. You deserve a lesson. Saul rolled up his sleeves and greeted him with his fist. The strong physique of the Asgardians, facing the gangsters in the small town of Street Van Gunza, is simply a crushing situation. He single-handedly smashed into the siege, and then beat up these short-eyed guys. However, the storm did not stop there. The movement of the fight attracted more people's attention. The men in the town joined one by one. It's like what an interesting game is that attracts them. Soon, the situation got out of control. Saul was alone and had to face the siege of hundreds of people. Fists, iron rods, pitchforks, all kinds of things, greeted him. Although it is not painful or itchy, it makes people feel irritable. Bang! A gunshot sounded. The bullet from the revolver hit Saul's chest. This did not cause substantial harm to him, but the gunshots echoing under the night sky seemed to open a gate, releasing the tyrannical and murderous desires of the residents of the small town of Sanvangza. Rocky. Thor saw more people crowding around, with a fierce light in their eyes, and directly stretched out their right hand. The atmosphere blasted, and the electric storm tomahawk revolved at high speed, sweeping away the residents of the town like mowing grass. This is the small town of San Van Gonzal that sells souls to the devil. Is it true? Luke, who was watching this scene, seemed to have guessed something. The next day, early morning. When the sun shines on San Van Gunza, the town seems to come alive and lively. Aren't they dead? Throughout the night, Saul, who was guilty of killing many small town residents, was a little dumbfounded when he saw the men who had clashed with him. They were not at all the tyrannical and fierceness of last night. Until novel.com all of them smiled and greeted enthusiastically, as if nothing happened. I see. The inhabitants of this small town sell their souls to the devil, so they behave so terribly at night. After what happened last night, Lucky's eyes flashed with relief. She nodded gently and said, "They have lost their souls and are already dead. They are non-existent people. Even if you slaughter the entire town clean, these people will be reset the moment the sun rises." Day and night are two sides of the past and present of St. Van Ganza. Saul scratched his head. In his opinion, Loki was too complicated to understand. You don't have to understand. Just do as I say. Rocky didn't expect the stupid old man to use her barren IQ. Her beautiful eyes rolled around and whispered, "Let's go to Mr. Mayor first." Chapter 264. Female Liar, Religious Leader, Righteous Light. the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. It has been 2 weeks since the 8 candidates of the Supreme Mage contest came to the small town of St. Van Gunza. Each of them began to act, and began to implement what they thought was salvation. Loki, the princess of Asgard, the of pranks and tricks, took her silly brother to find the mayor first. What? There is gold buried under the ground in the town of San Van Gonzel. The mayor met the two outsiders in his office, and then learned a surprise. Yes, Loki supported the tortoise-shell glasses on the bridge of his nose and said solemnly. She changed her dress, wearing a black lace top hat and a pair of riding boots under her feet. The half-eye collar white shirt and suit trousers look particularly capable and heroic. Of course, it also fits the image of a female scholar she designed. We are geologists from the Royal Academy of England. After careful investigation and repeated confirmation, we believed that there are huge gold mines buried beneath the town. Seeing the suspicion on the mayor's face, Lucky's tone was determined, and from the bag hung around his waist, he pulled out a stack of drawings, tracing the terrain and landforms near the town. To win the trust of others, you have to act like a professional. Loki thinks that her impersonation is all right. The mayor's distrust must have come from Sol. He is more like a bodyguard than a geologist. Mr. Mayor, you see, here and here, the gold that has not been discovered and mined is buried here. Loki stretched his fingers in 2 places and said in a low voice, I have explored the composition of the rocks around here, and verified the age. It can be initially determined that a rich gold mine is located underground in San Van Ganza. She was talking excitedly while dancing. The look of expectation, the tone of excitement, constitute superb acting skills. Sol, who was almost standing aside, began to wonder if there really is a gold mine, waiting for the residents of the town to mine. Then what do you want to do? Without any suspense, the mayor was moved. There has indeed been a gold rush in the western region, which has attracted a steady stream of adventurers for nearly a century. With dreams of making a fortune, they took the train and traveled long distances to this desolate land. At that time, everyone said that gold was everywhere in the West. They are exposed on the riverbed, and large pieces of gold can be found by simply digging. However, in fact, not many people in the mighty Gold Rush team made their fortunes. Those who really make the first pot of gold are actually businessmen who provide services to gold prospectors. We can provide professional advice, mining methods, and some machinery and equipment. Rocky acted very shrewdly. She made a condition, but I need a lot of workers to carry out excavation work. This is fine. It's just that how should the salary be settled? The mayor touched his beard. He already believed the 2 foreigners in front of him. Although the gold rush in the western region has long passed, people's yearning for gold and the desire to get rich overnight have never cooled down. If it is the underground of the small town of San Vangza, there is really an undiscovered gold mine waiting to be mined. Well, this is good news for everyone. This is exactly what I want to say. Loki smiled slightly, as if he had already considered it. The reason why I found Mr. Mayor, I hope you can be inclined in this regard and reach cooperation. Workers' remuneration is a huge expense. I have to purchase mining equipment and hire a professional team. The initial period will inevitably consume a lot of funds. The mayor frowned slightly, understanding what Loki meant, and asked uncertainly, you mean, I pay for the workers? That's right. This is a shareholding. For every ounce of gold mined in the future, there will be a net third of you, Mr. Mayor, Loki said slowly. Mr. Mayor hesitated, considered for a while, and finally nodded vigorously. Westerners' temptation to gold is always irresistible. San Van Gonzel has no gold. Out of the mayor's office, Saul scratched his head and said he didn't know why Loki bothered to weave a lie. Does this help pass the test? I know, but people crave gold. Loki put his hands behind his back, and the corners of his mouth slightly cocked and said, the residents of the town of San Van Gunza, they sold their souls to the devil and became the fallen ones. So, every night, those desires for violence, greed and killing will prompt everyone to commit beastly sinful acts. The test question set by Emperor Waishan is salvation. But what is salvation? Let them be redeemed and ascend to heaven? It's impossible. Fallen who have forsaken God cannot be forgiven. A lot of wealth, a good life, a bright future. These are all things that people yearn for. I gave the people of San Van Gonzal a goal and let them have illusions. Isn't this a kind of salvation? The Princess of Asgard smiled slyly. And the day and night of Street Van Gonzal were two sides. She believes that as long as there is some way to calm the town residents during the day, they can be saved at night. Dreams are the most satisfying, Loki murmured softly, with complicated emotions hidden in his eyes. However, they will always wake up, Saul said hesitantly. Loki, who was walking in front, raised his chin and said proudly, "Don't forget, I am a master of illusion." The dark dimension is a place of peace of mind, but also a place of eternal immortality. There is no concept of time, and there is no death. Casillas is like a pious preacher. He distributes handwritten leaflets and keeps talking. At the very beginning, the residents of the small town of San Van Gunza maintained an attitude of rejection, ridicule, and contempt for this infidel. But in the next few days, Casillas showed an extraordinary side. He is like an ascetic, who has never eaten. After 5 or 6 days, no drips entered, still energetic and ruddy complexion. In addition to distributing leaflets every day to announce the doctrine, just sit at the entrance of the town and meditate. People's curiosity began to grow. They took the initiative to approach Casillas and asked about the dark dimension and Damam. Damam is the ruler of the dark dimension, and his followers will receive eternal life after returning to the embrace of darkness. Casillas said seriously. He spread his hands, and a bright and warm light slowly emerged. Seeing such a miraculous scene, those small-town residents began to understand more deeply, and then some people became believers. In this way, Protestantism appeared in Street Van Gunza. Every day, Casillas brought an increasing number of believers to pray together and preach together. From the first 2s and 3s to the great momentum later, it only took more than a week. You learned this in Karmitage. Morda stopped Casillas, who was about to become a religious leader, and asked coldly. Behind his head, the triple halo was bright and dazzling. The powerful aura of the legendary mage rises up. Spiritual belief is an indispensable thing for everyone. Casillas' eye sockets opened with purple-black lines, and the energy of the dark dimension eroded the body, while also providing him with a steady stream of abundant magic power. When I was most helpless, I heard about the Supreme Mage and Karmitage, so I exhausted everything, went through trials, and finally found the place of legend. When Yi showed Thassa miracles and pushed open the door of magic, I thought I had met a spiritual teacher, and I was convinced of everything he said. But he is a liar, Mordo. Casillas looked at his former doormate from a distance, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In Karmitage's admonition, it is expressly forbidden that occult wizards can only worship Emperor Waishan and not contact with other dimensional demon gods. Even using spells, such as Cetarak's Scarlet Chain, Rada's Ring. It is only a temporary borrowing, rather than signing a contract, and trusting it all. He broke his oath. Casillas said angrily. Behind the bright, great, and selfless dedication mask of the Supreme Master, he is actually an old liar. Morda tightened his lips. He didn't believe what Casillas said. A magic wand appeared suddenly, and wisps of electric light lingered, revealing an aura of destruction. What? Do you want to solve the problem by force? Casillas glanced at the increasingly dazzling triple halo, which was the manifestation of the spirit of the 3 archmages who signed a contract with Mordor. He didn't think he would lose to Mordo. In fact, if it wasn't Strange's contractor that was too strong, he ended the second game in a simple way that was beyond everyone's expectations. Casillas was going to make a real settlement with Mordo at that time. I defeated you upright in the hall, after passing the test of Emperor Waishan. Mordo was silent for a moment, then turned and left. His grievances with Cazalas will be settled in the future. The most urgent task is to finish the last game and get the approval of Emperor Waishan. Cazalas used beliefs and religions to deceive and fool the residents of the small town of San Venganza, in order to save them. In Morda's view, this is just a wicked way, not for long. If you want to save those fallen souls, you can only rely on the right way. The incompleteness of the body does not mean that your mind and your soul are also incomplete. Mordo said so. He learns from the Supreme Master, and pays patience, tolerance and kindness. Try to save every poor, decadent and desperate person, and tell them how the spirit controls the body. Unbelievable medical miracles continue to appear in San Venganza. The semi-paralyzed patient who could not stand on his legs was able to run. The blind old man sees the light again. Those who are frustrated, cheer up again. Soon, Mordo was regarded as a master and gained a group of firm fans. Stephen, have you figured out how to practice your own save way? Seeing Strange with a sad and clueless look, Luke asked jokingly. Loki treats the residents of the town as a donkey, and hangs a carrot in front of them, and uses gold to drive the workers to work hard and work hard. As long as the beautiful dream is not broken, everything can be maintained. Cazalas became a religious leader, preaching, praying, and propagating doctrines every day. He told everyone that reality is full of birth, old age, sickness and death, but Damam's dark dimension has immortality and tranquility. Modo healed the physical disabilities of the townspeople while teaching them how to face life. Dr. Voodoo, mystery. Everyone is actively completing the exam questions of Emperor Waishan. The more Strange listened, the tighter his brows frowned. After a while, he shook his head and said, I don't know what to do. I can't even save myself, so how can I save others? A smear of self-deprecation appeared on Strange's face. He was once a blindly proud doctor who chased fame and wealth. After a car accident threw him from the upper life of the elite class into the dust, he lost everything and became the bottom. Before he began to reflect on his previous mistakes. I can't understand them. Strange said so. The inhabitants of the small town of Street Venganza, they were deceived by Mephisto to surrender their souls. If I were the former Dr. Stephen Strange, I would feel that this is a price I should bear. I will stand on a high place and laugh at their stupidity. Luke nodded. This is indeed a common style of the elite class. Make a mockery of the people who made mistakes, criticize them for their ridiculousness, and express their opinions by the way. But I am now Mage Strange, a guy who has suffered and found himself. So, I sympathize with them as I should, and I want to save them. But I don't have a clue as to how to do it. Strange made no secret of his confusion. He didn't think the competitor's methods were effective. The lies of deception will always be exposed. Blind faith is a rootless tree. Paying kindness without giving it up may not be able to reap kindness. It is already so difficult to save a person. How to save 3,000 people? Can you teach me? Strange looked at his contractor. Frankly speaking, I have no experience in this area. Luke shrugged and saw a trace of disappointment in Strange's eyes. He smiled and said, but I have a suggestion that is not too good or too bad. When you don't know how to do it, you might as well put yourself in the position of the Supreme Mage. Strange was silent for a long time. MTLnovel.com. His frowned brows slowly eased. I understand, he smiled. You want to say, if you can't use other means to save the sinful souls of those who have fallen, it's better to solve the problem directly from the source. I will go to Mephisto now. Strange took a deep breath. His eyes filled with determination. From the hands of the old devil, take the contract of Saint Venganza back and liberate the souls of those sinners. Looking at Strange, who put on the magic resistance armor and opened the transmission channel, Luke was dumbfounded. Actually, I want to say, forget it, this idea is correct. Anyway, the Supreme Mage who had not beaten Mephisto was not a qualified Supreme Mage. Chapter 265 Evil Spirit Frenzy, Nuclear Hell. the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Death is the ultimate destination of all living things. People will always have all kinds of bizarre, terrifying, or beautiful imaginations about those unknown places. For example, the Italian poet Dante Alighieri, the Divine Comedy he created depicts as a 9-layer world with a wide top and a narrow bottom, which resembles a funnel. The further down, the more sinful the soul itself, in the Bible, has an unquenchable fire that burns the souls of sinners. Various religions have different records here. In fact, the concept have first appeared in religious texts. In terms of a widely spread and well-known concept, it is a place where the soul suffers, and it is mainly used to imprison and punish unrighteous people who have committed serious sins during their lives. But in the Marvel Universe, is real. It is composed of many overlapping and parallel dimensional worlds, and there are many rulers. For example, the 9 worlds of Norse mythology. Among them, the underworld of Heim, where Hela is located, is considered hell. And Hades, the Hades of the Olympian system, the territory he ruled, is also hell. Of course, the most well-known one belongs to Mephisto's hell. On the one hand, this old devil has a sense of existence. From time to time it will come out and bubbling, jumping a few times. On the other hand, those dimensional worlds dominated and controlled by the princes are the opposite of heaven. They are like 2 large companies with overlapping businesses, harvesting most of the human souls on the earth through various means. The few in the front are just extraditing souls of the gods. Just like if Sol dies, he will only fall into the underworld of Heim, then sink to the bottom of the world tree and return to the embrace of darkness. Instead, it fell into Mephisto's hands. Anyway, different hells have different business scopes. Among them, the complex game between the dimensional demon, hell, heaven, and many gods is involved. Even the most knowledgeable scholars will find it difficult to figure it out for a while. It's a terrible place. Strange opened the transmission channel and came to the where Mephisto was. Compared to the lower dimension as the second game venue, this place is more enthusiastic. The choking wind with the smell of sulfur blew towards the face, and it was suffocating. "This is hell," Strange murmured. The only thing that caught his eyes was red. The rocks, vegetation, earth and sky are all red, like a huge furnace with no bounds. Dark and illusory shadows spread all over the dry, hard ground, like ants lined up in a row. That is the soul that fell into hell. Mephisto. Save. The San Van Ganza contract. Strange took a deep breath and said to himself, his goal is to recapture the souls of the inhabitants of the town of San Van Ganza from the hands of the old devil, so that those people can be freed and complete this rescue. It sounds difficult, but this is the only effective way Strange can come up with. The magic floating cloak held up his body and slowly passed through the air. Although the heavy armor had been reduced with a spell, it still slowed his flight speed. "Are you sure to save my life from Mephisto?" Strange looked at the Superman who followed, and the reason why he made such a risky move was mainly because he believed in the strength of the contractor. That old devil is a dignified lord of hell, a dimensional demon who can wrestle with the supreme mage. Luke didn't answer directly, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. "I thought you left the small town of San Vangza and took the initiative to go to hell, intending to prove to Emperor Waishan your courage and determination to pay the price to save others." "What? You want me to solve the problem?" Strange coughed twice and looked awkward. He is not an Asgardian, he only asks where the enemy is, not how strong the enemy is. Go to hell, face Mephisto, and take back the contract of Street Van Ganza. The reason that prompted Strange to make the risky decision was naturally Superman. Since his contractor can quickly pass the second game in 20 minutes, easily defeat the son of Witchheart Demon, it may be a feasible plan to hold the cunning old devil in Mephisto and create opportunities for himself. Strange was sober. He did not expect Superman to be like the Supreme Mage. Single-handedly broke into hell, fought an amazing battle with Mephisto, and finally retreated with his whole body. Can you do it? Try to hold Mephisto's footsteps, or in other words, become my only and most powerful bargaining chip at the negotiating table? Strange asked sternly. I said no. Would you give up the action and turn around and go back? Luke asked rhetorically. Strange pursed his lips and shook his head gently. This is a gamble. He wants to make a deal with the cunning, cold-hearted old devil in the legend, and enter into a negotiation like never before. So, it doesn't matter whether I can stop Mephisto. The key lies in whether you are fully prepared to be deceived by the devil, lose the game, and have no mental preparation for nothing. Luke stared at the deep clouds like a raging red tide. Behind that, a pair of vague eyes stared at him. I am willing to accept the price of failure, Strange said solemnly. Then just let it go. This is your test, Stephen. Luke smiled. At the moment his voice fell, thunder came from the deep clouds. A huge, deafening noise erupted, as if the drums were beating. The horn was blowing, and a great battle was about to come. Stephen Strange, and your contractor. The gloomy voice sounded quietly, echoing in my heart. Do you want to get the San Van Ganza contract back? Strange slowed down, and the magical cloak flew behind his back. He glanced at Luke, who was calm. His panic suddenly subsided. It's like a gambler with no confidence, holding the only bargaining chip. Yes, wise lord of hell, generous your excellency Mephisto, am here to negotiate terms. Strange behaved very politely. This is the necessary respect for the strong. Negotiating terms? Little mage, what can you do to impress me? And what bargaining chip do you hold to let me sit at a negotiating table with you? Mephisto sneered, and the desolate field and the empty sky shook suddenly, as if responding to his question. My soul. The soul of a supreme mage. Strange raised his chest and replied loudly. Your Excellency Mephisto, as long as you give me the San Van Gantha contract, I will give my soul voluntarily. In this way, I have completed the test of Emperor Waishan and will take over the seat of the Supreme Master. And you are equivalent to getting the soul of the Supreme Mage. Isn't it enough? Wait, isn't it enough to impress you? Luke on the side laughed dumbfounded. He actually saw a liar's usual tactics on Strange's body next door. Selling one's soul to the devil, or angel, or other existence. This is Constantine's special skill. The soul of the Supreme Master. Mephisto spoke long and seemed to be a little excited. He has been fighting against Guy for so many years, and he has never beaten the opponent once. Not long ago, he was beaten up by the old bald head and lost a human incarnation. If there is a chance to find a place, Mephisto will naturally be happy. Guy's successor, the soul is returned to hell. This is a kind of humiliation for Kamar-Taj and the Three Sanctuary. Yes, I want to purchase a personal safety insurance from the insurance company of your Excellency Mephisto, and when I die, the soul will belong to you. The premise is that your Excellency Mephisto, you will contract with Saint Vincent. Give it to me. Strange struck while the iron was hot, added, among the plans he envisaged, the smoothest progress is that Mephisto agrees to the conditions without having to resort to other means. TSK Tusk, the guy under Guilliman. Finally an interesting guy has appeared. The crimson clouds gathered and floated, condensed into a devil's face with horns on the forehead and ferocious features. This sounds like a good deal. I have never got the soul of the Supreme Mage. But, Mephisto's voice paused, with a vivid smile, and then continued, if you want to negotiate terms with the devil, you must first show the ability to protect yourself. Mage Strange, you are already in hell. I have countless ways to get your soul. Why bother to pay extra? You said, right? Laughing wildly like thunder, sensational in the sky. Next moment, the face of the devil suddenly disappeared, turning into a black wave like locusts, surging. It seems that your negotiations are not going well, Stephen. Luke teased. Mephisto is so easy to fool, then he won't be the most troublesome old devil in the dimension. What should I do now? Strange smiled bitterly, and the devil really had no moral bottom line. Use the clear grab first, and then sit back to the negotiating table. Prove to Mephisto that your soul is not so easy to get, Luke said with a relaxed tone and a slight smile. A wave of evil spirits, dark as dark clouds, rolled across the crimson sky, like a locust crossing the border, devouring all creatures. Just looking at it, I felt terrifying and shocked. Karmataj's secret magic mage is best at dealing with evil spirits and demons. Strange nodded, and took out the AK-47 fire Kirin that finally came in handy. D-A-D-A, D-A-D-A-D-A, braving the blue fire's muzzle. A storm-like demon-breaking bullet was poured out. It was like a long scythe swung down suddenly, sweeping out the swarms. Hog's ancient body. The breath of Oshatu. Age Motor's Eye of Wisdom. Strange is like a ruthless spellcasting machine, desperately squeezing the magic in his body. One after another high-level spells spewed out, like a fierce turret with full firepower, which effectively prevented the evil spirit frenzy from advancing madly. A living soul. Delicious. A huge four-hoofed demon with horns on its head suddenly appeared. He waved the fire whip in his hand with a swish, breaking Strange's ring of Rador. "This is a big devil," Strange said nervously. As a Karmataj student who has not yet graduated, he has never encountered such an enemy. "Don't worry. Keep going." Luke finally showed the true level of a high-level mage. The super-level spells in the Book of Emperor Waishan seemed to be free of money. One after another, they were thrown out. The chaotic and violent magic of the dimension seemed so gentle in his hands. "Give it to you." Strange kept blessing himself with Hog's ancient body, and then slammed into the evil spirit frenzy under the full-speed flight of the magic floating cloak. Those dark souls stretched out their paws and showed their teeth, trying to swallow this delicious soul into their abdomen. But with the strong protection of magic-resistance armor, they couldn't start. "You are also a human, a living soul, running with four hooves." The demon creature like a horse, and a horse raised a whip of fire, and slapped down with a pop. "I don't have a hobby in this area." Luke's eyes were cold, his 5 fingers closed, and he clenched into a fist. Strange is like a swimming fish in the deep sea, struggling to travel through the turbulent undercurrent of the whirlpool. D-A-D-A, D-A-D-A-D-A. The fire unicorn braving the blue light spit out demonic bullets, sweeping away the many evil spirits blocking the front. The magic resistance armor was mottled, as if it was about to be scrapped. "Stay a little longer." Strange gritted his teeth and moved forward courageously, finally rushing out of the invisible evil spirit frenzy. Mephisto's huge body suddenly occupied all of his sight. In the dimension, there is no need for the old devil to use human avatars. Wearing a robe of sulfur and flame, he stood on a huge throne with a horrible figure like a mountain. The forehead gave birth to pitch-black horns, like cast iron, especially those eyes. Blazing ambitions, cunning and treacherous conspiracies flooded them. "It's daunting." Mage Strange. Mephisto called out the other's name, and a smile appeared on his scarlet face. "You have proved the value of your courage, strength and soul. Hell Insurance Company is willing to tailor an insurance policy for you." Strange saw the old devil's right hand and held a paper contract, in which the wailing voice of the soul could be faintly heard. Street Van Ganzer's pact. In his left hand, another paper contract appeared out of thin air. "Wow!" The paper rolls out suddenly. Large texts emerged clearly one by one. "Have you considered it? As long as you sign your name, then the San Van Ganzer contract belongs to you. And your soul, the soul of the future Supreme Master, belongs to me." The old devil laughed strangely, seemingly mocking, seemingly happy. He can't wait to see Strange make a choice. Think about it." Strange's eyes were firm, and the problems he had to face later would be solved later. Passing the test, completing the salvation, and assuming the due responsibilities, this is the only thing he has to stick to at the moment. Lack of strength, lack of wisdom, lack of means. Strange knew that he could get to the last level, completely relying on Superman. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Now, it's time for him to pay the price. "My soul, give it to." Strange borrowed the spell and prepared to imprint his name and the breath of his soul. However, rumble. The violent roar suddenly rose and spread throughout the world. Just behind Strange, a huge mushroom cloud appeared slowly. Endless light and heat radiate away in all directions. The terrifying energy obliterates all matter, not to mention evil spirits and demons. Even the dust will be shattered and turned into smaller particles. Who dropped a nuclear bomb into hell? This is the idea that came to Strange's mind. Chapter 266. Make a consensus with the old devil. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. So horrible. Too cruel. Unacceptable. The guests at the doorless bar were all dumbfounded as they watched the flashing bright light and the white live broadcast. The people of the 21st century who were originally bombarded by Hollywood special effects blockbusters are almost immune to the battle scenes of superheroes. Iron Man likes to wash the ground with artillery fire, the Hulk is a demolition madman, thunder and lightning flashes between Thor's waves. When you are on the spot, you may feel that the momentum is amazing. But judging from the picture, it is actually no different from those popcorn blockbusters. It is nothing more than full of various sound and light special effects, coupled with the devastated New York City as the background board. Hollywood has always been good at grand scenes. For a while, I posted my own Cosby Avengers or superhero videos to the website platform, and then added various special effects of 50 cents. Which also became a wealth password for excessive fans and drainage. Therefore, seeing the present, the audience who think they are knowledgeable, facing the magnificent magic smashed by the various wizards, they were not surprised, more calm. It's like sitting in a movie theater, watching a special effects blockbuster. It's just that I have never seen this scene. Rocket Raccoon chewed on the crispy carrots and shook his head. Superman can always bring some extra surprises to it and to others. Possessing the terrifying power of destroying the world is usually a verbal or literal sentence. No one has ever seen that a person can destroy planets and dimensions by himself. Now, Superman has proved this. Why does this guy come to participate in the supreme mage battle for supremacy? What is he like, a mage? Don't be the overlord of the universe and become famous and participate in the competition on a backward planet. The Star Forum hosted by Gao Tanzan has been blown up. On average, hundreds or thousands of related posts pop up every second. Looking at the glare of the pure white live broadcast, Rocket Raccoon stopped his hands typing on the keyboard and temporarily put down the entertainment activities of aligning with people. At this moment, no one cares about who can take over as the Supreme Master. They even want to know, who is Strange's contractor? Too strong. Rocket Raccoon sighed. This has to be replaced by an unsuspecting audience, who may think that someone wants to nucleate and purify the devil. Mage Strange, what is going on? Mephisto, who was originally calm, smiled without saying a word. A bit of anger rose in his voice. The pressure of terror directly enveloped Strange, who was floating in the air. The fluttering magic floating cloak slammed close to his body. The erect neckline drooped down, like a poor child shivering. This may be a misunderstanding, Strange said awkwardly. Behind him, bursts of bright light burst out continuously. The violent energy is like an astronomical tide. Boom swept across and annihilated everything. Strange didn't dare to look directly at the past, for fear of being burned by the extremely dazzling white light. What did Superman do? He was very puzzled. Could it be that the opponent released a super forbidden technique that destroys the world? Misunderstanding? Guys who dare to be wild in hell, they all will have no good end. Mephistoben wanted to say a few ruthless words, but after another thought, it was Guy who made trouble last time. So far, the old guy is alive and well, and there is no sign that he is about to die. What is seriously injured? The end is approaching. It was just a smoke bomb released by Kamar-Taj to confuse others' sight. Go aside. I want to see. What is your contractor's background? Mephisto stood upright, like a giant standing on top of the earth, leaving the stone throne. If he continues to watch from the sidelines and ignores it, he is afraid that his hometown will be torn down. Rumble. The terrifying loud noise of the cracking of the world crushed the space into pieces. Strips of thick black cracks suddenly emerged, shockingly, engulfing matter. The violent and chaotic energy tides continue to pull the earth, Along with the rising smoke and dust, the hard rock layer was torn open, huge cracks, click. The hideous wounds resembling the Great Rift Valley of East Africa spread quickly. Stop. Mephisto raised his huge mountain-like palm and stretched it into the violent burst of light. The violent high temperature that burns evil spirits and turns them into nothing is nothing to this old devil. Like a huge palm cast of fine iron, suddenly closed. The dazzling light dimmed instantly, like an extinguished light bulb. Not lethal. Mephisto was surprised. In this strong light, he did not notice any aura of destruction. I just switched on the lighting technique. Why should Lord Mephisto get angry? Easily avoid the grabbed palm, Luke said slowly. He looked extremely small in front of the body of the devil standing upright, like a particle of dust. Illumination. Mephisto was speechless and didn't know how to pick it up. The strong light releases high temperature, which in turn triggers energy tides, causing a doomsday scene where the sky and the earth are split. Thinking along this line of thought, that endless light and heat, like a huge explosion of nuclear fission reaction, is really just a shot of lighting. Kamar-Taj is coming out in large numbers. Mephisto, the old devil who claimed to have seen wind and waves, suffocated such a sentence after a long while. You can use lighting techniques to almost destroy this hell. You are much better than Guyi. Luke smiled modestly, waved his hand, and said, Where? I am an unknown person. I don't dare to compare with a Supreme Master. How could a real mage not use lighting techniques? It's just that the movement he made was a little bit bigger. Dare to be wild in hell. I am bold. Mephisto snorted coldly, and the great devil's fearful coercion was released. He didn't know the details of Luke, only judging from the fluctuation of magic power, at most he was only a high-level mage. However, the old devil had seen the other party crush the witch heart demon before, punching through the live broadcast of the lower layers of hell. That terrifying power is not like an unknown high-level mage can display. Therefore, Mephisto wanted to test the strength of Superman. My contractor, Stephen Strange, he is a candidate for the Supreme Mage contest. The coercive aura that is enough to deprive reason and create fear has no effect on Luke, he said without changing his face. The contract of San Van Ganzu is related to whether he can win the last game. Therefore, I want to negotiate a condition with your Excellency Mephisto and make a deal. You of Kamar-Taj, why do you like to find people to negotiate terms? No need. I have agreed to Strange's request. He gave his soul, and I gave him the contract of Street Van Ganzu to help him complete the test. Mephisto thought to himself, if it weren't for your lighting skills, Strange would have signed the name and concluded the deal. The soul of the future Supreme Mage is equal to falling into his own hands. As we all know, there is no binding force without the official signing of the daimyo contract. Luke raised his eyebrows, seeming to guess what Mephisto was thinking, and said with a chuckle, that's an invalid transaction. Your Excellency Mephisto doesn't have to take it seriously. I have a new contract here. Dear Mr. Devil, as long as we hand over the San Van Gantha contract, Stephen and I will leave hell. What do you think? Mephisto opened his mouth, and there was in his heart that I didn't know to say that it was inappropriate. As a notorious old devil, he thought he was already black-hearted, borrowing loan sharks, deceiving souls, deceiving ignorant beings, playing with human emotions. It is simply to bring evil people. But after Luke proposed this new contract, Mephisto was ashamed. He was not as thick and black as a human being. The other party can speak the most shameless act of prostitution in the most righteous and confident tone. In this regard, he is much better than himself. At least, when the devil lied. Also pretend to draw up a contract, putting on a warm-hearted hypocrisy. Hand over the San Van Ganzu contract, and then leave with Stephen Strange? What's the difference between enjoying the on-stop service and walking away directly after lifting your pants? For fair transactions, we must pay more attention to equivalent exchanges. Human, have you forgotten something? Mephisto's voice cooled down. If he hadn't scrupulously broadcast live, he should pay attention to the demeanor of the Lord of Hell. He just slapped it and shot it. Or, Do you think there is no cost to make a deal with the devil? Luke pretended to be surprised at first, and then seriously said, I do nothing, just leave. This is the most valuable return you can get, Lord Mephisto. Otherwise, it is not certain whether the you are in can continue to exist. Isn't that enough to sacrifice a soul contract in exchange for peace in hell? Mephisto fell silent for the second time. He has never seen such an arrogant person. As the Lord of Hell, he is qualified to compete for the title of Satan in hell. Which mortal sees himself, doesn't he tremble, walking on thin ice? Which mage saw himself, didn't respect him and bowed his knees? Even Agamotto and Guyi, with such a powerful existence in a powerful dimension and famous universe, have never humiliated themselves in this way. Ha ha ha. Destroy the hell. Mephisto laughed in anger, and the terrifying sound waves that pierced his eardrums scattered the clouds in the sky and stirred up the atmosphere. The huge palm covering a few miles was lifted up without warning. The huge shadow that obscured the sky and sun fell straight down. No matter what Luke's background is, Mephisto doesn't care anymore. He just wanted to use the most direct way to wipe out the other party. Then, use the most cruel means to concoct the poor soul. Boom. Put your hands up and block a palm. Luke stood stubbornly in the air without being shot into the ground by Mephisto. Where he stood, the air exploded, violent ripples visible to the naked eye. Is this going to collapse? Luke did not humiliate the consciousness of an old demon. The biological force field opened instantly, and his figure suddenly rose up. It pierced Mephisto's palm like a sharp nail. The fist pierced the atmosphere, like a heavy hammer, hitting the old devil's face. Bang! A scorching pain was born on Mephisto's scarlet face. Fortunately, with his natural blushing racial advantage, he couldn't see much. Even when the Supreme Master beat me, he never slapped me in the face. Mephisto was full of anger, and a pair of jet-black wings popped out behind him. Fan gently. Balls of flames, sticky like paint, are all over the hell. After being offended several times in a row, Mephisto's anger was already full. Open it directly. The fire of hell. The same trick, used by Mephisto, is not known how much more powerful it is than the witch heart demon. The invisible force field could not stop the fierce flames of hell. The raging and spreading thick black fire not only burned the flesh, but also burned the soul. The stronger the soul, the harder it is to get rid of it. Oh, it's interesting. The cynical frivolous smile disappeared from Luke's face. In his eyes, a rare touch of solemnity flashed. The fire of is the signature skill of the evil spirit knight, which can burn all things in the world. The soul ignited by it will never extinguish the flame unless it truly repents. In the comics, even one of the 5 great gods in the universe, the invincible Star Swallowing, has suffered a great loss, lighting the evil spirit knight into a huge torch. Therefore, it is necessary for Luke to take it seriously. The stellar energy surged in his body, and the terrifying breath swept out. The Superman who loads the Ravager template is not afraid of death and injury at all. Come on, burn my soul. Luke hit the sticky sea of firehead, and there was a pang of pain in the depths of his soul. It seems to be torn. It seems to be burned. Repent for the crime you committed. Mephisto laughed loudly when he saw Luke caught in the hellfire. He waited for the bruised and tortured soul to fall into his hands. Judge me? However, just a moment later, a contemptuous laugh came out. The sea of hell and fire suddenly separated, showing a tall and straight figure. Strings of sticky flames attached and lingered on Superman's body, but did not cause any harm. High resistance, high physical, magical double immunity, high adaptability. Except for a low IQ, there is nothing wrong with this template. The faint pain in the depths of the soul made Luke's mouth twitch slightly. Fortunately, he has the Ravager template. After undergoing a short period of soul burning, immunity quickly evolved. Is there any other means? Luke clenched his fists, and the fire in his palm was suddenly extinguished. The eyes are like swords, piercing Mephisto straight. The fire of has no effect on you. The latter shook his heart, which was the power of that even the father could burn to ashes. If it is Guyi, he may not be able to bear it. Mephisto is a bit suspicious of the demon, although the fire of has never had an effect on the Supreme Mage, but it can hurt the opponent. There is no doubt about it. Humphrey. The old devil sneered. At his peak, he was also a dimensional demon who could play against the Supreme Mage and Odin. How could it be bullied by a junior? This is going to spread. Where is the face of the Lord of Hell? Do you think I only have these tricks? Mephisto laughed wildly, his momentum rising. He raised his right hand, and the power of was surging. It was shot with a palm, and there was a loud noise. Huh? Where's the live broadcast? Why is the screen black? Switch lines. Seeing a wonderful moment. Dissatisfaction broke out at the Dollar Spa immediately. For some reason, the live broadcast was cut off, and I couldn't see what was happening in hell. The old bartender Monarch touched the Rocket Raccoon's head and thought to himself, it turns out that the devil also wants face. Take the San Van Ganza contract. Mephisto deserves to be the Lord of Hell, decisive, without any muddle. Remember what happened today. Luke took the San Van Ganza contract. Metalnovel.com nodded and said, I understand, absolutely confidential and will not leak out. Your Excellency Mephisto, you fought me for 300 rounds, and the space was broken, and even the power of was wiped out. In the end, you were kind, compassionate to the evil spirits of hell, and couldn't bear to see the collapse of dimensionality. Take the initiative to hand over the San Van Ganza contract to quell this war. The old devil shrank and became an ordinary person. He glanced at Luke, who came with his mouth open, shook his head and said, for the first time I saw a human who is more like a devil than me. Hurry up with Strange. It's peace in hell. Luke smiled slightly, and couldn't help it. Picking up Strange, who had already had his brain down, returned to the small town of San Van Ganza. Wait until the live broadcast of the Dollar Spa returns to normal. The third game is over. Winner: Stephen Strange. Chapter 267 Supreme Superman, 10th Metal, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Compared with the second game of 20-minute speed push clearance, the ending of the third game was even more surprising. The audience outside the venue only saw the live broadcast screen suddenly black out, as if the camera was blown with a punch, leaving only the piercing noise. When the picture is restored, the winner has been announced. It was Stephen Strange, who was mediocre and unremarkable from the beginning. Then, the game ended here. The rest of the participants were teleported back to the real world. All this happened so suddenly that people were caught off guard. It's like a game that only lasted for 20 minutes, and the two sides had just exchanged defensive towers, and the base exploded before the official team started. Not to mention the spectators. Even the players are very dumbfounded. This unexpected unfolding is like turning the battle for Supreme Mage into a farce, especially the gamblers who borrowed the stud, all bet on the Witch Heart Demon and Secret Guest. The few unpopular ones are also optimistic about Loki and Dr. Voodoo. Unexpectedly, the final winner was Strange, the Dark Horse. It is foreseeable that the battle for Supreme Mage will come to an end. Many people will be thrown by Gautanzun into the arena of Sarkastar to sell their lives to pay off their debts. After all, in any universe, betting on dogs is hierarchical. Compared with retail investors, Gautanzun as a bookmaker has always been invincible. As for the Rocket Raccoon, who overwhelmed Strange in 3 games, his eyes narrowed with a smile, the little furry body shook like a sieve, and he almost stood on the bar and took a pole dance. Although it is a different universe, the universal currency of the Milky Way will not change. When it returns to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it will be an out-and-out rich man. At that time, the Quill would also respectfully call himself Captain. Thinking of this, the Rocket Raccoon didn't bother to line up with a group of failed betting dogs. They were just a group of poor guys about to go to see the consumption of the audience tonight. Forget it, let's all pay the bill. It originally wanted to be extravagant, but considering that the credits have not yet been paid, the burden of paying the bill is left to Raytheon. Thanks to Superman, not only can I buy a new spaceship, but now, I can also buy an unmanned planet for the elderly. Compared to the wonderful mood of the Rocket Raccoon, the guests of the Dollar Spa yelled at them. I haven't seen Mephisto's ultimate move yet. There is definitely a shady black box operation. That one won't be finished before it's over. Is there a post-match replay? The audience's anger was beyond words. Superman vs. Lord of Hell. It was the war of the century. It would be a shame not to see it. Really? An unexpected result. Old Master Hamill laughed. Regardless of the reaction of the people eating melons, Taj Kama turned a deaf ear. They do not need to explain to anyone, nor do they need to explain anything to anyone. I won. Strange, whose brain was down, finally recovered. He is going to face Emperor Wai-Shan next, if he gets the approval of the three ancient gods. Then, taking over as the Supreme Mage is a sure thing. Who on earth are you? Back at Kamar-Taj, Strange turned to look at his contractor, his eyes full of curiosity. An unremarkable high-level mage can actually force Hellord Mephisto to retreat and give in. What kind of terrifying power is this? The true identity of Superman is by no means simple. I'm just a passing traveler, don't worry about it. Luke was humble on the surface, but actually pretended to answer. Had he not been in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, completing the task of collecting infinite gems and getting the Ravager template, he might not have been able to deal with the fire of Mephisto so calmly. That lord, at any rate, was also a dimensional demon, and he was not inferior to the existence of Heavenly Father. The reason why he chose to hand over the Sanvanganza contract was more out of the idea of stopping losses. Continue to fight, the hometown is really gone. Passerby, I don't believe it. Strange became more curious when he heard the words, and immediately began to make up for it. For example, the mysterious mage active in the future, the space-time vest of a certain top boss, and so on. 2, please, Supreme Master. Old Master Hamill came to greet him, leading the final winner, Strange. He was originally more optimistic about Mordo, and before the start of the game, he deliberately poisoned the milk. Unexpectedly, Mordor was too fragile, unable to stand it, and died of milk. Here, go in. It was still their tall wooden building, and the door opened on its own. His face was pale, like a Yi who had just recovered from a serious illness, leaning on the bed. Luke quietly praised this wave of acting. You did a great job, Strange. The Supreme Mage praised the predestined person, and smiled with satisfaction at Superman. The latter smiled back and helped Strange win the battle for hegemony. It was neither easy nor difficult. The main reason is that Yi killed Mephisto, who wanted to make trouble off the court, and there was no room for the old devil to play. Otherwise, based on the character of the Lord, he might be able to make any disturbances. Heavenly Father Superman, facing a legendary mage, a son of hell, is basically a crushing situation where the king slings and beats silver. There is nothing to show off. I can get to this point without relying on firm perseverance and fearless courage. Strange was very self-aware and lowered his head in shame. He just had good luck and summoned a contractor like Superman. The latter can no longer be described as a purple card or a gold card. It is completely a super rare exclusive card. Anyone needs time and space to grow up. Strange, you don't have to be frustrated. In the future, you will eventually shine and shoulder heavy responsibilities. Yi did not hesitate to praise and give the other party confidence. It's time to visit Emperor Wai-Shan and get their approval. The old man with white hair and beards casually pointed. The bronze round tripod placed on the right suddenly burst out with a strong light. That is the famous artifact of Kamar-Taj, the tripod of all things. Yi can use it to meditate deeply, experience the mystery of the universe, and gain more knowledge. When necessary, you can still get in touch with Emperor Wai-Shan of the Trinity who rarely shows up. The strong light is like a white horse, glancing from it. In an instant, the two who won the hegemony battle and passed the 3 tests were enveloped. Their souls then separated and floated upwards quickly, rushing into the atmosphere. The blue planet keeps shrinking, like a little light on a dark curtain. A gentle force dragged the two to other dimensions. Stephen Strange. The pleasant female voice called Strange. he opened his eyes and saw three pure white figures. That is Emperor Waishan, the supreme in white magic. Kamar-Taj's faith lies. Congratulations, you have completed 3 trials and arrived here. The female voice said slowly. She is Oshatu, the oldest ancient god. She is also the first supreme mage, the mother of Agamotto. Although you are not the best performer, you have to admit, little guy, your luck is simply enviable. A motley tiger poked out its head and looked down at Strange. His name is Hugs, one of Waishandi. Kamar-Taj, the ancient body that everyone knows, was created by him, an introductory spell that is easy to learn but difficult to master. A heavenly father, and so young. Hugs seemed to be more interested in Luke, and those deep eyes with heavy pressure were locked on him. The most terrifying thing is not the power you have shown, but the unfathomable potential. Uozatu, I think his future achievements are hard to limit. Hugs rarely admired a human being. In the eyes of this tiger, Luke was like a walking celestial body, radiating bright light. Oshatu did not deny it. Heavenly Father, it's really not the end of the other side's path. Thanks for the compliment. Luke looked calm and didn't feel any pressure. The 3 pure white light beams are Oshatu, loving women. Agamotto, a bright bald head. Hugs, a big tiger with colorful patterns. They are collectively referred to as Emperor Waishan. Each has the strength of the Dimension Demon God. The Supreme Mage is able to owe debts and not repay, mainly because the backer is strong enough. What Dark Dimension Damam, the Scythorn, are not willing to provoke Emperor Waishan. In case of a fight, every time he was forced to pick 3, the scene was too bloody. It's time to get to the topic. We, the Earth, and even many dimensions, we must have a new supreme mage. Agamotto said. Gyi, he has been sitting in that seat for too long, both mentally and physically. He is deeply tired. It's like a social animal who works overtime every day and is about to overwork. Luke added. Stephen Strange. Strange's soul was shaken when he heard his name. 3 eyes fell on him, as if pressing against a big mountain. The nervous mood emerged irresistibly. That's right. Outside of heaven and hell, Asgard and the 9 realms, all forces are waiting for the position of the Supreme Mage, and who will fall into their hands. Oshatu laughed softly, quietly resolving Strange's inner anxiety. I am the designer of the first game, mainly to test the courage and perseverance of the participants. Hugs shook his head. The majestic tiger showed a humane expression. The second game is a consideration of personal strength. You are the weakest person, but you have the most powerful contractor. Strange looked at Luke with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. The third game is rescue and practice. You did a terrible job, Strange. Agamotto, who was once the supreme mage, was not as good at talking as the 2 before, and his tone was filled with disappointment that could not be concealed. Everyone has their own way of doing things, and the concepts that need to be practiced. For good or bad, it is a choice. But you didn't do anything. Then it was an extremely unwise choice to face Mephisto and make a deal with the devil. Strange's eyelids were drooping, and he really didn't know how to save the small town of San Van Gonzl. He is not mature enough. Not strong enough. A candidate who has enough courage but lacks strength, wisdom and decisiveness. Agamotto answered with a final word. Stephen Strange, you don't have the qualifications to become the supreme mage. Boom. Agamotto's words, like a heavy hammer, hit Strange. The latter was struck by lightning, and the light of the soul dimmed. The butterfly effect. Luke, standing still, was also surprised. Gyi's promising candidate was not approved by Emperor Waishan. What's going on? Is it because you are busy doing it in vain? Courage, strength, wisdom. Only when the 3 are available can they take over the position of the Supreme Master. Agamotto's stern eyes suddenly softened and turned to Luke. Compared to Stephen Strange, you are a more suitable candidate. Luke Cavil, the Superman of another world. What's the situation? Luke, who was in the mood for eating melon and watching a play, had a series of question marks on his head. I just helped fight on behalf of not interested in becoming a supreme mage. He said inwardly, "Why did you choose yourself? Is there any misunderstanding?" Glancing at Strange with a dull expression, Luke cleared his throat and said tactfully, "I'm just a passing traveler, and I won't stay in this universe for long." "Master Mage, let's choose someone else." Agamotto used to be strict with Strange, but now he is very talkative. This big bald head seemed to admire Superman extraordinarily, and said nonchalantly, "We already know about this, and it's not a problem. There is no isolation between infinitely large and small universes. The duty of the Supreme Master is just to guard the Earth and resist dimensions. Usually nothing happens. You see, Yi, how easy he lives and how comfortable his life is. I believe you a ghost." Yi works overtime every day, pretending to be dead in order to retire early. From this it can be seen that we work for Emperor Waishan. Not only the treatment is average, but also the exhaustion. It is not a good job. You still have to ask Goming. Shaking his head again and again, Luke, who insisted on refusing, suddenly paused, his soul rippled with ripples, as if a certain fierce emotion was rising. "Also please be brilliant, it is absolutely unnecessary. If there must be someone to take this responsibility and shoulder the survival of the Earth, then I am willing." Agamotto was stunned. He originally wanted to continue to persuade and throw out some more attractive chips. Unexpectedly, Luke's attitude changed so quickly. "In that case, the Superman from another world, Luke Cavil, I am waiting to grant you the title of Supreme Mage." Seeing Luke nodding in agreement, Emperor Waishan was also unambiguous. Boom. Wazatu, Hogarth, and Agamotto spoke together. The overlapping voices are like a pebble thrown into the stars, swaying in circles. Their voices, looming, seemingly clear, and seemingly distant, spread throughout many dimensional worlds. "Supreme Superman." Kamatejsgi stood up, surprised, with a trace of doubt on his face. Why didn't the originally selected Stephen Strange not get the approval of Waishandi? Superman has become the Supreme Mage. As his thoughts turned, Yi seemed to think of a certain possibility. A major crisis is brewing. The old man is worried. Is this the reason why Shandy didn't choose Strange? He still needs to be tempered and grown, and it is not enough to take over the position of the Supreme Master. The Supreme Mage is Superman. Sol in the doorless spa spit out a sip of beer. The Rocket Raccoon sitting opposite wiped the smooth fluff and smashed the beer bottle with his backhand. One person, one raccoon, scuffle into a ball. Lucky's eyes flickered, seeming to have an idea. At the same time, many dimensions, ascending to heaven and descending to hell. All the diversified bigwigs who could hear the voice of Emperor Waishan learned of this amazing news. He, a young heavenly father. Supreme ... Superman. The game is more interesting. Either grim, sneer, or meaningful words quietly sounded from all dimensions of the universe. I used to hear people say that I accompany my friends to participate in the competition, and then I was selected ... This kind of story will happen to me. Leaving the world of Emperor Waishan, Luke returns to Kamar-Taj, the residence of Yi. He shook his head and sighed www.mentalnovel.com as if he had received a hot potato. "Don't worry, Strange. I'm sure I won't be doing this job long, and I will leave it to you then." Luke patted Strange on the shoulder, comforted. "I thought it was a substitute, but I didn't expect to get the championship trophy. The 10th medal. No way, it's all for the mission." Seeing Strange who got nothing, Luke could only shrug his shoulders, expressing helplessness on his face. He originally refused, but the task that appeared prevented him. Main mission: the great changes in the multiverse. The crisis of the infinite world. Requirements: become a supreme mage, become a qualified gamer. Reward: the 10th metal X element. It is full of the purest possibility and can be transformed into any weapon. Chapter 268. The Road Home, the Anchor of the World. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The 10th element X, from the next studio. Before it, there are 9 other metals with different effects. For example, N-metal, the ninth metal, is full of dark energy. It can fight against the laws of physics, offset gravity, and reduce damage. Moreover, colliding with the eighth metal can awaken people who have fallen in their will. The clown's Bacchus Factor, a green liquid metal with the self-healing effect. Vandal Savage and the ninja master Xiao Augur seem to have both, but they are far less pure than the crime prince of Gotham. The Joker was interrupted by Batman's domestic violence all day long. He could still be alive and kicking, and his face was cut off without any problems. The Bacchus Factor was enough to help him. Amber gold, transparent and colorless liquid metal. Batman once drank it without knowing it. This is the first layout of Barbatos in the Dark Multiverse. It has always been held by Gotham's Owl Court. When mixed with inferior Bacchus Factor, it can preserve the corpse and revive others. Those claws that are dead and alive, alive and dead, rely on this, repeatedly exiting the stage and appearing again. Otherwise, if you can find a suitable blacksmith, you can process it. Amber gold has a strong restraint effect on magical creatures such as ghosts, tree spirits, and werewolves. As a material for building armor, it can also increase magic resistance, ignoring the curse effect. It can be said to be a must-have for home travel and murder. Promethean metal. The effect is similar to the Edmund alloy of the Marvel Universe. The armor of the Death Knell is made of Promethean metal. Without a high defense and high magic resistance equipment, even the world's top mercenaries cannot single-handedly destroy the Young Titans and fight the Justice League. Bat gold, a magical metal that looks like red copper, also known as Sightstone, is a high-end spellcasting material. Xanaton and Dr. Destiny are the favorite props, and can use it to communicate with the Dark Multiverse. All in all, there are 10 kinds of super metals like this. Their most well-known appearances in the metal event. Barbatos, the Dark Multiverse, uses Batman as a gateway to invade the main universe. Those metals played an important role in this huge crisis. It feels like him going to the next studio to stop by, so I can put it on the schedule. Luke, who became the new Supreme Mage and returned to his residence, meditated silently. He opened his palms, and a ball of silvery liquid changed into different shapes. Hammer, sword, axe, mace, AK-47. This is the most basic ability of the 10th metal, which can be transformed into any weapon and any form at will. It is called metal on the surface, but it is actually a kind of cosmic origin force, produced in the furnace of the World Forge. The Mobius chair of the Anti-Monitor and the Mother Box of the Apocalypse are all made of 10th metal. If it is said, Luke ranks among the multiverse, mastering conceptual ability, then he can use this lump of liquid metal to easily create 6 infinite gems. This is the real reason why he would rather step into the pit buried by Emperor Waishan and take over as the Supreme Mage. The effect of the 10th metal is far stronger than 9 of them. It can create cosmic artifacts and endow certain metaphysical concepts with the power of origin. The World Forge in the next studio used the 10th metal to cast countless pocket universes and parallel universes. Of course, the above-mentioned usefulness is still far away from the current Luke. What he is more looking forward to is to use the 10th metal to cut through the wall of origin. However, why should I go to the Dark Universe? Luke shook his head and smiled. He didn't want to be listed as a dangerous person in Batman. It's safer in New York. The weather in Gotham is too humid, so I don't have much interest. The new Supreme Mage closed his palms, and disappeared like the 10th metal melted by silver. In any case, it is also a good thing to master a power of the origin of the universe. Who knows what the current situation is in the next room, and adding more coping methods can avoid more troubles. You must know that after the metal event is over and the world melting furnace is extinguished, the 10th metal becomes out of print, so use a little less. When there is a chance in the future, Luke will meet Mr. Bruce Wayne, the richest man in Gotham. With the sufficient 10th metal in his hand, he can also disregard each other in wealth, making his banknote ability invalid. This is the power of the origin of the universe, and all the Wayne Group's industry cannot be exchanged for a drop. Supreme Superman. Sitting cross-legged on the couch, Luke's mouth curled up thinking of his new nickname. This time, it was really rewarding. Becoming a Supreme Mage is equivalent to the white magic power of Emperor Wei-Shan. If it's okay, you can also find Damam, Scythorn, and gather the wool of these dimensional demon gods. There are 3-dimensional demon gods behind him, who can walk sideways in heaven and hell. Those cosmic elders also have to show some face. This is an advantage. Unfortunately, there is no free lunch in the world. Luke was not too bloated. The reason why Shandy liked him was definitely not because he was handsome. He was a beacon on earth, a light of righteousness. This kind of scheming, dimensional demon who is used to playing big chess. There are good reasons behind everything you do. But no matter what it is, it has absolutely nothing to do with love, justice, and world peace. Hey, as a mature social animal, paid fish fishing has already been integrated into my bones. Luke remembered the stories of fighting against the company manager in his previous life. In this regard, he really never lost. Working earnestly means using labor in exchange for remuneration, but only by fishing at work can you really make money from your boss. Luke showed a slight smile, and every minute he fished was equal to a point of salary in vain. It would be too naive if Emperor Wei-Shan thought that if he made Superman a Supreme Mage, he could be tied to Kamar-Taj, the chariot of this universe. It's impossible to work part-time. Find a chance and run away quickly. Luke closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Anyway, the quest reward was obtained, and the battle for Supreme Mage was over. There was no need to continue to stay. It's the right way to as soon as possible. A week later. Stephen, what are the 3 major sanctuaries from now on? Taj Karma. All these tasks are entrusted to you. Luke patted Strange's shoulder hard and said earnestly, as for your ability, I am very confident and absolutely assured. As the newly appointed Supreme Master, he can't just leave him alone. After reorganizing the 3 major sanctuaries, he delivered a leadership speech at Kamar-Taj, and then went to stroll around and have a heart-to-heart talk with the old devil Mephisto. I finally passed this vacuum period of the transfer of power, and there was no disturbance. Next, everything is business as usual. He gave all the work at hand to Strange, Pharaoh and Mordor. As for yourself, of course, it is returning to the main universe and skipping work. Then if you encounter a major crisis, do you want to contact? Strange's shoulders fell, grinning in pain, and he felt like he was falling apart. These days, he continued to train and his hair fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. It will probably not be long before you can catch up with Guai and Igamatsuo. No, you figure it out by yourself. Don't find me, Luke answered decisively. Stephen, do you know what you lack the most? The latter shook his head, ready to listen to the soul chicken soup of the Supreme Superman. He was actually a little depressed these days. If you haven't become a Supreme Mage, you can actually accept it. After all, losing to Superman is not lost. Not being recognized by Emperor Wei-Shan was a complete blow. You lack the courage to make choices, the determination to execute plans, and to take responsibility. You don't believe in yourself, Stephen. Luke played the spiritual mentor and began to instill ideas. That car accident ruined not only your life, but also your pride and confidence. You see yourself as a loser, falling to the poor guy who can never get up again. This is not the case. You can do better. Take my seat and become a qualified Supreme Mage. The long talk about the soul chicken soup was stuffed into Strange's mouth, and he was moved to tears, wishing to hold Luke and cry. I see, teacher. In these days when you are away, I will shoulder the responsibility and no longer think about solving problems with your strength. Strange changed his name and assured him earnestly. Very good. I'm in a hurry. See you next time. Seeing that Strange understood what he meant and was not in vain, Luke smiled in satisfaction. By the way, tell Rocket Raccoon and Sol, let them go back quickly. Don't stay here. Thor is worthy of being the Avengers' #1 younger brother. Now he has transformed into younger sister. The place where Loki is located is his home, completely leaving the movie universe behind. As for the Rocket Raccoon, it is still waiting for Gao Danzon to redeem the bonus he won. buy an unmanned planet, and enjoy the life of the rich man in the universe. I will. Strange nodded repeatedly, remembering it. After the confession, Luke finally set foot on the road home with peace of mind. This time, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Look for Iron Man. Dr. Banner, Mr. Fantastic. Again, this universe has the existence of the Fantastic Four. www.mentalnovel.com gather these smartest guys in the world to build a trans-universe teleportation machine. The retired guy gave a lot of face. Not only did he inform the accurate coordinates of the universe, he also used Karmatajding of all things to act as the anchor of the world. In his words, come back often in the future, for fear that this supreme Superman will never go back, completely run away. What a wonderful journey. Luke put his hands on the cauldron of all things, and 3 pure white beams of light rose up into the sky, passing through the clouds and reaching the endless void. The divine blessing of Emperor Wai-Shan enveloped the young supreme mage. Boom. Next moment, Luke turned into a swift stream of light and disappeared completely in this universe. Chapter 269. The Days When Superman Was Away 1. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Universe 1024. SHIELD headquarters. The high-rise buildings standing on the Potomac River, the lights dimmed one by one, and only a few high-rise offices were still on. Howard leaned on the desk, struggling to write something. This is the 8th month of Superman's disappearance. My friend, the Pentagon's Lieutenant General, the leader of SHIELD. He is gone. Disappeared on this planet. I don't think Luke is dead. Although rumors similar to this are raging, and there is a growing trend. I also know who is behind the scenes to make this happen. Just 2 months ago, Mr. President read an emotional eulogy in front of the world. So far, the military has not confirmed the death of Lieutenant General Luke Cavell, but our president cannot wait. The news was announced eerily intriguing. Although he praised Superman, he described Luke as a shining beacon of the human world, and said that losing the other person is not only a huge loss to the United States, but even more so to this beautiful world in peace. The departure of a hero, the fall of a star, the collapse of a lighthouse. It's really moving. I think, Mr. President's father passed away. He may not be so sad. Forgive me for using such harsh words. As long as I think of that hypocritical face, my appetite will be halved. This is what I have recently lost a lot of. The reason, with all due respect, the president's behavior is like a thief who breaks into the house and steals and is always worried about his owner's return, even if he sits in the White House and is the nominal manager of the country. But his inner timidity and fear completely cover up. Can't stay. The situation in the world is changing. Upon learning that Superman was disappearing, the Soviet side opened a vodka in the Kremlin to celebrate. A sword of Damocles that hung over their heads and would fall at any time disappeared. I believe those high-ranking officials finally, if you can sleep well, you don't have to worry about Superman falling from the sky and hanging them on the Red Square. The important weight of maintaining balance has been lost, and the relationship between the two superpowers has become increasingly tense. A month and a half ago, the White House had a heated discussion on whether to deploy medium-range missiles, Thor missiles and Jupiter missiles in Italy and Turkey. Peace and beauty. With the departure of Superman, it has long since disappeared. Only the shadow of nuclear war is left. The atmosphere of horror is permeating. I heard that Castro has turned to the Soviet Union for help. The pace of World War III seems to be getting closer, and the scale of the doomsday clock is moving forward steadily and resolutely. At this point, Howard furrowed his brows deeper. He sighed, put down the pen, and subconsciously touched the two mustaches, reached out and picked up the glass on the table, taking a sip of whiskey. On Howard's face, the past cynicism is gone, full of worries about the future. After Superman left, SHIELD's life was not easy. Without the huge structure of support, it is like a giant with a lame leg, staggering and struggling. The guy sitting in the White House is actively dismembering SHIELD and restricting its power. The FBI and the CIA are happy to see this. I'm not sure if I have been under surveillance. The only people who know the identity of the president at the moment are probably only me and Nick Fury, a black-faced agent with no sense of humor. I have tried various methods, and even just a week ago, Skynet launched the first artificial satellite. I'm smarter than the Soviet rocket experts. Their Sputnik 1 is 11 days behind me. But I still haven't found the whereabouts of Superman. I began to affirm my inner guess that Luke is very likely to have left this planet, and even left this universe. In the 5th century BC, Democritus put forward the concept of numerous worlds, thinking that the world is formed by the movement of atoms. Later, the ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus said that the world is pluralistic. Leibniz affirmed and added this point of view. If all this is true, then Luke may have been taken away from the parallel world due to some force majeure. I really want to bring him back. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find any partner who can communicate with quantum mechanics normally and study parallel time and space shuttle. They either treat me as a lunatic or they think I'm taking drugs. It's worth mentioning that there is a young man named Henry Jonathan Pym. He wrote several interesting papers and gave me some inspiration. Sparks. I can only put hope on the cube of the universe, but this road has also been blocked. The military is considering confiscating that thing in the name of containing dangerous goods and returning government property. I don't know what to do. The Black Hand hiding behind the White House has forced me and SHIELD into a corner. The Hellfire Club can't help either. The White House has a close relationship with Essex Corporation. It is the latest biogene company. The situation of the mutants is not optimistic. They have become caged animals again. The radicals and the moderates quarrel with each other and become tools to be used. It's a mess. I can't imagine how he handled these tasks when Luke was still alive. By the way, I can also spare some free time for some recreational activities that promote physical and mental health. I think it is necessary for me to learn this practical skill of time management. After writing at the desk for a while, Howard closed his thick personal journal. This is a habit developed in recent times. Sooner or later, the White House will attack SHIELD and attack itself. Regardless of the result, he will leave something behind. Tell others, tell Superman, who doesn't know when he will return. Why haven't I found out before that Luke is so important? Howard raised his head, finished his last sip of whiskey, and then stood in front of the French window for a few minutes. Realizing that it was late at night, he left the desk, took the suit from the hanger, and took out the car key. While shaking, he took the elevator to the underground garage. At this time, most of SHIELD staff have already left work. In the underground garage, only the sound of Howard's footsteps and the slightly humming tune echoed. I hate work and overtime. He sighed and got into the car. Insert the key and start the ignition. The newly bought Ford car drove out of the garage and galloped towards the upscale hotel in Washington, D.C. The target appears. A cold gaze fixed on Howard, who was driving alone. Then, the roar of an engine rang out. The car parked on the side of the road quietly followed. Like a hunter, following the prey. Kill Howard. An order came from the miniature headset. Roger that. The man replied. He glanced at the Ford car driving in front, turned the steering wheel on a viaduct, and prepared to take a shortcut to block the opponent. Step on the accelerator tightly, and swiftly slammed all the way. Jarvis, what's the matter? Claiming to be my friend? In the afternoon? I don't remember. Howard answered the phone while holding the steering wheel. Fortunately, he didn't know a guy named Strange, otherwise he would definitely know that the driving was irregular, and he might pay a heavy price. Wait. Mum messed with Fack. Howard, who answered the phone, suddenly saw a car crashing out of the sky. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound, blocking the middle of the road. Frightened, him quickly slowed down and braked, and his whole body was pushed hard against the steering wheel. Before Howard yelled at him, a black figure that blended into the night perfectly pushed the car door and walked down. With a Bobo Shaw submachine gun in his hand, he skipped the cliché link of uttering ruthless words and explaining his intentions, and fire directly. DADA. DADADA. The bulletproof car window glass suddenly cracked with spiderweb-like lines. The dense bullets almost turned the body into a hornet's nest. After a fierce burst of fire that lasted for nearly 2 minutes, the killer threw away the submachine gun that had emptied 2 magazines and walked straight to the Ford, raising his hand to tear open the bulletproof car door full of bullet holes, like tearing off a piece of fragile thin paper. Such power is simply inhuman. Only before he could confirm his goal.mtlnovel.com, a heavy iron fist struck face to face. Boom. The exoskeleton robotic arm, like a compression spring, tightened suddenly and then blasted out. The terrible power enough to penetrate the steel plate hit the killer's chest. Click. Without any suspense, the killer was knocked out and hit the stone pier of the viaduct. I saw the man's sternum collapsed and he vomited blood. The body that fell to the ground twitched twice, and there was no sound. Hey, really thought that sending some trash fish over can solve me? Howard, wearing a portable exoskeleton armor, squeezed out of the car door and smiled triumphantly. Chapter 270. The days when Superman was away too. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Because of Luke's existence, the butterfly flapped its wings desperately, causing many unexpected and strange changes. For example, Captain America fell asleep without falling into the glacier. Or, the first generation of Iron Man was Howard Stark, not his son. This idea, Luke Swim, intends to find something to do for Howard. Any concept and design that remain on paper is a completely feasible implementation plan for a genius like the latter. Therefore, as early as Superman went to the Earth 199999 universe, Howard developed the first machine. The first generation model is similar to the Padre Stein's Iron Overlord, with a silly, thick, black and thick, safe and deterrent power armor. It was his secret weapon, placed in the basement of Stark's mansion. This set of portable mechanical exoskeleton was developed some time ago to cope with critical situations. I didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. Howard is like wearing a steel coat. Arms, waist and legs, chest, head, are covered and protected by strips of hard metal like bones. Oh, Jarvis, nothing happened. A little accident happened. He picked up the mobile phone left in the back seat and said lightly. After easily solving the killer with one punch, Howard fully understood what it feels like to have power. This is the refreshment that you can't experience by crushing others with your mind and wealth. It's hard to imagine how intensely satisfying it would be to become a Superman like Luke. Howard whispered. Male creatures always yearn for the most primitive and pure power. By the way, I have to call SHIELD to wash the ground I knew I should have left alive, and I can hand it to Nick Fury to see if I can get any useful information. It was the first time in his life that he had acted with someone and beat him to death. Howard did not overreact. He is an arms dealer who specializes in selling death and chaos. Seeing accustomed to the broken arm, blood flowed across. There has long been psychological immunity to dead people and corpses. Howard Stark, confirm that the target is alive and continue the mission. Just when this first generation Iron Man was full of ambition, the car that blocked the way came down 2 more people. They wore the same combat uniforms with a body armor, half-covered masks and tactical eyepieces. Did you hide in the trunk just now? Howard complained. Where did these 2 guys hide before? I didn't even notice it. Who sent you? Hydra? The White House? The Soviet Union? For a time, many possibilities emerged in Howard's head. As a scientific research consultant of SHIELD, a world-class genius, military tycoon, it seems that there are many big bosses or other forces that he can offend. The 2 figures were silent, holding a Bobo Shaw submachine gun in both hands, and fired directly. They approached step by step, and the dense rain of bullets woven into a big net, enveloping Howard. Don't even say hello. The arms of the mechanical exoskeleton were raised and moved forward against the Ford. The tires rubbed black marks on the hard ground, and the special bulletproof body was riddled with holes. Damn. Didn't bring my first phone. Otherwise, Howard secretly cursed that this portable mechanical exoskeleton was powered by a battery, and its combat power was entirely a metal arm that relied on hydraulic valves to output power. In addition, there is an electric shock device with increased power on the chest, which can release high voltage current. But taking into account the battery energy consumption, the exoskeleton will enter the standby state if it is used twice at most. Facing the fierce suppression of firepower, he was a bit unable to cope. We must wait for the opportunity. Howard made his judgment calmly. The hydraulic valves of the two mechanical arms open and twist to provide powerful force. He lifted it sharply and overturned the Ford car. Then, he kicked it hard. The heavy body rolled over for a few laps and exploded with a boom. The raging fire spews out, setting off a violent wave of air. Alive? This is a super soldier, right? Howard, who backed back again and again, saw two human figures crossing the blazing car wreck. His eyes were shocked. The opponent dropped the submachine gun in his hand and drew a tactical dagger from his waist. From beginning to end, these assassins barely said a word, like machines with no emotions. Fight? Howard could not help being overjoyed when he saw the suppression of firepower without thermal weapons. The two legs stepped apart, like a rampaging mammoth galloping away, trampling on the ground. An iron fist blasted straight out. Click. A killer did not dodge, with his hands interlaced, parried. His arm was almost comminuted fracture, but there was no trace of pain. Instead, he seized the opportunity of Howard's surprise and lifted his knees up and hit his abdomen without metal covering. Vomit. The intense pain, the cramping muscles, almost made Howard spit out stomach acid. Another assassin came around behind him in a tacit understanding. The philosophical posture of using a strong man to lock the man firmly limits Howard's ability to act. The latter is not originally a trained special soldier and lacks actual combat experience. After being caught inadvertently for a while, his shortcomings were exposed. Zizzy. Zizzy. Howard's brain turned quickly and decisively activated the electric shock device in his chest. The blue arc light jumped non-stop and released abruptly. The assassin who walked around behind the strong man to lock the man, instantly exudes an unpleasant smell of roasting and charring. It's just that the other party is also a ruthless person, and even so, he didn't let go. Bang! The assassin who was not affected by the high voltage current hit Howard's chest with a punch, and the powerful force destroyed the battery. Those cold, hollow eyes stared at the target person, and the tactical dagger held in his right hand struck his throat. Glang! The sound of metal crashing through the eardrum. Feeling the arrival of death, Howard opened his eyes and saw a circular shield accurately hit the killer, and the high-speed rotating force of Peyran directly knocked the opponent out. After that, the shield took a completely unscientific flight trajectory and flew back to the owner's hand again. A tall and strong handsome man slowly walked into the battlefield. Long time no see, Howard. The man greeted with a smile. Captain Rogers. Howard was surprised. He tried to contact Captain America the first time after Superman disappeared, but he failed. Steve Rogers, looking for Bucky, took the members of the Roaring Commando to the Soviet Union, and soon broke off the regular contact with SHIELD. The sudden reunion of old friends gave Howard a little surprise. Although the night is dark, my vision is blurred. But those two sturdy pectoral muscles, as well as the striking American hips, are so obvious that they cannot be faked. This is Captain America. Boom. Seeing that assassin with his right arm bent, he still wanted to charge. Captain America's eyes were blazing white, and the terrifying energy hit the opponent like a ball of lightning. The body of flesh and blood, instantly shattered. The high temperature evaporates everything, leaving no trace. Sorry, I heard the news of Luke's disappearance. I should have rushed back in the first place. But halfway, something happened. Rogers came over with a guilty expression on his face. He removed the mechanical exoskeleton that had lost power with his bare hands and rescued Howard. What the is going on? Luke ... Where is he? Hearing the question from Captain America until novel.com, Howard smiled bitterly. It's a long story. I also want to know where that guy went. As the two were recounting their past, The door of the car that blocked the road opened again. 2 more killers came down. Is this a car with unlimited space? Howard's eyes widened, and 5 people had already walked out of there. They are clone fighters of Essex. Rogers didn't seem surprised, took a step and stood in front of Howard. His eyes sparkled with electricity. I also have a lot of things to tell you, Howard. Captain America said solemnly. About Bucky, Hydra and ... our president. Chapter 271 Old friends meet again. Superman returns. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The White House, Oval Office. Mr. President, who had finished his busy day at work, left the chair that symbolized national power. He squeezed the bridge of his nose, took off his glasses, and stood on the carpet embroidered with bald eagles. After a few seconds, it seemed that some kind of switch was activated. The ground shook slightly and descended slowly. Mr. President was standing on a metal lifting platform. All around it was pitch black, and he couldn't see his fingers. With his arrival, several laser beams shrouded and scanned for confirmation. Welcome back. The monotonous mechanical sound quietly sounded, and the sensor lights in the underground space were turned on one by one. This is similar to the architectural layout of a military base, with wide spaces and icy colors. On both sides of the wall stood a nutrition chamber that was as tall as a person, filled with 2/3 of the light green liquid. The whole body is soaked in it, like a specimen in formalin. Mr. President didn't seem to be aware of it, and continued to walk forward, through 2 thick alloy doors, and into a room. He sat on a metal chair, picked up the translucent helmet with many pipelines connected to his right hand, and put it on. Start transmission. Mr. President's eyes were suddenly hollow, and the whole person seemed to have become a puppet, losing his self-consciousness. Business as usual. Continue to accelerate the pace of the Cold War, limit the scope of SHIELD's power, and focus on Howard Stark. The monotonous mechanical sound reads the memory of Mr. President's brain, and then issues instructions. He is a very important person. The Avengers, one of the veterans of the future formation of Iron Man, is Howard's son. This guy is an out-and-out world-class genius. He needs to be vigilant, and it's best to erase it when necessary. There is also the Universe Rubik's Cube. It is one of the 6 infinite rough stones and an important bargaining chip that Hydra desperately wants to obtain. The monotonous mechanical sound issued one instruction after another. The whole process, like repeater-style hypnosis, lasted about 2 hours. All right. Mr. President took off his helmet and left the room. During this time, he didn't have any expressions, just like a robot that had been set up, taking the elevator back to the Oval Office. Regarding Howard Stark, I have sent a killer to eliminate this guy who may pose a threat. A tall man with a diamond-shaped gem on his forehead appeared in the underground laboratory. I've said it many times. For an important plot character like Howard Stark, don't just do it casually. It will only cause worse troubles. In the monotonous mechanical sound, there was a hint of irritation. It's like if Hydra learns the ending of World War II, and then travels to the past, trying to kill Captain America and Superman. Unless you make a careful plan and eliminate all the factors that may cause failure, you will always face failure, because they are the protagonists of this story, and Goddess of Luck always favors them. Nathaniel Essex, I am an absolute expert in this area. Mr. Omen raised his brows and a scornful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He jokingly said, Your Excellency Kang the Conqueror, how did you, who are so smart and wise, have fallen to this point and become a living being soaked in formalin specimen? Following his sight, there was a complete human brain in a transparent glass jar. That is Kang the Conqueror. He should have died long ago. The whole person was cut off by the hot line of sight, and the lower body turned into mud. In a few seconds, all life will be lost. Thanks to Nathaniel Essex for being able to speak and to live. Mr. Omen, who ended up slightly better than Kang the Conqueror, this alpha-class mutant was shattered by Superman, and barely breathed a sigh of relief. He took the latter's head out and put it in the nutrition cabin, and connected his consciousness with high-tech computers from the future to become a virtual life similar to artificial intelligence. Because there is something wrong with this world. Mr. Omen's sneer evoked the sadness of Kang the Conqueror. Superman never existed, at least in so many timelines I have conquered. I have never heard of his story. That terribly powerful guy, he's like an actor who ran on the wrong set. While adding drama to myself, I made a mess of the original story at the same time. The Conqueror was very upset, like a player who failed the game and was ridiculed. Okay, stop talking. The smile on Mr. Omen's face solidified. He didn't want to hear Superman and knew about the other person. Every time I mentioned the young Army Lieutenant General, Chief Aegis, half of my body was aching. The sense of despair that death is shrouded in the head, and there is no room for resistance, really makes people reluctant to relive and remember. In any case, he has disappeared. Mr. Omen said so. It seemed to comfort Kang the Conqueror, and it seemed to be telling myself, Superman is a nightmare for them. We must be prepared to take precautions and cannot be taken lightly. Kang, the Conqueror with only one brain left, reminded, although Superman was accidentally taken away from this universe by my time-space teleportation device, but no one knows where he went and whether he will come back again. Mr. Omen frowned slightly and felt a little upset. He felt that Kang the Conqueror had to add to himself if he didn't open the pot or pick it up. So many universes, countless time and space. How could Superman come back? Don't worry. We control the president, which means we have a lot of resources. Seeing that the intelligence information of Kang the Conqueror is still needed, as well as the future technology, Mr. Omen is patient. The Essex company has received support from the government and is developing very fast. As long as I can completely control the mutants, I will put SHIELD in the gene bank of Lake Acalia. At that time, I will not only be able to break through Alpha's level restrictions, and enter a higher level of ability use stage. You can also use the mutant's genes to create a huge army that is invincible, like Apocalypse, incarnate as and conquer the entire world. Mr. Omen is like an old general on the stage, with flags planted behind his back. After Superman left this universe, he cultivated his health and healed his injuries. While working with Kang the Conqueror, he brainwashed the president and established Essex Bio. With the help of the future technology mastered by the latter, Mr. Omen's cloning technology has made further breakthroughs. It has been possible to manufacture clones in large quantities according to the template of the super soldier. This technology has attracted the attention of Hydra. Both sides are villains and have the same enemies, so it hits it off. Each takes what you need. In the eyes of Mr. Omen, everything is on the right track, moving forward steadily. He didn't want anyone to disturb him and interrupt the process. By the way, not only Howard Stark, but also Captain America, Nick Fury. They are all key people. Kang the Conqueror added, if you want to eliminate instability factors, it is best to solve them all at once. Mr. Omen nodded, indicating that he knew. The assassination of Howard Stark was just an appetizer. The meal served later is the dinner. Boom, 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 boom. Several ball lightnings containing high-temperature energy evaporated the killer, who appeared afterwards into a ball of coke. It should be gone this time. Captain America wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, turned his head and said to Howard, that car, like Wuling Hongguang, had unlimited space, and 10 people came down in batches. It seemed like a steady stream of small bases for blasting troops. I wonder now whether it is a car or an unusual car. Howard lifted his chin and motioned to Captain America to take the lead and go to investigate the reality. The latter has no objection, holding the iconic vibrating shield in his right hand to prevent accidents like explosions. Tear. Pulling the door with his bare hands, Rogers saw a silver-white computer with a science fiction appearance inside. Several red and green lines are connected to 10 culture flasks. Just follow the established procedures to accelerate the growth and ripening. It's Essex Biotech's technology. Rogers was not surprised. He had seen the same clone fighters in the Soviet Union and in Hydra. Those killers with empty eyes and no emotions, according to the prepared gene template, are like batch products on the assembly line, and they are continuously delivered. Such biotechnology is at least more than a century ahead of the current one. Howard glanced a few times and made a judgment. He has always regarded the recent rise of Essex Biotech as a replica of Hammer Industries that relies on government support and contacts. But seeing those cutting-edge technologies such as breeding bottles, gene editing, and overdraft maturation, I couldn't help being shocked. This is not something that can be researched casually. I have seen similar clone fighters, Rogers said in a deep voice. Learning that Superman had disappeared, I was ready to come back as soon as possible, but on the way back, I encountered a large-scale attack. Howard's eyes dimmed slightly, and he felt a large net covering him. Not only yourself, but any person or thing related to Superman, or that might threaten the other person, must be erased. I found similar serial numbers on some clone fighters. They are all produced by Essex. Rogers continued. He took the Roaring Commando, conducted a long-term reconnaissance, and gained some secret information. Hydra has close ties to this company, and the helm of Essex, Nathaniel, has always been simple and low-key. However, according to my investigation, this person has close ties with the White House. Connect these clues together, and we can come up with a complete web of relationships. Hearing this analysis of Captain America, Howard nodded slightly, exactly in line with his guess. I still have some more exciting information that I want to share with you. He stroked his mustache and said in a deep voice, the president may be a future man posing. Superman has left this universe. Compared with the above, these two news may be more difficult to digest. If it were not for good psychological quality and strong receptivity, Captain America would definitely think Howard was crazy to tell such an outrageous truth. Go to my house first. By the way, you are the one who came in this afternoon? Captain America nodded and followed Divine. After finding out the rudiment of the Black Hand behind the scenes, he wanted to contact Howard. In Luke's absence, he is trustworthy and the only one who can help is probably the latter. Howard got into the undamaged car and planned to go to the villa on Long Island. His Iron Overlord power armor is there. If Essex Biological Company launches the second round of attacks, his first aircraft will definitely surprise the opponent. Did you gain anything in the Soviet Union? I mean, about Barnes. While driving, Howard took the initiative to find a topic. He heard Luke talk about the deep relationship between Captain America and Bucky, and the friendship between him. Knowing that the latter might be in the Soviet Union and fall into the hands of Leviathan, Rogers, who was thinking about retirement, did not hesitate to abandon his girlfriend who was in love and sneak into Moscow with a Roaring Commando. This kind of friendship makes Howard sometimes over-speculate. We stayed in Moscow for 2 months. Bumped into the agents of the Red House, and were almost taken care of by them. Rogers recalled the days when he was incognito, changed his identities, and lurked in Moscow. It is said that the Red House is a secret organization that Leviathan specializes in training spies, agents, and assassins. They took in many war orphans, and taught etiquette, culture, dance and other skills to make it easier for them to enter the upper echelons in the future. Of course, shooting, interrogation, counter-interrogation and close combat. These are also required courses. There, everyone is a tool. The best will get the title of Black Widow. Rogerson paused, and the image of a blonde woman came to mind. I ran into a Black Widow. It was not easy to escape the trap with the Roaring Commando. Howard raised his eyebrows. He has always been very sexually interested in female spies and female agents. In Luke's words, it means to eat the icing, and the cannonballs are returned. Bucky is indeed in the clutches of Leviathan. He has a new name, Winter Soldier. Speaking of good friends, Roger's tone is a bit complicated. It's a pity that I couldn't bring him back. Bucky's existence and his plan of action are classified in Leviathan and I have no access to it. In addition to Luke's accident and his sudden disappearance, I can only temporarily give up the idea of rescuing him. Howard was silent for a moment, and the top priority was to determine the whereabouts of Superman and then bring him back. As long as Luke is in S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as him and Captain America, and even the Cold War competition between the two superpowers, all the dangerous situations can be solved. This is the status of Superman. A weight that can change the world situation arrived. The car drove straight in and stopped at the door of the Long Island villa. Jarvis shouldn't be asleep yet. Howard got out of the car and raised his hand to look at the time. His personal housekeeper will usually be busy until after 12 o'clock, and will not go to bed until after 12 o'clock. If you are hungry, you can ask him to make a sandwich or something. Captain America was holding his stomach. He was indeed a little hungry. As a warship-class soldier, energy consumption also needs to be replenished. Wait. Something is wrong. Howard opened the door and saw the light in the living room, but Jarvis the butler did not come to greet him. This is very unusual behavior. www.mentalnovel.com. His housekeeper has always done his best. From personal etiquette to ability to do things, there is nothing wrong with it. Every time, as long as Howard goes home, the other party will definitely stand at the door. It may be dangerous. Howard stepped lightly, and Captain America walked ahead and raised the vibrating shield. The two of them crept into the living room slowly. They saw a man sitting at the table, taller than Jarvis. I said, "Old friends meet again. Shouldn't you be more excited?" The familiar voice rang suddenly, startling the two nervously tense people. The man at the table turned around, smiling. Chapter 272. Simple way to solve the problem. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. When we used to live in Brooklyn, what kind of pie was your favorite? It's downstairs at the shop where we often go, Aunt Maggie's. Rogers held the vibrating shield in his right hand, his eyes surging with blazing energy, ready to shoot him in the face at any time. He was not a recruit who had just entered the battlefield, and he didn't even have the most basic vigilance. Superman disappeared for so long and suddenly appeared in Stark's house, which sounds unreasonable. Then think about the cutting-edge technology that Essex Biotech has mastered. They can manufacture so many clone fighters in batches. It seems that it is not impossible to make a copy of Luke. First of all, I don't like to eat pies. Secondly, downstairs of my house is a flower shop called Jennifer, and she is a lively and cheerful young lady. Luke downplayed and pointed out several pitfalls in the Captain America question. Steve, if you want to test, I suggest using the embarrassment between you and Bucky. For example, you were blocked by Jamie in a corner and beaten up. I remember once, when they beat you to death, Bucky stole a few loaves of bread from the next store and gave them to the pot-bellied Dr. Will. Luke talked about the past, glanced at Rogers with a loose expression, and continued, because of this, you later had a fight with Bucky. You said, since childhood, your father has taught you to be a good person and not to do bad things. It's wrong to pet theft. Rogers put down the vibrating shield, lowered his head and smiled. He was reminded of the memories of the past. Even in the poorest and most difficult times, his father never did any bad things that violated morals and conscience. The man who died in the war set an example and taught Captain America the most important lesson. This is also the spiritual core that Rogers later insisted on. Be a good person. It's very simple. Yes, Bucky said I was too stupid, but he still accompanied me to find the boss and apologized. We gave him a part-time job for a week. Captain America put the shield aside, saying that he already believed in the old friend in front of him. Many things, only they will know. No matter how advanced Essex Bio's cloning technology is, it is impossible to copy memories. Seeing this, Howard also sat down at the table. He touched the two mustaches, looked at Luke with a calm face, and couldn't wait to ask, where have you been? This is a question that the whole world wants to know. Superman disappeared. Once dominated the world's headlines for several months. About this, many conspiracy theories have been derived. In the United States, it is said that the Soviet Union planned behind it and launched an unexpected surprise attack. The intention is to destabilize the world and provoke the fuse of the war between the two superpowers. Mao Zedong was not to be outdone, and accused the bald eagle of persecuting his war hero. All this is because Luke Cavell refused to show his favor from the president and refused to lean on the Capital Group. As a pacifist, Superman did not agree with American hegemony, but tried his best to promote the Paris Summit and eliminate the conflict between land civilization and Atlantis. However, such behavior is regarded as a betrayal and a threat by the American Capital Group. Therefore, the president and the relevant interest forces have conspired against each other. In order to verify this inference, the Soviet side found various information about Superman, for example, past promotional videos, speech drafts and the like. Among them, Luke has repeatedly mentioned the words world peace and united mankind. This suffices to show that Superman has the world in his mind, is the light of the right way, and the beacon on earth. It is fundamentally different from the United States, which wants to colonize the world with hegemonism. A certain loving father even publicly stated that Superman is the true son of Red. Although the other party grew up in Brooklyn and was poisoned and brainwashed by capitalism, he still maintains a sober brain that leans on his side. Anyway, as long as the people in the White House can be disgusted, the Soviets don't mind boasting about Superman, even if the other party is portrayed as a beacon of the world, an incarnation of light. In this way, the two sides conducted several rounds of public opinion offensives in response to this matter. Only recently did the heat decrease. It's a long story. It's a very interesting and exciting journey, Luke whispered while enjoying the sandwich. He first popularized the complicated concept of the multiverse, and then randomly selected some interesting facts. For example, the supreme mage battle for supremacy. There is also Asgard's sibling relationship and so on. As for Infinite Gems, the final battle, it is a spoiler plot. It is not convenient to tell directly. In other words, you went to another similar universe and became the supreme mage. Howard poured himself several glasses of whiskey before he could barely digest the information. You sum it up well. Luke nodded and added, by the way, I also saw your son. He has perfectly inherited the excellent genes and family style of the Stark family. Hearing this, Howard's sleepy spirit suddenly cheered up. Although he is not married yet, he has no ideas in this regard. But I heard that the inheritance of the Stark family has not been cut off. Jarvis often said that just as Howard continues to insist on single aristocracy, he cannot give up a forest for a small tree, and maintain bad habits such as excessive indulgence, alcoholism, and staying up late. The Stark family is very likely, there will be no next generation. It's a son. Actually, I like my daughter better. Howard expressed his dislike for Tony's existence. He is a standard daughter-in-law, and likes a cute baby who can sit on his shoulders and say that he wants to ride a horse. What? Son can do it too? Howard curled his lips. If it's a son, let's make a toy car by himself. He has no interest, and devotes himself to a more intuitive father's love. What's his name? Are you married? Tell him, Stark family men are always the best ones. Don't shame Dad. After thinking about it, the mustache man added, if I have something that is not good enough, let him not care too much. After all, I am the first time to be a dad, and I have no experience. I can only copy the experience of my dad, that is, his grandfather. Luke took a sip of bourbon and almost didn't spit it out. He didn't expect this wave of void dumping. You are a very qualified father, and your son admires you very much. So, Howard, you don't have to worry about this. Luke patted the other person on the shoulder, comforting. It's just that your ending will be miserable in the future. Will be assassinated by the friend of Captain America next to him, and hang up with his wife. Luke thought silently. That is the doomed ending of the movie universe. But, put it into this world. Let the Winter Soldier and Howard head to head. and whoever wins may lose the power armor of the Iron Overlord. Facing the super fighters, the two sides should be a 5050 balance of power. When did you come back? Rogers interjected. About 15 minutes ago. www.mentalnovel.com. Luke replied. After he left the universe where the Supreme Master was contending for supremacy, he experienced several different worlds again. There is the Twilight Wolf returning to the universe that has turned into a wasteland and the mutants are almost extinct. There is also a strange universe where Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus swap souls and engage in New York Smash Brothers. All in all, he passed 4 or 5 transfer stations, and finally found the right direction to return home. I originally appeared in Nepal, went to Karmatage, visited the Supreme Master who was skipping work and fished, and expressed my concern for my colleagues. Luke wiped the corners of his mouth and said lightly, after drinking a cup of tea, when I return to New York, I will come to Howard to find out the situation. Let's talk about the opponents hidden behind the scenes. Where are they hiding? I can fly over now and solve all the troubles. Chapter 273. Impulse is the Devil. The first battle to go home, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Are you going to run to the White House and punch the president to death? Howard frowned slightly, as if worried about Luke's impulsive behavior. If Superman loses his mind and becomes an unscrupulous existence, it will be a disaster for the entire world. Although we all know that he is a counterfeit, according to the procedures, we should find conclusive evidence before implementing law enforcement measures. In this way, you won't be charged with assassinating the president, and Superman will not become a terrorist. Howard calmly analyzed that, like Essex Bio, Kang the Conqueror, Hydra and other parties, these are no longer problems, because Luke has returned. Superman sits in the SHIELD bureau, and they can't get over any waves. At most they can do little moves behind their back. The next thing to do is to rectify the order and solve the problem step by step. Do I look impulsive? Luke raised his eyebrows, a relaxed smile in his tone. He can understand Howard's worry. The simplest method is often used at the end. Games, struggles, competitions. This is the norm in gambling games of different sizes. No one would think of overturning the table roughly as soon as they sat up. That will result in fewer and fewer people participating in the game. In the end, only myself was left, lonely and bored throwing the dice. I just put forward an idea. Don't be too nervous. Luke waved his hand, comforting Howard and Captain America. Then what are you going to do? Howard breathed a sigh of relief. If Superman insisted on doing that, he couldn't stop him. I understand that sometimes lies are more persuasive than the truth. Luke paused, looked at Howard, and whispered, the main problem is not the president. He sits in that seat, and everyone pays attention to his every move, and nothing can cause trouble. Of course, if the president is an accordion proficient, and often puts the phrase no one understands better than me on his lips, then it's a different matter. If you tell the truth directly, tell the public that there is a future man who pretends to be the president and exiles himself to another parallel universe. This sounds more like a science fiction movie, but it is too advanced and not very credible. It is not an easy task for people of this age to accept complex concepts such as parallel universes, future time and space, and human cloning. The cake needs to be eaten one bite at a time. I plan to settle Essex Bio first. Luke knocked his fingers on the table and ordered a glass of whiskey from Jarvis in his pajamas. This idea is correct. Howard nodded. He thought so too. Essex Biological Company, with advanced and cutting-edge cloning technology, can create a powerful army of super fighters at any time. They dare to assassinate themselves openly today, and maybe they will attack others tomorrow. This is a time bomb that needs to be dismantled. If you want to defeat Essex, you can find an acquaintance who can provide useful information and act as a suitable tool. Howard's eyes flashed. Put aside the aura of SHIELD scientific advisors, world-class geniuses and so on. He is also a successful businessman and a qualified capitalist. How to use effective means to destroy a rising enterprise as soon as possible. In this regard, he is quite knowledgeable. After all, the more you read, the more you understand. You mean Emma? Luke quickly understood Howard's meaning, and perhaps only the White Queen Emma Frost of the Hellfire Club could help. Speaking of this, after returning to Universe 1024, he hadn't had time to meet those women. Nostalgia, hugs, relive the intimacy of the past. These things can be done later, not in a hurry. He only left for 8 months, not 8 years. Unlike Captain America waking up from a deep sleep, everything is nonsense, and the severity of a huge change has taken place. At this moment, the world's situation has rapidly advanced to the Cold War stage of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Bingo! Howard snapped his fingers and slashed the pasta on the plate with his fork. This is just made by Jarvis. It tastes average, but it fills the stomach. The three of them were sitting in the dining room chatting, arguing with the housekeeper who had already gone to bed, and asked each other to settle the supper. By the way, you may not know that the White Queen, she is now the leader of the Hellfire Club and one of the representatives of moderate mutants. Howard rolled the noodles and said, Essex Bio, they are very interested in mutants. 3 months after you left, they took over the control by the order of the President and pressure from the Pentagon. The mutant work that was originally in charge of SHIELD Bureau. Originally, SHIELD Bureau adopted a gentle policy of nostalgia for mutants. Winning, monitoring and recording the list greatly eased the relationship between the two parties. But Essex is not so patient. They have continued the rude and tough way of doing things by the military, which caused a lot of troubles and contributed to the public opinion. Hearing this, Luke's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes became colder. According to what I know about Emma, she should do something. For the White Queen, Essex Bio is just a small role on the bright side. Behind it stood Mr. Omen, an Alpha-class mutant with multiple abilities. They have had some conflicts. Howard nodded. The White Queen is not the kind of character who can swallow her breath. Her Hellfire Club has dealt with Essex Biotech several times, but in the end they failed to gain any advantage. Originally at the Paris Peace Summit, the registration bill for mutants and related policies were prepared to be introduced. Howard is a bit regretful. He understands Luke's layout and knows how much effort S.H.I.E.L.D. has put in it. However, Essex Biological Company stepped in and turned the originally eased race relations into sharp contradictions. Luke was silent for a moment, and said softly, "It doesn't matter. A positive hero always needs a villain to set off. Essex, it played this role perfectly. Hellfire Club. In the hall, the White Queen sits in the upper seat, with a soft and exquisite red carpet spreading from her feet to the door. Emma, what are you going to do? Kayla, the silver fox standing next to her, glanced at her cold-faced sister. During this time, Essex Bio Incorporated stepped up its work to catch mutants. Those clone fighters, their actions became more frequent, and more compatriots became prisoners. As the representative camp of mutants, the Hellfire Club has carried out many rescues, with little success. Do not know. The White Queen shook her head. On the one hand, Essex Biotech has the government as an umbrella, and all its actions are reasonable and legal. The arrest of mutants is also for reasons such as assisting in investigations and cooperating with inspections. On the other hand, she is not an opponent of Mr. Omen. That guy belongs to the Alpha-class mutant, and also has a natural ability similar to telepathy. In a head-on contest, the White Queen will only end in a disastrous defeat. I want to take everyone back to Boston, integrate the power at hand, unite more compatriots, and resist the oppression of Essex Bio. In the hall, only the White Queen and her sister Silver Fox. There is no need to cover up their conversation. What about you? I heard that you are going to Canada with Logan. He has no other hobbies except smoking cigars, drinking alcohol, and fighting, and he has a brother who looks like a beast beside him. The White Queen persuaded. She didn't think that Wolverine was worthy of her sister. Using popular judgment standards, that Wolf had no other merits other than being extremely strong and having a wild charm. No money, no house, and a grumpy old man who acts as a light bulb in the Topperson world. If you really want to be together, life after marriage will definitely not be happy. You have too many misunderstandings about Logan. He is actually a very obedient person. Era smiled softly. She had already tamed Wolverine. The only issue that needs to be considered may be the other's brother Saber-Tooth Tiger. Out of the instincts of the psychic, Kayla felt that Logan's grumpy brother didn't seem to like herself very much. I remember SHIELD wanted to build an exclusive school for mutants, and then you would manage it. Is this plan shelved? Kayla changed the subject. As Superman disappeared, the contradiction between mainstream society and mutants became increasingly fierce. The situation of the Hellfire Club has also become difficult. That's all in the past tense. The White Queen shook her head with a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. Although, she and someone who disappeared are just special friends who came to the last friendly match occasionally. However, many things cannot be understood until they are lost. There is no Superman standing in the front, bearing the coveted eyes of the federal government, all forces, with bad intentions, and heavy pressure. The Hellfire Club is simply precarious and struggling, let alone continue to develop. Even its own existence is threatened. A while ago, it seemed that everything was improving, and it seemed that mutants would have a bright future, but it was actually an illusion. The White Queen was disappointed and said, "It is only because someone has given us hope. When he is not here, all the promises are in vain." SHIELD is no longer able to shelter mutants. Without Superman, it cannot protect itself, and sooner or later it will be dismembered. Kayla sighed. Unlike her younger sister, the White Queen, she wanted to be the leader of the mutant camp. It is the dream of all compatriots to be treated equally and live a normal life. She is no exception. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. If you can take root in New York, Boston, or other cities, who wants to go to Canada? Kayla knows very well that in terms of Wolverine Logan's career plan, taxi drivers actually have a higher priority than lumberjacks. So I have such an important position in your heart. This is really flattering. A frivolous voice came in from outside the hall. In the surprised gaze of the White Queen, Luke stepped on the red carpet and walked all the way to the upper seat. What? Are you unhappy to see me? Looking at the White Queen, whose brain seemed to be down, Luke reached out and pinched the opponent's chin, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. And Kayla, the Silver Fox standing by, felt that his existence seemed a little redundant. She was also very acquainted, and silently exited the hall, leaving the battlefield for the two of them. Chapter 274. Start stacking buffs. Breathe freely, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The two people in the hall did not start a fierce battle, as Kayla the Silver Fox had imagined. They had an indescribable negative distance contact. First of all, the relationship between each other is not to this extent. At best, Luke and the White Queen are pure friendships of appreciating each other's technology and body, and there is no deep feeling. The former focuses on driving experience, while the latter focuses on driving skills. To some extent, it can be regarded as each taking what it needs and satisfying each. Therefore, as soon as they met, they embraced excitedly, then flung their tongues together, gave a suffocating kiss, and then talked about their heartfelt affection. This did not fit their positioning. Can directly raise the gun and see each other frankly, but also seems too eager and hungry. Luke is not staying on an uninhabited island, spending 28 years alone, and can only rely on handwork, or Robinson, the savage, to pass the time on Friday. Besides, when he was fighting for supremacy in the Supreme Mage, he had a few friendly matches with the Queen of Hell Frontier, which was a wonderful and fulfilling process for both parties. Without urgent needs, there will naturally be no rushing driving scenes. Really you? When the White Queen saw the long-lost Superman, she unconsciously released her psychic powers. Then she seemed to hit a solid copper wall and iron wall. She was a little dizzy, but her eyes were full of surprises. On TV, the president publicly announced your death, and a while ago there was a nationwide condolences. The Soviet Union on the other side of the world. Because of your disappearance, specially celebrated with vodka. They finally got a good night's sleep. The Order of Mutants fell apart after you left, and once again returned to the embarrassing situation of nothing. SHIELD is crumbling, facing the fate of being disbanded. The White Queen left the seat, and she worked hard to calm the turbulent emotions. But the rapid breathing, the undulating chest, exposed the true heart. It sounds like I am very important to the world. Luke smiled. He didn't expect that the White Queen would be so excited about her return. This is more satisfying than the welcome ceremony of Howard and Captain America. The White Queen looked up at Luke and said softly, I once heard a saying to the effect that this planet never revolves around someone. But, seeing what happened after you disappeared, I think this sentence may not be correct. Luke, you are like a celestial body that can affect everything around you and gradually expand your radiation range. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, and what the White Queen said was exactly what he had been trying to achieve. Steadily build a self-centered interest network to ensure that they have a strong voice in the face of any forces. In order to complete the smooth transformation of a war hero, a military mascot, a strategic deterrent humanoid nuclear weapon, and those in power. Luke sees himself as a player at the world's gambling table. He just wants to put all the good cards in his pocket so that he can control the future direction and not let everything go out of control. It's like a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing the wrongly placed wine glasses, you must put them back in place, otherwise you will feel uncomfortable. He thinks this is a common problem of some kind of traversers, or a psychological problem left over by those who were once weak. I hate unknown and unstable factors, as well as sudden changes and troubles. Miss Frost, your compliments have made my day better. Luke waved his hand and quickly put away the vanity that came out quietly and the passing self-reflection. The satisfaction that power brings is just a spice for dinner. He has a long way to go, and he will not be limited to the planet under his feet. At this time, I started to be complacent, and it was a bit premature. Let's talk about your troubles. You know, I've always been happy to solve problems and deal with problems for others. Luke stretched out his hand to embrace the waist of the White Queen, and then leaned back on the wide and comfortable seat. He came to the Hellfire Club, not all to reminisce about the past, and the deer of the skin. There is another business. I'm waiting for your words. The latter sat down on Luke's lap, wrapped his hands around the opponent's neck, and stuck them together in an extremely intimate and ambiguous posture. This will fall to the Hellfire Club. In the eyes of the other mutants, they are afraid that they will hear a piece of heartbreak. Generally speaking, the power structure dominated by men will be tough or cordial, and fully demonstrate the charm of personality. While women have the right to speak, they will tend to carefully design their own images to win more fans. To put it simply, the White Queen's set in the Hellfire Club is an unattainable iceberg goddess who can only be seen from a distance. But here in Luke, the fantasy object of the younger generation mutants easily took off that glamorous, beautiful and inviolable coat. You should also be aware of the recent actions of Essex Bio. They arrested mutants and used them for genetic experiments. They also wanted to take away the Acalia Lake research base from SHIELD. The White Queen's eyes showed a sense of gloating, and it was obvious that someone was going to be unlucky. The last guy who planned to grab something from Superman's grave was 2 feet tall. That's it, Nathaniel Essex. He is a powerful mutant. He once followed Tankey, but now he has mixed up with the government. The White Queen did not cheer and fan the flames, but just stated the plan of Essex Bio. The latter and SHIELD and Superman are themselves in opposing camps. Otherwise, why did Kang the Conqueror look for Mr. Omen to cooperate? The latter is committed to becoming the next mutant god, Apocalypse. He worked hard to study biological genes in an attempt to change life by relying on science. But unfortunately, Mr. Omen has an invincible opponent, insurmountable obstacles, Superman and SHIELD. The disappearance of the latter, coupled with the agitation of Kang the Conqueror, prompting Mr. Omen to commit danger with his own body, repeatedly testing on the edge of the danger of being beaten up. Very well, I need you and the Hellfire Club to stand on the stage. After Luke listened, his eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled lightly. If you follow the rules of the game, you can kill a large company that is on the rise and has a government background. For this, Howard has developed a detailed plan. The White Queen nodded. She had no doubt what Superman said. Whether it is at the gambling table or in a direct duel in private, Mr. Omen seems to have no chance of winning. This time, he hit an iron plate. The White Queen smiled faintly, and then enthusiastically blocked Superman's mouth. In this way, she announced that the work discussion had ended. Next, is the sports part of private entertainment. 2 days later, Essex Building. This 45-story, towering skyscraper is considered one of Manhattan's landmark buildings. It was originally a top-notch apartment, but was later bought directly by Mr. Omen, who was generous with government funds and used it for office space. It feels really good to look down on sentient beings from a height. Mr. Omen, dressed in a high-end suit, put his hands on his chest and said with emotion, "The reason why those self-proclaimed elites and upper-class humans like tall buildings is probably because they enjoy this kind of beautiful experience of stepping on the city under their feet. I used to bury my head in experimental research, cold data, cold corpses. I forget that life filled with power and money is actually not interesting." Mr. Omen, the current head of Essex Bio, gave such a boring idea. With the support of the White House and the future technology of the conquerors, this bio company has gained a firm foothold and gained a reputation within only half a year. Many media and newspapers believe that Essex will become the second Stark industry. Such remarks fell in the ears of Mr. Omen, and it was more like a joke. Howard Stark, the fateful guy. Mr. Omen doesn't look down on that world-class genius. Half of it is due to the arrogance of mutants, and the other is character. He used to be a serious scientist, contemporaneous with Darwin. Later, because of his extreme theories and racially colored speeches, he was rejected and disliked by mainstream academic circles. This past period made Mr. Omen nervous and cynical. From then on, he hated any scientist who was sought after and recognized by the mainstream, especially like Howard Stark, a genius recognized by the world. Maybe Kang the Conqueror is right. I should do it myself to make sure nothing goes wrong. Mr. Omen rubbed his chin, and the clone fighter sent a few days ago missed. Howard Stark is obviously not as simple as it seems. He hides his secret hole cards, so he can solve the clone who can be called a super soldier. Jingle, jingle. The rapid ringing of the phone interrupted Mr. Omen's contemplation. He turned and approached and picked up the microphone. "Mr. Essex, there are a lot of mutants gathered downstairs. They are protesting." The female secretary's slightly panicked voice came into her ears. "What are you protesting against?" Mr. Omen felt strange. When have mutants dared to appear in public in a fair manner? And also launched a protest. They said that the company imprisoned, arrested mutants, and conducted cruel and illegal experiments that violated humanitarianism. The female secretary may have never seen such a scene, and said in a panic, the security had tried to drive, but it failed. She also attracted many media reporters. "I know," Mr. Omen said lightly and hung up. "The trick the White Queen came up with? I have the puppet president backed up. I really thought that finding a bunch of mutants rejected by the mainstream and shouting a few slogans could shake us status." "Naive," Mr. Omen said with contempt and didn't take it to heart. Until half an hour later, he saw the news broadcast on the TV. "My brother Bob. He has always been an obedient boy and has never done anything bad. Just 2 days ago, people from Essex Bio Incorporated broke into my house. They were going to take Bob away forcibly just because he was a mutant. The fierce thugs, holding the government's work license, cruelly pressed him to the ground and pressed his neck with his legs. Poor Bob, he is just a child, it is impossible to resist. He said, I can't breathe anymore, calling his mother's name. On the TV www.mentalnovel.com there is a dark-skinned man who complains with blood and tears in full voice. Mutants also have the right to live in this country and deserve equal treatment. This is a free country. We breathe free air, so we deserve to be free. The black man raised his arms and won the support and applause of the Melaniating people who surrounded the road with an impenetrable road. Although they didn't pay attention to the contents at all, they shouted together and it was over. By the way, Bob is a homosexual. He has joined the Animal Protection Association. He is a vegetarian. He believes in the religion, and he is a submissive of Muhammad. The black man added, he should have had a better life, but all of this was destroyed by Essex Bio. Discriminated against mutants plus discriminated against blacks plus marginalized groups plus small animal protection plus religious people. Full of damage. Chapter 275 Everyone is Bob. I Have a Dream, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. As we all know, the United States is a country of immigrants. It has always been proud of ethnic tolerance and multiculturalism, freedom, democracy, full of opportunities. This is a beautiful illusion created by the upper class and the political elite. It seems that as long as you arrive in this land, you can live a better life and start a new life. But just as sweet dreams are always awakened by the cold reality, so bubbles are always punctured by the cruel status quo. Many people at the bottom came here across the ocean, only to realize that the so-called American dream was just a complete lie. They are still engaged in the hardest work, with the cheapest salary, and they are still oppressed and rejected as thieves who steal opportunities. Special environments and special soils can naturally produce different fruits. In the 1950s and 1960s, ethnic violence was nothing new. In 1917, conflict broke out in the city of St. Louis. The cause was that a black driver was speeding, changing lanes at will, and was arrested by white police. During the period, there were physical conflicts and violent behaviors, which triggered a siege. Then it deteriorated, intensified, and turned into a fight. Gunshots sounded and a black man was shot and fell to the ground, triggering a large-scale riot. After the incident, the government dispatched 16,000 members of the National Guard to take to the streets to suppress it. During the period, 312 houses were destroyed, 48 people were killed and more than 100 people were injured. This is the beginning of the turmoil. Just 2 years later, in Chicago in 1919, the same vicious incident occurred, causing 38 deaths, 537 injuries, and property damage as high as more than $2 million. Racial conflicts. This wave intensified, like a spreading plague. It appeared in many cities such as Detroit and New York in the same year. Therefore, the beautiful scenery of this lighthouse country has actually been repeated many times in history. Party politics has led to the tearing of society. General elections are held every 4 years, but this group of elites replaces another group of elites, taking turns to sit in the game. People either choose a who looks pleasing to the eye or another who is not pleasing to the eye. The seemingly democratic choice is actually meaningless to ethnic minorities and marginalized people. Therefore, they can only vent their troubles once in a while. In this way, express your dissatisfaction. For example, in 1916, the black leader Dubose said, "Violence is the most effective way for blacks and other minorities to get rid of white oppression." This sentence was later widely recognized by the black community. Whenever the discrimination was fomented and expanded, they would take to the streets to protest and start a $0 purchase activity. This situation will not be alleviated until the emergence of the black priest Martin Luther King. The latter led the nonviolent civil rights movement, calling on blacks to march and protest in an organized and probable way, rather than simply using violence. Of course, the above are all expositions of history. At this point in time, Martin Luther King is still in a church of the Ebenezer Baptist Church as an assistant pastor. He became a black leader and delivered the famous "I Have a Dream" speech 17 years later. However, a human rights campaign involving blacks and minorities that have never appeared in history, as well as marginalized people, a gathering of heroes and superstars, is slowly unfolding with a vigorous attitude. I support Bob. This is a persecution of black people. Those bastards, the elites in suits and shoes, pretending to be big people, they trample on our lives. A brother yelled angrily at the camera, speaking rhythmically, as if singing rap. I also support Bob. Homosexuality is not shameful. We also need to be treated correctly. Burn the prejudiced guys to death. A middle-aged man with a gorgeous dress and foundation smeared on his face was holding a sign. Bob is innocent. He is like those little animals that have been abused and abandoned, facing the cruelty and powerlessness of human beings. He deserves justice. A member from the Animal Rescue Alliance said with tears in his eyes and angrily, "God will bless Bob, he is a good man." A religious person blessed. Interview footage was streaming on the TV. In just one day, Bob, who was originally unknown, became a well-known celebrity. Then, a parade that gradually expanded in scale took place. The enthusiastic people who eat melon take to the streets, even though they don't know Bob and don't care about the affirmative movement. But since everyone does this, why not join in yourself? In this way, it can also show the inner sense of justice. If neighbors or friends ask about it in the future, you can also increase the conversation. As a result, the gate of the Essex building in Manhattan was getting more and more people. The surrounding traffic was nearly paralyzed, and even the policemen who came behind to maintain order, as well as police cars, were stopped outside. Such battles make Mr. Roman a headache. He has always maintained a low style, avoiding appearing in public. The sudden exposure and becoming the focus made Mr. Roman a little at a loss. He called the White House for the first time. The president's private line was connected, and a voice of blame came from there. "What's going on, Nathaniel? I told you that it's okay to catch mutants, but don't make a big deal and cause trouble." In The Brainwashing of the President by Kang the Conqueror, Mr. Roman is said to be the latter's best friend and most trusted helper. I don't know what happened. It's not like a protest march organized by some mutants. There are blacks, homosexuals, animal protection associations and religious people in the team. I don't understand why they are so excited. It doesn't matter at all. Mr. Roman expressed confusion. For the guy named Bob, the mutant became the most inconspicuous label on him. Respond as soon as possible, issue a clarification statement, and tell New Yorkers through the media that you have nothing to do with this persecution scandal. The president's thoughts were clear, and he said solemnly, even if a similar incident happened, Essex Biotech and the government must be unaware. Everything is handed over to the outsourcing team, and committing this heinous crime is a frenzied temporary worker. Mr. Roman silently took note, then said a few words, then hung up the phone. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down under the crowded heads with a hint of coldness at the corners of his mouth. With the support of the government, the official washing of the ground, a rabble gathering, cannot shake the foundation of Essex Bio. Little trouble. Mr. Roman looked contemptuously, watching the farce, waiting for its end. This is the beginning. Luke slowly cut the beef on the plate with a knife and fork, and Howard sat opposite him. Mr. Roman, as well as the federal government, have underestimated that the racism problem is actually piled up gunpowder kegs. Once they are ignited, they will explode with amazing destructive power. In the 1950s and 1960s, racial violence in American cities was mainly between blacks and whites. Its root lies in the political oppression and economic exploitation of blacks by whites under the apartheid system in history. This led to the growing intensity of nationalism among the blacks in the 1950s and their extremes. Robert Williams, the black leader currently active in major cities, has already made it clear. We cannot tolerate those who are unfair to us in court. We must punish them. If lynching is necessary to curb lynching, then we are willing to take this approach. Our only logical and successful answer is to use large-scale organized violence to fight back large-scale organized violence. Molotov cocktails, lye and sulfuric acid bombs can all be widely used, and the self-defense war of ethnic minorities is bound to win. The above are all the opinions expressed by the black leader. In fact, Before the advent of Martin Luther King, every so-called leader advocated the demonstration of black power through violence. The simple and rude way not only conforms to the black thinking style, but also quickly accumulates popularity. You plan to turn this farce into an affirmative movement? Howard realized that Luke didn't just want to win public opinion and put Essex Biotech into the dust. How is it possible? I didn't intend to be a popular opinion leader, nor did I want to win votes. Even if I did, it would be the white people who unite the elite. They are the votes that every president needs. Luke shrugged and chuckled. I just exposed the problems of this country for everyone to see. Cleveland, New York, Chicago, Washington, Philadelphia, and Miami. There are conflicts among ethnic minorities almost every year. Blacks, Palestinians, Hispanics. Ultranationalism is beginning to spread. Bob is the fuse, and mutants are an excuse. They will ignite people's anger, and Essex Bio will become the target of venting. Howard thoughtfully, he looked in the direction of the Essex building through the glass window. The night is getting darker, but the flow of people gathered is increasing unabated. Someone has even begun to give speeches. It is Robert Williams, the black leader who advocates violence. Summarize his hoarse, passionate speech. The general idea is that black people need equal rights, and they need a legal status that is not discriminated against, treated differently, and not exploited and persecuted. The focus is on more jobs, a better education environment, and the qualifications to run for president. Last one is the key. I just put a person named Bob into the public eye. There are many labels on his body. Those who have interests will use labels related to themselves to carry out some activities. Luke wiped the corners of his mouth. Robert Williams may be the first to come forward, but he won't be the last. Sure enough, it didn't take long for her from Chicago to start speaking out. She is a woman, while telling the disadvantages of the community, while calling for women's rights. This incident made me tremble with anger, with cold sweat and cold hands and feet on a hot day. Can this country be better? As a female and gay, how can I live to satisfy this mainstream people? The society is full of discrimination and injustice against us. When will marginalized people like me really stand up? Hearing this, the women who were originally responsible for eating melons instantly joined the protest team. The crowds surrounding them were divided into different circles unknowingly. I only have one question. Howard observed for a while, then looked away. How did you find that, Bob? Luke smiled slightly and replied, he doesn't exist. To be precise, there is a guy named Bob. He is an Epsilon-class mutant, that is, the kind with genetic defects. He was arrested by Essex Biotech last week and then died in the laboratory. But this Bob is not a homosexual. Even though he has been with a few hippies, he is not an animal protectionist. Even though he has raised a rabbit, he is not even a religious person. Those are actually not important. The key is that he is alcoholic, drug-addicted, self-willed, and is the bottom of society. Howard seemed to understand, frowning and said, Bob represents the bottom. Those who are struggling in the mud, they will resonate with this image. Bingo. Luke snapped his fingers and smiled. Even if Miss Stroman investigates clearly and tells the truth, it will not be useful. People will attribute Bob's depravity to the policies of this country, the discrimination against blacks by whites, the rejection of homosexuals by the mainstream, the persecution of marginalized people by the elite. Why? Because Bob represents them. Howard froze for a few seconds, and then said, that's why you didn't let Captain Rogers participate. That's right. Fight. Game. The rules of these games are actually at the lower limit of the competition, and people like Steve can't adapt. Luke nodded and stood up. Bob already has so many supporters, it's time for the mutants to appear. If this protest is limited to mutants and large companies, it is impossible to cause such a sensation. For Bob, for justice. In front of the Essex building, a mutant stood on the steps. Through his ability, like a horn, he spread the sound far away. Then, he rushed into the gate blocked by the security. Next, More than a dozen people made similar behaviors. Their actions caused a commotion among the crowd. Like a wave surging, they squeezed into the door of the Essex building. Superman appears to stop the riot. This is the last scene. As Luke witnessed the intensified and about to get out of control riot, he walked to the balcony and rose from the ground. He flew straight to the office where Mr. Omen was. The floor-to-ceiling windows were melted by the high temperature, and strong winds poured in. Facing the other's horrified eyes, Luke whispered, "My time is limited. This time I won't give you a chance to leave a last word." He took a step forward and the whole building shook. The breath of terror is like a mountain whistling a tsunami, pressing on Mr. Omen. Before he had time to say anything, the whole person exploded into a mass of rotten flesh and blood. Novel.com Superman. He is back. The crowded crowd saw a tall figure standing high in the sky. The dark red cloak flutters like a flag. Luke's appearance suddenly stopped the riot that was going out of control. On his face, there was a gentle smile. Nathaniel Essex, he confessed to his crime. He hurt you, he hurt Bob, and he got the punishment he deserved. 100 years ago, a great American signed. The loud and powerful voice echoed. I Have a Dream began to sing. Chapter 276. There are problems with the country. The ancient Egyptian pyramids. Only by truly giving equality and letting everyone have the freedom to express their opinions can this country be great again. After completing a wave of classic singing through I Have a Dream, Luke tried to curb his strong urge to play the accordion. There is no way. Whenever he said this famous line, he subconsciously wanted to imitate Miztakwan. The prestige value on the character panel, after this grand debut, once again reached a peak. At the right time, on the right occasion, Superman instantly became the light of the right way, a beacon on Earth. Stop an uncontrolled race riot and punish Nathaniel Essex, who represents the elite and is a capitalist. Then, use impassioned, powerful speeches to arouse the enthusiasm of the masses and calm their anger. In this way, not only won the prestige, but also announced to the world the amazing news of the return of Superman. No matter how you look at it, it is a win-win result. Not that both sides win together, but that Luke unilaterally won twice. Can make such an important contribution. Presumably Mr. Roman will show a satisfied smile under Jukwin, and he will die without regret. Luke thought so. Go back to your family, back to your friends. All the problems will be solved in the end. Superman returned to the top office of the Essex building while talking about specious scenes with multiple interpretations. On that valuable dark carpet, there is a pool of sticky flesh and blood, limbs, organs, like being put into a full-powered mixer, mixed into colorful, visually intense paint. Only the strange ruby remains intact. Snapped. The biological force field suddenly put pressure on it. The ruby was torn apart and shattered instantly. Luke, who is already the supreme mage, raised his hand and squeezed an illusory soul. Say hello to Mephisto for me. With a kind smile on his face, he opened a teleportation portal with one hand. Directly threw the soul of Mr. Omen into it like trash. Presumably, the old devil of will liked quality assets very much. Poor Mr. Omen, before he even had time to say begging for mercy, he took the lunch directly and fell into the hands of the devil. Come here to wash the floor. Luke picked up the phone on the desk and called Howard, who was watching the excitement. Next. What are you going to do? The scientific consultant, who had been prepared for a long time, touched his beard, and the matter was far from over. The racial issues and class contradictions caused by the representative Bob will not disappear just because of a speech. Essex Biological Company is not enough to be the target of public anger. It can only temporarily calm the anger, Luke said slowly with a smile on his face. Just wait for the president to be brought out, and then throw the problem to the federal government. It's their fault, and we just need to fix Kang the Conqueror. Howard couldn't help but raised his thumbs up. He remembered the subtle relationship between the Irish gang that Luke once belonged to and the Kennedy family. Plus, the day of the general election is coming soon. Did you talk to Kennedy? Howard asked curiously. How can it be? Luke laughed. If you want to talk, it was he who came to me instead of me. With the prestige of Superman, there is no suspense in the general election if he stands on the platform for which party. Even according to the historical trajectory, before Kennedy came to power, it was still separated by Dwight Eisenhower. In Luke's eyes, the general election is just a script that can be made at will. I think that after this turmoil is over, many party politicians who have ideas about the throne of the White House will find me. Luke laughed. He has no interest in these. Only those who are not at the gambling table can become the real winners. If Superman is too involved in politics, he will be bound by more and more rules. Nathaniel Essex has gone to hell. Only the last one is left. Mr. Omen died under Superman's iron fist. Last time, Luke only shattered the other half of his body. This led to this tenacious guy, who can continue to engage in trouble afterwards. This time, he learned his lesson. Not only shattered the body, but also threw the soul to hell. Funeral is a funeral, from birth to death. On-stop service has caused SHIELD to fall into a passive situation, and the culprit for the brutal arrest of mutants has been dealt with. There is another one, waiting for Luke to solve it. Can you find Kang the Conqueror and determine his location? Howard was a little surprised that Superman had only been back for a few days now, and he was able to grasp such important news. You haven't found Kang the Conqueror for so long. How could I know? Luke shook his head, and said, it's just that Mr. Omen has called the White House before. I heard their conversation. Based on the content, I guessed that Kang the Conqueror might be somewhere in Washington, D.C. Howard heard the words and was silent. He was very smart, and he didn't ask how Superman heard the conversation on the phone and how he searched Washington, D.C., which is a full 178 square kilometers, refused to give the opponent the opportunity to pretend to be forced. Then, I wish you success. Howard held back for a long time and said such a sentence. By the way, I arranged a press conference. Remember to compose a complete story to explain your disappearance and return. Luke nodded and hung up. Boom. Then, a figure rises to the sky. Before long, Luke appeared in the sky above Washington, D.C. Supervision sees the city in full view, and superhearing captures those tiny sound waves. Superhuman senses, let go of restrictions, and expand as much as you want. Like a humanoid monitoring device, searching for the required information. I knew that the secret base was set up under the White House without any creativity. Luke spit out Kang the Conqueror's old thinking. Even if he doesn't have strong senses, he may be able to find the location by searching on the spot. After determining the location, Superman did not slam into the White House like a cannonball, penetrated the ground, and pulled out Kang the Conqueror. This will make him look like a powerful villain, or a dangerous man. If there is no special need, Luke prefers to solve the problem in a low and stable manner. Swipe easily, magic sparks jump, forming a teleportation portal that cuts the space. The only advantage of becoming a occultist is probably that no matter where you go, you don't have to buy a ticket by car. So many clones. Luke came to the underground base of Kang the Conqueror, and the nutrition chambers leaning against the walls on both sides were all opened. One by one clone fighters with the same face stood in front of him. Is like a neat army, forming a strong line of defense. I smell your fear, Kang the Conqueror. Luke smiled lowly, like the ultimate villain holding a chance to win, releasing a strong pressure. If you weren't afraid to the extreme, why would you think of sending out such cannon fodder and consumables? In addition to being crowded and powerful, they seem to have more visual impact, so what else can they do? Drag a few more seconds, let you write your last words. Ridiculed unscrupulously and angered Kang the Conqueror, who had only one brain left. In the monotonous mechanical voice, there was a trace of anger mixed in. How could I be afraid of you? I exist in many timelines, and even the Supreme Mage can't kill me. What can you do? Roared almost desperately, making Luke amused. He likes to look at his opponent the most, showing this gaffe. Kang, why bother to deceive yourself? Anyway, You are expelled from this timeline. Those are the Ryu.mplnovel.com. They are not your clones. So, if you die, you are dead. Luke's eyes moved slightly, and the biological force field suddenly opened. The pressure of horror took shape in an instant. Like a bomb detonated, those clone warriors who haven't taken any action are all turned into rotten flesh and blood. At the Heavenly Father level, such a fragile crowd strategy is meaningless. Luke's feet were slightly off the ground, without stepping on the scarlet pungent carpet of flesh and blood. He walked in front of Kang the Conqueror. "Are you still struggling?" He looked at the mutilated brain in the nutrient solution and jokingly said, "Do you think this is over? I can't beat you, but someone can." After a few minutes of silence, Kang the Conqueror uttered cruel words. Luke curled his lips, evaporating the brain with his warm eyes. "Who else can be my opponent on this planet?" Superman thought so. Who knows? When he takes a step and prepares to leave, the space is suddenly chaotic. Phase shift is activated. Almost instantly, Luke walked from Washington, D.C., into a closed space full of musty smells. "Here is." He glanced around and found the answer. The Pyramids of Ancient Egypt. Chapter 277. The Sleeping Pharaoh. The Reward of the Apocalypse. Luke noticed something was wrong at the moment when the spatial coordinates were disordered. With his reaction speed, he immediately opened a portal to avoid the phase shift without any problem. But Superman did not do this. But like a predator at the top of the food chain, actively stepping into the trap launched by Kang the Conqueror before his death, he is very curious about what kind of powerful enemy the other party can find for himself. In the current era, on this planet, I am afraid that only Yi and Odin can be treated seriously by Superman. It is impossible for Mr. Kang the Conqueror to call some Omega-class mutant, or Sentinel or Hulk from the future, and break his wrist with himself. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Placed in the Pyramids of Ancient Egypt, Luke looked around for a while, and quickly guessed the plan of Kang the Conqueror. If I remember correctly, he and Tanki have always been rivals. Seeing the ancient Egyptian pyramids, Luke's first thought was the of mutants, the apocalypse. Kang the Conqueror once pretended to be an Egyptian pharaoh, and had a personal grievance with Apocalypse. Through phase shift, Superman is taken away from the pyramid. What he wants to do is naturally self-evident. Borrow a knife to kill someone. But why would Apocalypse do as Kang the Conqueror thought? However, this is indeed a strong opponent. Luke curled his lips. As early as the Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw, he had heard of the name Apocalypse. The latter's real name is Ensabanur, born in the first dynasty of ancient Egypt, and the first mutant in the history of the Earth. Even the Black Queen Selene, the long-lived witch who was active in the Roman Empire, did not last as long as the other party. As for Kang the Conqueror and Apocalypse, the grievances between the two goes back to a very early time, when it was the first dynasty of ancient Egypt. Kang, the Conqueror, pretended to be a pharaoh and ruled the country with great power. And Tanki is just an abandoned baby adopted by a wanderer. As a future man who is familiar with the plot, Kang the Conqueror took a fancy to the huge potential of Apocalypse. So, he intends to control the opponent, take him as a younger brother, and train to become the #1 horseman and thug. It's just a pity. In the process, Kang the Conqueror was self-defeating, unfortunately overturned, and was regarded as an enemy by Apocalypse. After awakening the power, Apocalypse led the Egyptian people to overthrow the cruel rule of the Conqueror Kang. The latter saw something bad and could only run away in embarrassment. This past event has always made Kang the Conqueror a great shame, and Apocalypse has not forgotten, and always wants to avenge Kang the Conqueror. Since then, the two have completely forged Liangtse and hated each other. Kang the Conqueror, in order to prevent Luke from winning so easily and smoothly, he found the Apocalypse and awakened the opponent. It can be seen that his resentment towards Superman has surpassed his former opponent in a short time. I am obviously a good man, and Kang the Conqueror is the villain. Luke shook his head, completely not understanding what Kang the Conqueror hated him for. I am the light of the right way, a beacon on Earth. absolutely positive character, superhero. Is there any problem with being killed by a young man like Kang the Conqueror? Clearly meets the standard endings of popular or Hollywood movies. It's worthy of being the of mutants. Luke diverged while walking towards the bottom of the pyramid. He can clearly feel the dormant, sleepy, but still strong and abundant life energy. The apocalypse is there, and gradually wake up. That terrifying and tyrannical aura, like a lava volcano, burst out suddenly, making people feel suffocated. Luke did not choose to leave, but continued down. By the way, there is a leisurely mind, observing the architectural structure of the pyramid and its cultural characteristics. Along the way, the frescoes and reliefs he saw are all well preserved. Those Egyptians danced anti-joint dances with animal feathers or bones on their heads as decorations, or holding a spear, hunting beasts, or hold sacrifices and worship the gods. The vivid murals depict a bit of the face of ancient times. Speaking of which, the reason why the pyramids known as one of the 7 wonders of the world appeared in ancient Egypt was entirely the pot of Kang the Conqueror. As a man of the future, this guy pretended to be a pharaoh to build wonders. Pyramids and sphinxes were all the ethos he brought up. Later, Kang, the Conqueror, was overthrown by the apocalypse, and part of it was caused by spectacles and misunderstanding of the country. Boom, rumble. Like thunder, it spread far away. The further down, Luke can feel a strong pressure. The air is like sticky glue, and every step a normal person takes is strenuous. Energy rays radiate out, illuminating the extremely dim enclosed space brightly. This is the of mutants. Luke stepped into the wide hall, and from a long distance away, he saw a tall man lying on a stone platform inscribed with a complicated circuit. The opponent's skin is grey, his lips are blue, and the strong muscles are like steel, uncovered! Exclamation mark. Boom boom boom. The strong and powerful heartbeat sounded like a giant drum beat. Looks like a Thanos in a skin change. Love me, Luke spit out. He's bathed in energy rays. His body is strong, and his tall apocalypse is indeed somewhat similar to the Titan Thanos. Who is it? The deep voice echoed in the hall, and the grey figure slowly sat up when he noticed an intruder. When he stood up, the gilded stone platform turned into dust. Is like an invisible big hand, kneading it into a metal armor. This powerful ability to manipulate matter is enough to make the Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw, Mr. Omen and other alpha-class mutants look ahead. Woke up. Me, Danke, the oldest mutant on Earth, has revived. He opened his eyes and looked at the tall figure standing at the door, with strange emotions in his eyes. It's not Nathaniel Essex, the human who voluntarily becomes a slave. In this world, there is no one else except Nathaniel who knows where he is sleeping. Great Ensaberner. Luke gave honorific titles without sincerity. There is someone else who awakens you from your deep sleep. He is called Kang the Conqueror, a man of the future. Boom. When Luke mentioned Kang the Conqueror, Apocalypse, who had not yet woken up and was in a distressed state, immediately widened his eyes and became angry. The terrifying energy hit the void, shaking the huge pyramid. Enough to see what a deep hatred Apocalypse holds towards that bastard. Where is he? Tanky clenched his fists, his eyes radiating cold light. Just waiting for Luke to tell the whereabouts of Kang the Conqueror, he went to blow the opponent's dog's head with a punch. The great Ensaberner, Kang the Conqueror is dead. Luke replied. You did it? Tanky was a little surprised, and then asked again. Yes, he and I happen to have some personal grievances. Luke nodded. Very good. Tanky's cold grey face showed a rare smile. He took a step and slowly lifted off. The stone pillars and murals in the main hall immediately undergo material reorganization and become a stone throne. Tanky sits on it, like a king or who rules everything. He looked down at Luke below and asked generously, so, human beings, what reward do you need? I can make you a noble mutant, give you extraordinary talents, and allow you to follow me. This is the thinking of Apocalypse. He was once a pharaoh, a god, and has always been worshipped by the world. Therefore, being able to follow oneself is even the supreme glory. Say it again. According to the idea of apocalypse, human beings are extremely backward in evolutionary level, quite backward, completely inferior to mutants. It is a great reward for a human being to transform into a mutant. Sorry, I don't need these giving. Great Grace Saberner. Luke lacks interest and directly refuses. He and this kind of old guy who slept for too long. www.mentalnovel.com. Rigid thinking. They have no common language. Oh, I haven't experienced the taste of being rejected for a long time. Tanki said angrily. He is a noble pharaoh, a great god. Only others begged and catered to themselves. But the human in front of him, unexpectedly appeared to be not interested. Unacceptable. My reward will never be taken back. Tanki said in a deep voice. Energy rays radiated out and enveloped Luke, who was standing in place. You know, Mr. Roman Nathaniel Essex almost knelt on the ground and licked his shoes before getting the chance to become a mutant. How can this human being reject himself? Apocalypse is not allowed. Energy rays attempt to penetrate Luke's body and transform him into a mutant, but the latter directly opened the biological force field, isolating that powerful energy ray. Who are you? Tanki was shocked, and his eyes exploded. Since you asked sincerely, then I will. Before Luke could tell the story, the pyramid shook suddenly, like an earthquake. Lightning strikes. Ioma is playing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, you need to refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 278. Tomb Raiders, Two Suns. Ancient Egypt, one of the four ancient civilizations. It is located in northeastern Africa, the middle and lower reaches of the Nile River, which is now the Middle East. About this place, it can be summarized as one ancestor, two ethnic groups, three diasporas, four wars. Because of its special geographical location, it is a transportation hub between the East and the West. In addition to religious and cultural differences, this area has been in a state of chaos all year round. Of course, there are also reasons for the interference and intervention of major powers. The impression that most people have of ancient Egypt may be dark and primitive temple buildings, magnificent pyramids, and mysterious sphinxes. In fact, in addition to the above, the earliest mutant organizations also appeared here. Compared to Europe and North America, the Middle East, where the three religions and 9 classes live in groups, is actually more convenient to hide yourself, and suffer less rejection and persecution. In addition, Apocalypse, the oldest mutant on Earth, was born in ancient Egypt. After he became a noble pharaoh, he transformed all the loyal guards around him into mutants. Later Tanki fell into a deep sleep and was gradually forgotten. But those mutants who have been transformed continue to develop their compatriots and strengthen their forces. In the Middle East, every warlord or religious leader with some strength, more or less, in their hands, they have several mutants as secret weapons. Set the time back 20 minutes ago. Outside the pyramid, the endless yellow sand desert, a team of people is actively conducting excavation work. Look at their dresses, like caravans walking in the desert. Judging from the behavior, they are more like a group of tomb robbers. The pyramid is the tomb of the kings of ancient Egypt. These rulers were called pharaohs in history, due to the profound influence of religious culture. The ancient Egyptians formed a deep-rooted idea of the afterlife. They believe that the world is only a short-lived residence, and eternity can only be obtained after death. Therefore, every ancient Egyptian, especially the aristocracy, will carefully prepare their graves in order to obtain immortality after death. And the pharaoh's tomb pyramid, which means the ladder to the sky, is naturally more magnificent and shows its tolerance. When they die, they will use all kinds of precious jewels and antiques as funeral objects. Those rulers enjoyed the honor before they were alive, but after death they are eager to bring power and glory to the underworld. It's just that they don't know that using a magnificent building like a pyramid as a mausoleum can not only show its strength and majesty, but also attract a constant stream of tomb thieves. For example, now, are you sure it is here? A rough man with a beard frowned and asked. What I'm looking for is the pharaoh's tomb. Like Tutankhamun's tomb, which can make us a lot of money. Tutankhamun was also a pharaoh in Egypt. His mausoleum was located in the Valley of the Kings and was later discovered by a British archaeologist. The funeral items in are invaluable. Just the gold mask weighing 10 kilograms and inlaid with various gems can be auctioned for sky-high prices. According to statistics, the museum valued some of the antiques and gold excavated, which can be as high as £650 million. This is an astronomical figure, enough to make anyone crazy about it. Since the discovery of Tutankhamun's mausoleum, the archaeologists involved in the development have all become rich overnight, attracting countless enviable eyes. Corresponding to the Valley of the Kings, dedicated to the burial of pharaohs and their concubines, is also full of potholes. Every place where treasures might be buried has been enthusiastically visited by tomb robbers. Caliban will not lie. I can feel that there is a pyramid underneath. It has not been discovered yet and is buried underground, a bald man with albinism said in a positive tone. His name is Caliban, and he is an alpha mutant. Has an excellent perception ability, not only can detect nearby compatriots, but also can detect terrain. It is called a humanoid radar. I hope you can't make mistakes, said with a warning. For the archaeological work of ancient Egypt, it is one of the most popular investments in recent years. Many wealthy nobles, they all like to find a few archaeologists, and then give money and people to find the tomb of the pharaoh. As long as one succeeds, the rewards are extremely generous. Is like the great sailing sport that once prevailed for a while. The royal family and nobles sponsored navigators. They discovered the new world and brought back gold and spices. Caliban can't go wrong. The bald man seemed to be afraid of the sun, covering himself with a hood. He is the most famous black market businessman and intelligence broker in the Middle East. As a mutant, not only was he not discriminated against, but he was also alive and well. Let's dig down. You can definitely harvest surprises. Caliban hides in the shadows. In his perception, there is a magnificent pyramid beneath the ground. Judging from the size and scale, it is definitely not much worse than Tutankhamun's tomb. His deal with Beard was to find a pyramid tomb that had not been visited by tomb robbers. I can get a generous reward and the protection of private armed forces. Beard is a big warlord in the Middle East, and the employer behind him is even more mysterious. Belongs to the targets that Caliban cannot offend. Found it. Someone dug the entrance to the pyramid. The inside was sealed, and it could only be blown away with explosives. The beard on his beard heard that the entrance was sealed, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. This means that it has not been visited by tomb thieves, and it is a mausoleum intact like a virgin land. Blast it. Blast it for me, shouted with his beard. He was employed by a certain organization in the UK to search for ancient ruins, such as pyramids and pharaohs' coffins. Some rich and powerful British men seem to be very interested in mysterious powers. Every time there is news in this regard, he will actively contact himself and provide a lot of manpower and material resources. Good job, Caliban. You are still useful. The beard and beard are very satisfied, and he doesn't stingy with compliments. Soon, the explosives were set up. Boom, 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 boom. A huge sound burst out, shaking the gravel on the ground. The entrance to the inside of the pyramid has been unblocked. Send a team first. Let's see the situation. Beard and Beard commanded. In order to prevent tomb robbers from destroying the tomb and disturbing the pharaoh's sleep, some pyramids will be designed with various structures at the beginning of their construction. After the death of those uninvited guests, there were also horror stories such as Pharaoh's Curse, entangling ghosts and so on. If you can find some good things, the Englishman should be more generous in his shots. The beard and beard are dreaming. If a local warlord like him licks the British, it may develop better in the future. And so on. A few minutes later, the face of Caliban, who was hiding in the shadow, changed slightly, as if he had sensed something. There was a panic in his eyes. Hastily ran to the side of the beard. Regardless of the scorching sunlight, he said anxiously, "Get out quickly!" There is someone inside. Someone? The pyramid is the tomb of the pharaoh. What else can there be except mummies in it? The beard's question was still stuck in his throat. and the ground shook abruptly, far greater than the movement caused by explosives. The gravel is like flowing water. mentalnovel.com constantly scrolling, forming turbulent vortices of different sizes. Rumbling. The pyramid buried in the ground rose suddenly. The terrifying pressure, flowing down like a waterfall, made everyone present feel suffocated. The magnificent pyramid rises from the ground, showing its true colors. Immediately afterwards, a tall and majestic figure dressed in metal armor walked out of it. Could it be Apocalypse? Caliban shivered, and in his induction, the tall figure was like a huge mountain range, too heavy for people to breathe. Energy rays radiate out, forming substantial high-temperature heat. Is almost like the sun in ancient Egyptian mythology. People can't help but want to kneel to the ground and worship. Caliban immediately thought of the apocalypse that only exists in the legend, the oldest mutant on Earth. Except for the other party, he couldn't think of any other mutant that could possess such a terrifying aura. But, why? There is another one? Trembling all over, Caliban slowly kneeled down. The shock in his heart has not yet been calmed down, and he senses a powerful existence. The man radiated energy light not much worse than the apocalypse, magnificent, like an erupting volcano. For a moment, two suns appeared in the sky. Chapter 279. The strength of this person is not below me. In the spiritual world of Caliban, the power of apocalypse is like a storm of destruction. Tyrannical and changeable, chaotic and powerful, is full of ruthlessness and cruelty, making people daunting. And the other person, like a star celestial body, shines brightly. Its energy structure is stable and orderly, extending from the core, deep and broad. All in all, they are all powerful, individual existence beyond imagination. This how come two suddenly appeared? Caliban shrank like an ostrich in a corner of the shadow. He wanted to dig a hole to bury himself, so as not to be affected by the collision of two terrible forces. For a mutant with excellent perception and outstanding spirit, the two of them are just unbearable for their aura. Not to mention, the actual fight will have such a dramatic impact. This is a god, said in shock with his beard and mouth wide open. The apocalypse, which made its grand debut, stood in the air, with open hands. Is a magnificent pyramid rising from the ground at his feet, and the hot sunlight shines from behind, as if the metal armor is plated with gold. Such a scene reminds the beard of ancient Egyptian mythology, as well as the legendary curse of the pharaoh, the mysterious power of the pyramid and so on. This warlord subconsciously believes that his reckless act of blasting his entrance angered the sleeping pharaoh. Made the rulers of ancient Egypt come back from the dead kingdom. Faisal, bring me the bazooka. Generally speaking, when a mortal witnesses this miracle, it will inevitably lie on the ground and beg the gods for forgiveness. But unfortunately, Beard is an extremely determined idealist. In the face of this vision, the thought that came to his mind, think of a way to give the other party a shot. Even if it is the resurrection of Pharaoh, a mummy that has long been decayed, it is not worth fearing. Over the years, there have been many open coffins in their mausoleum dug by Beard. Yes, boss. A few private militants carried the rocket-shaped bazooka over with ease. As a mature tomb thief, it is normal to carry a bazooka with you! Fight against the mysterious power of ancient Egypt with hot weapons. Use science to defeat superstition. This group of warlords armed with such an idea, without hesitation, launched directly several rockets dragged a long flame tail, blasting towards the apocalypse standing in the sky. Tiny humans. Backward weapons. Tanki rolled his eyes. This is one of the external manifestations of his ability to activate. The roaring rounds of rockets immediately seemed to be stuck in sticky glue, slowly stopping in the air and turning their directions. Boom, 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 boom. The flame of explosion turned into a billowing heat wave. Those few rockets didn't hit the beard and exploded it into pieces of meat, but was suddenly detonated. The great Ensabanur, once a pharaoh, why bother to anger mortals? A straight figure, breaking through the tumbling sea of fire, appeared in front of everyone. Luke is considering how to deal with Apocalypse. The opponent is the strongest among the mutants, an undoubtedly strong opponent. In addition to possessing the power of the Phoenix, he is the Pianogri of an Omega-class mutant. I am afraid that Magneto and Professor Charles may not be able to resist the joint efforts. Powerful people like Tanky are generally unwilling to communicate friendly and listen to reason. He has his own way of doing things in the world concept, which ordinary people cannot shake. Because he was abandoned in the desert when he was a child, and then discovered and adopted by the nearby nomads, Tanky extremely firmly believes in the natural law of survival of the fittest and is an out-and-out extreme racist. Is roughly the same as the mustache head, Sebastian Shaw, and Magneto, promotes the supremacy of mutants, and is keen to use the cruel environment and fierce war to screen the strong and the weak. Therefore, on the ideological level, Luke is destined to be unable to reach a consensus with Apocalypse. This may be the main reason why Kang the Conqueror made a desperate attempt to awaken the Apocalypse and create a powerful enemy for Superman's natural stance is relative, and there is no other means other than fighting and extermination. How can a strong man like you care about humble ants? Tanky looked at the uninvited guest who broke into the pyramid and disturbed his sleeping. I used to be one of them, Luke shrugged and said lightly. But you are not anymore. Tanky is eloquent. The ants have evolved wings, so they will no longer be with their companions who are crawling on the ground. His evaluation of this stranger was downgraded. A guy who retains extra feelings and can't recognize his own existence can only be regarded as an opponent, not a strong enemy. The ant grows wings, but it is still an ant. Luke curled his lips and said sarcastically, if you are blindly arrogant and swell in your heart because you are stronger, then this is really ridiculous and you can't see yourself clearly, was outputted by Superman's mouth, and the grey face of Apocalypse appeared a touch of anger. As a noble pharaoh, a respected god, no one has ever dared to defy himself. But today, Luke has touched the bottom line again and again. Maybe among the human group, you are considered powerful. Apocalypse's patience was exhausted, and after taking a step, the void vibrated. But in the face of mutants with unusual talents, it's still far from it. This former pharaoh was fascinated by his own racial superiority. Luke's mouth twitched. He wanted to say that he had not only beaten mutants, but also slept with mutants. No matter in the physiological structure, or elsewhere, no difference was found. Sure enough, I couldn't communicate normally with a racist. Luke's eyes were slightly condensed, and the energy rays radiating from his body gradually occupied half of the space, fighting against the apocalypse. Oh, the survival of the fittest is the law of nature and the true meaning of the road to evolution. Tanky is confident, looking down at the earth. Seeing the trembling Caliban, a strange color rose in his eyes. When I was a child, I was abandoned in the hot desert. Later, I was forced to become a slave, wandering on the edge of life and death every day. No one thinks I can survive and grow up smoothly. But I did it and become the most powerful one. I became a god. Great master. Tanky clenched his fists. His voice was cold. That magnificent pyramid, under his terrifying power, instantly turned into powder. Then, those tiny dust quickly transformed into fist-sized lightning flashes, blasting towards the opposite person. Tens of millions of ball-shaped lightning, like energy cannonballs dropped by a bomber group, covered every inch of space where Luke was located. The apocalypse does not make a move, it is earth-shattering when it makes a move. The world you want to create is helpless and meaningless. Luke's eyes condensed with red light, and the high-temperature energy formed a densely dense web, which suddenly opened. Power rules everything, and the weak cannot survive. This is more like a rough choice made by a brash man with brute force. After he came back, he found Dr. Zola to complete the transformation experiment that had been waiting for too long. The blood of Warden gave Superman a more detailed and microscopic way of energy manipulation. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying lightning hit the violent high-temperature energy and immediately caused an extremely violent explosion. In a flash, flying sand and stone, cover the sky and cover the sun. There was a muffled thunderous roar from high above. One after another, continuously. The hot high temperature melts the sand into crystal particles. Then, fell, like a rainstorm. Caliban hiding on the ground, and appeared as a warlord facing the terrible scene of natural disasters and apocalypse. Novel.com. They can only curl their necks in silence and hug each other. Beard saw with his own eyes. A subordinate was affected by the violent energy, and instantly the flesh of his belt was turned into powder. Don't talk about the corpse, even the ashes have been raised. There is not much left. Does it stop here? Luke's voice passed through the vast wind and sand. Just after speaking, his grey fist slammed over. Tanky took another step again. The scale of the space seemed to be shortened, and he appeared directly in front of Superman. The powerful fist, like a cannonball out of the chamber, strikes straight, bringing a choking sound of wind. Luke squinted his eyes, and he sensed the terrible power contained in this heavy punch. Then, he raised his brow, makes a fist with his right hand and blasts out in the same posture. Rumbling, the atmosphere exploded, and the energy storm that had calmed down once again swept through. As soon as the two arms collided, the different nature of Peyran's force spread into a strong shock wave. The air wave swept the dust and blew up the gravel, forming a huge sandstorm. The two in the center stepped back involuntarily. It seems that I underestimated you. After the fight, Tanky changed his attitude and began to treat it seriously. He believes that the opponent's strength may not be below him. Chapter 280. To save face. Give a verbal warning. If he knew the idea of apocalypse, Luke would definitely say something. Be confident and remove the word possibility. Or, if you feel more confident, you can swallow the whole sentence. The power of apocalypse lies in its various talents. But Luke is like a warrior whose strength, defense, endurance, and vitality reach the full level, and can throw out a few magic hexagon warriors from time to time. It is almost impossible to bite off the hard bone of Superman. Therefore, Luke did not fear the opponent, but took the initiative to fight. As for the blind arrogance of Tanky, an old antique who has slept for too long cannot adapt to the changes in the outside world, and it is completely understandable that this kind of arrogant emotion occurs. Luke has seen many similar guys. For example, Namor, the Sea King, who was brutally broken, also had a high self-esteem at the beginning and looked down upon people. After his physical persuasion and a consensus, the two sides get along quite happily. It can be seen that shaking a fist may be the most effective way to deal with a who cannot communicate normally. Your arrogance restricts your vision. End Saberner. Luke called Tanker's name directly, without any respect. He walked forward. The space trembled under his feet. How long have you lived? 50 years, 100 years. Human beings with short lives are also worthy to talk about vision. The mutant was not to be outdone, and still greeted him fearlessly. This battle began again. Fierce shock, terrifying energy, continuous explosion. Both parties tried their best to show the manipulation of energy. From the macro to the micro, each used its means and displayed its own magical powers. Apocalypse continuously smashes matter, and then transforms and reorganizes on the molecular level, causing terrible damage. The dust turns into flames, and the air current turns into blades. The invincible energy attack poured on the enemy. If there is no biological force field, plus a superhuman body, Luke may not be able to sustain it. After he was transformed by the blood of Warden, he no longer simply casts a hot line of sight. Began to use more subtle methods to compress energy and interfere with matter. Clusters of ball-shaped lightning, high-temperature chains, all over the body. Is like a turret with unlimited firepower, violently outputting two powerhouses who are also standing on the top of the earth. Do not give in to each other, and fight with each other. From the outside world, they use power to collide in the macro world and then act on the micro world. I saw a flash of strong light. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked, and the matter was annihilated. There was no sound. Whether it is a towering mountain or a huge complex of buildings, as long as it is affected, it will be wiped out immediately. Under the circumstances of this battle, I can't do it. Tanky cleared his throat and turned off the topic. Because of the cover-up of the grey skin, I can't see this mutant at all. Do you feel embarrassed? Continued fighting is not a problem for us. Tanky continued. He has a great talent for absorbing energy, and Luke seems to have a similar technique. Plus, both of them are physically strong melee types. Conventional weapons cannot cause harm. There will be no concrete results if you continue to fight. Instead of wasting energy and time, it's better to just stop. Tanky narrowed his eyes and waited for an answer. Finally woke up from his deep sleep. He still had many plans to implement, and there was no need to spend energy on Luke. Considering between us, there really is no personal grievance that needs to be resolved. Luke pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly. I don't resist the proposal to stop the war. It's just, I want to correct one of your thoughts, Your Excellency N. Saberner. He raised his right hand, the silver light shone, turned into a long sword, and pointed straight at the opponent. The 10th metal is like silver, aiming at the Apocalypse far away. The sharp chill that cut everything almost hit the front door, causing the latter's eyelids to jump fiercely. Danger. Tanky came up with this word in his mind. I have the last resort to hurt you and kill you. Luke held a sharp sword and said sternly. So, I personally hope that you can rest a bit. Don't just think about building a mutant empire and exterminating backward humans. You have been asleep for thousands of years. Instead of wasting your time on this meaningless majestic accomplishment, you might as well walk around and relax. Luke first gave a stern verbal warning. MTLnovel.com and then changed the subject, turning into a gentle admonition like a life mentor. In his opinion, every villain should learn from Thanos. If you have nothing to do, just plant the fields, bask in the sun, and feel the tranquility and beauty brought about by rural life. I always think about ruling the world, building a country, and destroying mankind. This kind of life pursuit is quite boring. We will see you again. The Apocalypse, who hates being threatened the most, looking at the sharp sword, restraining the inner resentment, reasonably told him that he should maintain a heart of forgiveness. No matter how rude, arrogant this human being, he is a generous pharaoh, a benevolent god, and there is no need to care about it. After some psychological construction and self-comfort, Tanky made a ruthless word, began the spatial transmission, and left. He is going to find his 4 knights, get stronger power, then come again to find Superman to settle the account. If you lose, you don't lose the battle. It turns out that the of mutants also wants face. Luke smiled faintly. He put away the 10th metal. This stuff is not endless. Use a little less. Just now, it was just used as a deterrent weapon. Really want to use it to kill people? Superman is still a little bit reluctant. Chapter 281. Hiromibu, Mummy surely survived. Caliban sliced away the thick gravel covering his body and poked his head out. After confirming the existence of the 2 horrors, he breathed a sigh of relief after getting further and further away from here, and felt sincerely happy that he had successfully escaped. No one thought that a grave robbery would cause such serious consequences. The earth-shattering battle scene is still imprinted in the mind of Caliban, which is completely beyond the imagination of mortals. Who is the other person? Caliban was puzzled while shaking off the gravel from his body. He can perceive his compatriots and recognize his identity. The tall man with grey skin and metal armor is most likely the Apocalypse, the legendary of mutants, a stronger existence than the Omega class. Apart from Apocalypse, Caliban could not think of any other mutant that could possess such a powerful aura. He looked at the center of the battlefield, and the gravel turned into glass-like crystal particles. Is like being melted by high temperature, reflecting bright light. Those 2 strongest men beyond human imagination. The aftermath of their confrontation almost turned the desert a few miles away. The terrain has changed drastically, and the building has collapsed, like a natural disaster. Apocalypse So it really exists. Caliban's robe wrapped tightly around him. If this news spreads, it will definitely cause an uproar. Mutant organizations active in Europe and America may migrate to the Middle East on a large scale to meet the legendary god. If I can find the apocalypse. Caliban realized the important value of this information. He is a mutant. If he can successfully gain the appreciation of the apocalypse. Maybe you don't need to be called around by the warlords of the Middle East. And you don't need to continue to be an unknown black market merchant. A brighter future, a broader future, awaits him. Are you looking for something to do with me? Just as Caliban's eyes rolled and he was about to hold his thigh, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A tall figure wearing a metal armor stepped out of the space passage and looked down at this alpha-class mutant. Caliban's legs were weak and trembling. In front of Danki, he was like a weak lamb. Great Master, Great Ensarbaner, Great Apocalypse, I want to be your servant. As a black market businessman, Caliban winks. Facing the majestic aura emanating from the apocalypse, without strong support, he knelt directly. Has a pious face, like a fanatical believer. Apocalypse, who hadn't woken up for a long time, had satisfaction in his eyes. He just ate this set and likes to enjoy the worship of the world. Very good. My child, get up. Tanki raised his hand slightly and lifted Caliban up with his mind. Your name is Caliban, driven by a warlord to find the pharaoh's tomb. Just glanced at it, and Apocalypse read the needed thoughts from Caliban's mind. He is called the of mutants for no reason. Most of the talents and abilities that are strong enough, Apocalypse has mastered them. To some extent, he is somewhat similar to Superman. He is a hexagonal warrior with no obvious shortcomings. Your ability is very useful to me. However, it is far from strong enough. Why do you want to restrain your talents, kid? Show it to your heart's content. No more resistance. No more resistance. Open your body and mind, and welcome your new self. Danki, like the leader of an offline MLM organization, used an impassioned tone and mind control to awaken the backlog of resentment in Caliban. He rolled his eyes and put his right hand on the opponent's head. The force acting on the micro level rapidly transforms the mutant genes in Caliban. This is like a black market businessman who suffers from albinism and is extremely afraid of the sun. Within a few breaths, he got rid of the defects rooted in his genes, and his abilities reached a new level. Me, am I strengthened? Caliban is like a drowning man, breathing heavily. He lifted his hood, and the ultraviolet rays shone on his body, no longer burning. The spiritual power is more like a radar network, radiating out in a large area. The red light spots belonging to mutants are reflected in my mind one by one. The entire capital of Cairo is within the range of Caliban's perception. This is something that was absolutely impossible to do before. Find more compatriots for me, tell my people. Tanki paused, and then said, their gods are back. Tanki is busy developing believers and looking for his 4 knights. On the way back, Luke saw an archaeological team attacked by armed men. As the battlefield moved, he and Tanki had already fought from Egypt to northern Iraq. After the latter proposed a strike, Superman did not intend to pursue it. Solve Mr. Omen and Kang the Conqueror, SHIELD is still waiting for him to return to rectify order. Just like Apocalypse didn't want to waste his power in battle, Luke didn't bother to compete with an old antique. Flying in midair, he saw a team riding camels and dressed obviously different from the locals, hitting a patrolling terrorist in the desert. The two sides engaged in a fierce gun battle, and the bullets fired, splashing a piece of dust. I can meet acquaintances here. Luke couldn't help stopping, looking down at the team. I saw his eyes condensed slightly, and strands of free energy ejected like a series of lightning. Crackling. In less than 2 seconds, all those militants were turned into a ball of coke and fell down. Lucian, long time no see. Luke landed slowly, stepped on the ground, and said hello. In the desert of northern Iraq, he unexpectedly met the Wolf King Lucian. Maybe this is a special fate. General Cavill. Lucian was also surprised. After Superman disappeared, he still kept in touch with S.H.I.E.L.D. Serena, who went to the North American continent, has already established a foothold in New York, Boston, Detroit and other places and has managed it into a strong base camp. And Lucian is in charge of the European continent, facilitating the establishment of the future Magic Parliament and providing strong support. I only contacted Mr. Howard Stark an hour ago and learned about your return. It was my rudeness to not be able to meet and welcome you in the first place. Please forgive me. Lucian's attitude is rather humble. Even if he is already the European Wolf King, he still has to change back to a husky when he sees the master. Superman's speech in front of the Essex building and his amazing act of killing Mr. Omen was broadcast by TV stations, and then spread all over the world. It is estimated that the Soviet teddy bear has already been fried. The senior officials who finally slept well for a while. McLenovel.com are about to panic again. When did the werewolf start taking over the security business? Luke ignored other people's surprised or curious eyes and asked directly. The reason why he became interested is because in this team, besides Lucian, there are 4 young werewolves who seem to act as bodyguards, and their employers are all human beings. This is strange. General, I made you laugh. Lucian was a little embarrassed. The European Wolf King was a bodyguard, and it was no face to speak out. They come from the Bogian Department, a large organization with considerable strength in Europe and even all over the world. Werewolves want to grow. They must find a good relationship with political forces. The group of people in the Bogian Department, most of the high-level officials are senior officials from various European countries. Otherwise, Lucian would not surrender himself and act as a guard. If he wants to expand the werewolf family, he must obtain the support of the upper class. Bojian Bu, of course, is to be a good friend. Hiromibu. Luke glanced around, seeming to understand something, and asked, "Aren't you looking for the tomb of Egyptian Princess Anmanet?" He didn't expect that a dark monster universe that should have failed would appear to surface. Chapter 282 Egyptian Princess, the of Death set Egyptian Princess. Lucian was taken aback. Bojianbu and the group said to look for harem, which is the taboo knowledge in the Egyptian language. Did not mention any Egyptian Princess Anmanite at all. General, maybe they conceal something from me. There was a cold light in Lucian's eyes. The things that werewolves hate most are deceit and betrayal. He is sincere and wants to have a good relationship with the Bogian Department, so he does not hesitate to come over and act as a bodyguard himself. But people think of themselves as triumphs, thinking of fooling and using them. This makes the Wolf King very angry, and feels like losing face. He silently kept this account in his notebook. Who is the leader in this team? Luke scanned the members, and excluding Lucian and the 4 young werewolves he had brought, there were more than 20 people in total. Among them, those strong men who are vigorous and fully armed, guarding the periphery, should be specially trained mercenaries. The few people in the middle should be members of the Hiromaki Department. That man, Dr. Henry, he is the highest leader of the Hiromaki division. Lucian turned his gaze to a middle-aged man with white temples and a beard. I joined this team just to protect him. Luke looked at it for a moment, and whispered, "Take me over." In his capacity, no matter who it is, he must give some face. Don't say anything about Bojianbu. Even if Hydra comes, you have to be obedient. Dr. Henry, this is. Lucian brought Superman to the middle-aged man, and then said the long list of titles. No matter which parallel universe you are in, power represents power and identity shows status. Both of these are omnipotent passports. The mysterious organization Hiromaki, which can cause turmoil in Europe, was said by Lucian, and there are many big figures standing behind it, and this is no exception. After learning that Luke was the disappearing Superman, the leading Dr. Henry immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees. He is in the UK, and at best he can influence the political situation in Downing Street. The young people who can come to the front, chat and laugh with British Prime Minister Churchill, can influence the world situation. This level difference between the middle is like a chasm. It turns out that the previous earthquake was the aftermath of the battle caused by General Cavill. I thought it was a sudden change in weather. Dr. Henry fits the image of an old English gentleman from appearance to behavior. Speaks slowly, speaks and acts with grace, and is a good communicator who can easily get the favor of others. I haven't thanked the general yet. You helped us get rid of the militants. This is an unrequited kindness. Dr. Henry said kind words. His eyes showed a trace of alertness. When facing Luke, he felt a heavy pressure, almost arousing another personality in his body. Dr. Jekyll. Do you feel distressed because of your mental self-disruption? Luke is not sensitive to those beautiful words. He can tell at a glance that Dr. Henry is not a human being, to be precise. He is not a normal person. In the mental vision, under Dr. Henry's body, there are two core personalities that exude different mood swings. One is sensible, sober, and kind. One is cruel, tyrannical, and full of evil thoughts. I don't quite understand what you said. Although Dr. Henry tried his best to cover up, his face still showed strong shock. He has another personality secret, except for himself. No one else knows yet. You are not a psychological problem, but a sequel after biological transformation, right? Luke once again threw a blockbuster. Incarnate the name of Doctor. How could he have not heard of it? Henry Jekyll, this man from a short story by Robert Louis Stevenson, is the first dual personality image in history. The story probably means that Henry Jekyll, a successful scholar and well-known philanthropist, invented a potion. After taking it, the self split into the evil personality Edward Hyde. Such a classic image has been put on the screen many times. In that failed Dark Monster universe, the Avatar Doctor is an important link between the monsters. He found the Egyptian princess Amenite and liberated Seth, the of Death. But similar to the Invisible Man, Frankenstein, the werewolf, the vampire Duke Dracula, all belong to this Dark Monster universe. Homaibu is a scientific organization that specializes in the study of various monsters and myths. Hidden in the Natural History Museum in London, England, the nature is similar to S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke did not expect that in his 1024 universe, there is still such a branch line hidden. So, when Dr. Henry reported his name, Superman flipped this one up. I know a guy in a similar situation to you. Luke patted Dr. Henry on the shoulder with relief, and smiled. As long as he loses his temper, his body will be dominated by an angry personality. And then he can't control the urge to destroy, and he starts to destroy him. Dr. Jekyll, symptoms and conditions like yours are not uncommon. I personally recommend that you go to Nepal, a place called Karmitage, for spiritual healing. I believe it will be very effective. Illness needs treatment, concealing and covering up will not help. Dr. Henry was silent, half believing, and calmly remembered those key words in his heart. After changing to someone else, he may be too lazy to pay attention and treat the other person as a deceitful cudgel. But when those words came out of Luke's mouth, the degree of credibility was different. This is as if ordinary people say that they do not like money, never touched a penny. The happiest time in life is the time when there is no money. Most people will sneer, and replaced by some rich people. It feels completely different. For a long time, Dr. Henry has suffered from split personality. As long as the evil personality named Edward Hyde appeared, he could not restrain his inner killing. Has committed many murders and is still an extrajudicial fanatic. Karmitage, Dr. Henry repeated. Yes, remember to report my name. You can enjoy a 50% discount on meditation courses, and have a chance to get personal guidance from the Supreme Master. Heal the soul, and redeem yourself. Luke seems to be a gold medal salesman to attract business, and his attitude is quite enthusiastic. Dr. Henry's mental power exceeds the physical load, thus splitting a patient with a strong personality is Karmitage's favorite apprentice. With a little training, he is an excellent occult mage. By the way, if you plan to find the Egyptian princess Amenite, I can help. Luke seemed careless, telling the other person's true purpose. Dr. Henry's omniscience about Superman has begun to get used to it. Considering that the other party is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., It is not surprising that he slapped the Bogian at the intelligence level. Your Excellency General is such an enthusiastic person. I am extremely grateful for that. Dr. Henry forced a smile. He wanted to refuse, but in the end reason prevailed. The Egyptian princess Anmanet has always been the focus of the research of the hero Mibu. The team continued to set off. Dr. Henry sat on the camel and moved forward slowly. Egypt has long been a key monitoring area of the Bogian department. According to Dr. Henry, as early as 1923, a young soldier named Oka, together with female archaeologist Evelyn, discovered Hamneputra, the legendary city of the dead. Then, the resurrection of the high priest Imhotep and the legion of undead caused shocking movements. Since then, the Bogian department has been secretly established and developed in a local manner. That was the first time Hiromibi had seen mysterious power. Under the surface of this world, there are many things that humans have not understood and cannot be explained by science. Dr. Henry said with emotion. We call those monsters, or dark forces. In the Natural History Museum in London, there are still 2 books of magic that can bring people back to life or confine their souls in the Hades, the Black Book of the Dead and the Golden Book of the Sunday. And Okua and Evelyn, they are also honorary members of the Bogian department. The legendary story of these 2 people can make several series of movies. The place in front should be where the Egyptian princess Anmanite was imprisoned. Dr. Henry grabbed the reins and stopped the camel. Luke narrowed his eyes, opened his eyes, and see a huge tomb buried in the ground. Your Excellency, Anmanite killed the pharaoh and committed a major crime, so he was wiped out, expelled from Egypt, and buried in the northern provinces of Iraq. Dr. Henry has already popularized science before. Anmanite is the daughter of a certain pharaoh, who originally wanted to inherit the throne and rule the country. However, her father grew stronger, the old tree sprouted and gave birth to a son. According to the Egyptian legal system, the baby is likely to endanger Anmanite's status. So, the cruel and powerful princess received an extremely evil summoning ceremony from the high priest. She signs a contract with the death set, finds a suitable body, and then brings that to the real world. As a reward, Anmanite can gain unprecedented power and immortality to rule Egypt forever and ever. She succeeded, but she also failed. Dr. Henry sighed. The Egyptian princess signed a contract with the death set, but failed to complete the final ceremony. Instead, because of killing the pharaoh, he was mummified and subjected to capital punishment. According to my research, she got the dagger of the Death Seth before she died. As long as she stabs it into humans, she can use it as a medium to bring the Egyptian gods back to the earth. Luke raised his eyebrows and became interested. There are many death gods in the Marvel Universe. The Olympus system is Hades. Nordic gods are the eldest daughter of Odin, Hela. On the Egyptian side, it is Set. Although it is really in charge of everything, including everything, it is actually Miss Death. She is the embodiment of the concept. One of the 5 gods of the universe, is also the goddess of Thanos' dream, and the object of Deathpool's admiration. But on the earth, there are not many gods who have the authority to die. You want to find Anmanite, unblock her, and let her complete the contract. Luke guessed that Hiromi had another plan. In other words, these British guys are going to try and test on the verge of death. Provoker of death. This is not an easy game. Dr. Henry, in a way, is a bit similar to Nick Fury, the director of The Salted Egg, and both like to use trouble to solve the problem. The consequence of this is that it is often easy to cause more troubles. It's just research. I want to explore Anmanite and analyze the cause of the dark power. It is definitely not the divine power of Seth, the of death. Dr. Henry quickly defended him for fear of Superman's misunderstanding. If the Bogian department is identified as a terrorist organization by the other party, it can be dissolved as soon as possible. You can make sure that there are no accidents. Luke asked rhetorically. Curiosity can kill a cat. Curiosity can also destroy the world. Know that scientists destroy the world has always been one of the traditional routines of Hollywood movies. Bo Jianbu and this group want to study Egyptian princess mummies. In case of death, Seth descends, How will it end at that time? Then, the general, according to your opinion, what should I do? Dr. Henry asked. Regardless of him, face Superman is still Bogian, against S.H.I.E.L.D. Neither party has the qualifications to negotiate and can only give up the right to speak. I think that in order to ensure safety, there will be no accidents. Luke cleared his throat and said sternly, the Egyptian princess Anmunet and the dagger of the death set, it is better to hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. Dr. Jekyll, you may not know it. We are preparing to form a magical congress to handle such incidents. This is not Minkiel. Henry suppressed his inner thoughts and tried to negotiate terms. Can Hiromibe participate in research work, or join the Magic Congress? No problem. Regarding the formation of the Magic Congress, you can ask Lucian. The werewolves have a seat. Luke generously agreed. The strength level of the Marvel Universe. The following is to see who has the highest energy output and strong defense. Heavenly Father and above, is to test the degree of manipulation at the micro level, as well as the understanding of some concepts and laws. Considering that in the future, he may face the 5 great gods of the universe, or a higher level of life court. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Luke felt that there was nothing wrong with preparing in advance, such as studying the power of concepts and improving himself. To put it simply, he wanted to squeeze the wool of Seth. The of death arrived. The place where the Egyptian princess was buried is in the northern province of Iraq. Bojianbu has been able to get through the relationship a long time ago, except for the group of militants who met on the road. He encountered no obstacles. Ammonite is right below. We arrange explosives along this circle. Blast the passageway. Dr. Henry jumped off the camel and began to give orders. I don't think it should be so troublesome. Luke took the map and walked around the construction site where the cordon was pulled up. Roughly confirmed the location. He stomped his foot, the dust rolled up, and the ground instantly fell apart. The biological force field exerts heavy pressure and crushes the broken soil into dust. A regular entrance passage was opened. Okay. Go in. Luke hovered in the air, and after saying hello, he landed slowly and plunged into the darkness. Dr. Henry rolled his throat a few times, calming down the shock in his heart. In his opinion, the most worthy research monster on this planet may be Superman. It's a pity that unless all of them are crazy, Bojianbu will hit the opponent with his idea. Chapter 283 Princess, do you think him suitable? The tomb of Egyptian Princess Anmunite is actually a huge underground cave. Not as magnificent and huge as the Pharaoh's pyramid, on the contrary, it looks extremely gloomy and terrifying. Luke entered first, followed by Dr. Henry and his archaeological team. Lucian, the Wolf King, and his compatriots have become dispensable and unimportant roles at this time. Because of the existence of Superman, the originally fearful and dangerous magical journey is changing in the direction of outings and outings. Everyone looked relaxed and slid down the high-strength nylon rope. The hollow cast cave filled with the sound of wind, screaming like a howling ghost and howling wolf. Mercury. Dr. Henry followed Luke closely, as if he felt more secure in this way. A drop of turbid liquid hits the shoulder, slides down, and rolls to the palm of his hand. Just like Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum used mercury to simulate rivers, lakes and seas. The ancient Egyptians used this chemical element called mercury in large quantities when building tombs. In their perception, mercury can suppress the soul of the dead, and it is also a means to prevent tomb robbers from breaking in. Because it is neurotoxic, it will harm the brain and nervous system. Many tomb robbers enter the pharaoh's tomb. If they inhale too much mercury vapor, they will be insane, go crazy and die. This is also the reason for horrifying rumors such as Pharaoh's curse and evil spirits demanding their lives. In that era of ignorance, people often attach mysterious and grotesque explanations to unknown things they don't know enough about. Mercury drips from the top, and then it falls into these holes. Dr. Henry hit the flashlight to the ground, and at intervals, a square hole similar to the entrance of a sewer was arranged. This means that there is a complete pipeline system in the tomb of the Egyptian princess, and we can follow the direction to find the coffin." Luke's mouth twitched slightly as he listened. He felt that the Bourgeois Department was a tomb-robbing organization with rich experience in committing crimes. Those archaeologists who came down, some set up lighting equipment, and some explored the terrain. It seems that they are not the first time they have committed tomb robbery in the name of archaeology. What's more shameful, according to Dr. Henry, what they get will eventually be handed over to the country and put in the Natural History Museum in London, but that place originally belonged to the Hiromi Department. Is equivalent to left hand to right hand. Luke couldn't help feeling that, speaking of shame, it is better to use capitalist daffa. This is the front hall of the mausoleum, and Ammonite's mummy is inside. Studied those huge statues, simple murals with primitive flavors for a while. Dr. Henry rubbed his hands and pointed to a dark hole. He has a hunch. This is a big discovery. Luke's vision is not affected by the environment. He swept around through the thick rock, and determined the specific location of the Egyptian princess coffin. "Sight dagger in your hands?" He turned his head and asked. "That is the key prop." As the appointed supreme mage, Luke's knowledge of magic is not too bad, and he has a little understanding of the application and display of some contract spells and reincarnation rituals. The of Death set and the Egyptian princess Ammonite signed a contract, and the ruby-encrusted dagger was an important medium. Select the appropriate body, and then use that dagger to plunge into the body. Will be able to resurrect the death set in the human body and obtain complete divine power. This is a clever way to bypass the rules of the material world. In Luke's impression, the old devil Mephisto did similar things. The latter unites with mortals and gives birth to an offspring, and then occupy that physical body. From the Father to the Son, it is logical to play the Lord's full strength in the material world. Otherwise, every time you come to this world, you will be suppressed by rules. We found the gem. It fell into the hands of the Crusaders and was later put in the coffin as a funerary. Dr. Henry replied. During the Crusades, they invaded Egypt. Maybe at that time, they got rubies. Had it not been for the ruby found by the Bourgeois Department, they would find some clues about the Egyptian princess. Dr. Henry will not initiate this operation, and will invite the werewolf to act as a bodyguard, leading to a series of events that follow. Luke frowned, and continued to ask, then, only Ammonite knows where the dagger is? Dr. Henry nodded, otherwise he wouldn't think of unsealing the Egyptian princess coffin. Only the dagger and the ruby can be combined to complete the final ritual. Using monsters to fight monsters is the policy set at the beginning of the establishment of Hiromibu. If you can study the power of death, or control Ammonite, use it for yourself. Hiromibu is tantamount to taking a big step on the road to darkness. What, as a result of? Nor can it be expected that a high-level person who suffers from a serious psychological problem and has an evil personality can make any wise decisions. From the structure of the tomb, it can be guessed that Ammonite was imprisoned here as a sinner. A large amount of mercury was poured into the wellhead, suppressing the soul, making her immortal and unable to rest in peace and reincarnate. Generally speaking, where the coffin is located, there will be guards with the head of a dog to warn intruders, but the direction of the 6 guards is the head of the mercury well, and their purpose is to suppress the dead mummy, not anything else. Dr. Henry habitually carried out academic science popularization, and finally concluded, below this is an evil soul that has endured thousands of years of darkness, suffering, and full of resentment. The group of people in the Bourgeois Department heard it, and they all approached Luke's location by appointment. The latter looked as usual. He had been to hell, and he had negotiated terms with the old devil. If there are any evil spirits or evil spirits in front of them, a set of physical slayers will be sent away directly. Take out the coffin, Luke ordered. Dr. Henry observed for a while and found the mechanism that opened. Rumbling. Only violent sound was heard, and the underground cavern shook and shook. A mottled and rusty coffin rose slowly, and was pulled out of the mercury well by the chain. Then there are densely packed camel spiders. They seem to feel abnormal, like a black carpet covering the rock wall. Fortunately, It's not a scarab. Luke curled the corners of his lips. That thing is the standard equipment in the Egyptian tombs. The biological force field suddenly opened, isolating the camel spider that came over. Find a helicopter and pull the coffin up. Dr. Henry deserves to be a senior in the Bogian department. He can eat well in Iraq. And soon he got a helicopter. The coffin used to seal Ammonite finally reappeared after thousands of years of darkness. A large swath of crows hovered in the air, seeming to be attracted by some mysterious force, like a gathering of dark clouds. The power of Seth, the of death, has begun to work. Dr. Henry has a solemn face. The crow is a symbol of death and a messenger of death. Ammonite completed the summoning ceremony and signed the contract. She has an immortal body and can only be sealed. It is estimated that it will be resurrected soon. Luke didn't care. Not to mention the dead Egyptian princess. Even if the death set appeared in front of him, it would not pose any threat. Egyptian gods, their own strength is about the same as the dimension demon god. Luke is really interested in the conceptual power of death. Although Seth is only the Egyptian of death, he can't control other realms. Asgard, Olympus, heaven, hell, nothing happened to him. But getting that power is also equivalent to having a part of the death authority. I hope she can wake up sooner and show me the dagger. Luke saw yellow sand and smoke billowing on the horizon. A huge sandstorm is coming towards the helicopter. Set, the of death, who seems to be unable to descend, wants to prevent Hieromibia from taking away the coffin of Egyptian Princess Ammonite. Your Excellency General, then I will return to London. Dr. Henry glanced at the coffin, feeling a little frustrated. They landed at a nearby airport, and a transport plane was ready to take off at any time. Luke was about to nod, when the rusty coffin wrapped around the chains www.mentalnovel.com suddenly vibrated. The sharp sound of fingernails rang suddenly. Vaguely, one can still hear women crying and screaming. Leave him. A member of the archaeological team with hollow eyes, leaning against the coffin like a puppet. Luke stopped Dr. Henry. The idea of the latter is to bring Ammonite back to London, and then conduct research to get the whereabouts of the dagger. But in Luke's view, it's actually the same. Wake up the Egyptian princess as soon as possible. It seems to be a bit easier. The members of the archaeological team near the coffin seem to have fallen into a phantom, and have been taken away from their minds. They talked awkwardly in quirky syllables, cutting off the dark chains that were entwined around the coffin. The large flocks of crows hovering in the air are like thick clouds covering the sky and the sun, blocking the hot sunlight above the head. A shriveled hand, grabbing the edge of the coffin. The slender figure wrapped in a tattered cloth tape, slowly sat up. The Egyptian princess who had been mummified, Amunet, regained consciousness. She turned her head somewhat mechanically, her dark eyes staring at the crowd. Before Ammonite could speak to make the atmosphere more terrifying, Luke said, "Your Royal Highness, do you think I am suitable? Can you be the body of the of death Seth walking in the world?" Chapter 284. Finish the ritual. The death is coming. Are all human beings so direct after 1,000 years? The Egyptian princess Ammonite woke up, originally wanted to use her ghastly voice to match the horror look like a female ghost. The whole point of horror film effect. Unexpectedly, Luke would directly propose to become the reincarnation container of Seth, the of death. This is totally unreasonable. Ammonite was stunned for a moment, and the downed brain restarted. The mud-smeared face, imprinted with hieroglyphs, showed an expression of interest. She stared directly at Luke, sweeping back and forth with a look of cargo. Strong, young man. Ammonite licked her blackened lips, like a hungry mother beast, trying to swallow the other party completely into her stomach. The Egyptian princess chose the body of the of death Seth, and there is no hard standard. To put it simply, it's probably the right age, not too old. The durability should be sufficient, the output capacity should be strong, and it is best to be strong and lasting. And, it shouldn't look too bad. Work is not clingy. You can give priority. Only when the above conditions are met can it be considered as passing. Don't get me wrong, this is not the meaning of Seth, the of death, but Ammonite's personal hobby. After all, before completing the reincarnation ceremony. She will also communicate with the chosen man in spirit and body to achieve a great harmony of life. In some places, the requirements cannot be lowered. The great Set should be satisfied with you. Anmanet twisted his waist and walked around. There is only Luke in her eyes. Dr. Henry is too old to be ruled out. Those werewolves are alien, so don't think about it. The rest of the archaeological team looked inferior in front of Luke. After a round of strict screening, those who meet the conditions are also the young people who actively ask for it. Really? Luke made a surprise expression, seemingly excited that he was chosen. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said softly, "In that case, Your Royal Highness, please complete the ceremony as soon as possible." Reaper Set's dagger, where is it? As the person who signed the contract, Anmanite has a secret connection with Ruby and Dagger Capital. Can be perceived as long as it appears nearby. For Luke, the Egyptian princess is just a toolman looking for a dagger. Amunet was silent. She approached the young man, lightly sniffed the vitality of the other party's soul, with a contented expression on his face. "Let me see." The Egyptian princess gently opened Luke's clothes, seeming to want to inspect the goods first. The latter throws a punch without mercy. Anmanite's chest directly exploded a terrifying hole. Fortunately, she is a mummy, and the organs in her body have long been rotten, and there is no scene. "Your Royal Highness, please respect yourself." Luke looked righteous, and told him with actions that he was not that kind of casual guy. He just wants to know the whereabouts of Set's dagger, but he has to sacrifice his hue for this, which is not worth the loss. Anmanite is certainly a rare beauty with exotic flavors, but that was limited to 1,000 years ago. After being mummified, was sealed in the coffin and sank into the mouth of the mercury well. The ruthless years have completely destroyed her beauty. The Egyptian princess standing in front of Luke has not taken a bath for thousands of years. With the rot of flesh and blood, and the mud-wrapped body, the overall image is really unsatisfactory. It is really difficult for Luke to complete a life harmony with such a woman. In a word, it is ugly rejection. "I just fell in love with Seth, the of death. I have no interest in you." Anmanet felt offended when he heard this answer. She was angry, opened her hands, and the strong breath of dead attracted a large swarm of crows. They are like black storms, sweeping in. Thousands of crows, sharp claws, sharp beaks, enough to peck the archaeological team. Snapped. Luke snapped his fingers softly. The hot energy, free from the air, like explosives that ignite the fuse, burst out suddenly. Boom 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 boom. The black crows hovering above their heads suddenly burned and turned into a sea of flames. This spectacular scene shocked the archaeologists, and at the same time, they had a better understanding of Superman's strength. Most of the time, I treat women with courtesy and demeanor. Luke walked in front of Anmanite. The biological force field wrapped the opponent, exerting a terrifying pressure. The body of a mummy with immortal characteristics is not so strong that it is invulnerable and fearless. At best, it is more beaten than ordinary people. As the two arms burst apart and exploded into powder, the Egyptian princess finally felt terrified. With her legs bent, she knelt down slowly, expressing surrender. What is going on in this world? In Ammonite's poor thinking, human beings should be synonymous with weak. Even the most brave and powerful warrior in the kingdom cannot resist the power of the gods. But looking at it now, there seems to be something wrong. The young people standing in front of them are obviously terrifyingly strong. This attitude is right. Luke put away the biological force field, looked down at the Egyptian princess who was sober after a severe beating, and asked again, "Where is the dagger of Set?" A few hours later, Luke took the archaeological team from Hiromiabu to a monastery near London, England. According to Anmanite, during the Crusades, he invaded Egypt and plundered a lot of gold, jewels and antiques. and Seth's dagger was among them. Find it and bring it to me. Luke gave orders. The originally ambitious and arrogant Egyptian princess has been trained very honestly by him. It didn't take long for him to bring Seth's dagger back from the monastery. It is like a black spar. It has a slender shape and is cold in the hand. Where is that ruby? Luke turned to look at Dr. Henry, who hurriedly handed over a box. He knew that Hiromuki was destined to be unable to resist Superman and SHIELD, and simply changed his mind and actively cooperated to make a good impression. The proposal of the Magic Congress is very tempting. A huge organization responsible for the administration of dark creatures and the underground world. If you can join in, maybe the Bogian department will no longer have to worry about how to deal with those monsters. They will also have a deeper understanding of the dark world shrouded in mystery. Does the ceremony require any spells? Luke embedded the ruby on the top of the dagger. He sensed a torrent of darkness, wrapped around it, like a key bond of a contract. Anmunit tried to constrict his fiery eyes, shook his head and said, "As long as you pierce the flesh and blood, you can connect the container with the death set and complete the ritual." Luke thought for a while, and stabbed him in the chest with a dagger in front of everyone. Click. The black spar-like dagger showed a few cracks. Did not break the defense. Luke is a little embarrassed, said .metalnovel.com. This dagger is just a medium of ritual. As far as the sharpness is concerned, it is not much better than the fruit knife in the kitchen. Let me try again. Luke's movements became cautious. He is worried that if it fails again, this dagger may be scrapped. By stimulating the power left by the death set, by the way, the defense is minimized. The dagger finally opened a small opening, and the moment when the blood was in contact, the ruby inlaid on the top burst into light. The surging and cold dark energy, like a flood, broke through the embankment and poured into Luke's flesh and blood. A dark shadow seemed to pass through the gate of the material world, forcibly squeezed into his body, making a roar of excitement. The hieroglyphs imprinted on Amunet's face gradually appeared on Luke's face. A strong dark power emerged like a fountain, haunting his body. "I come to the earth." Luke swallowed this slogan filled with the second breath before he even uttered it. "Sorry, the ownership of the body is still mine." Superman shook his head and said, "And your death authority must belong to me." Chapter 285 Earth Casino, Hades world. Thousands of years ago, Seth, the of Death, tried to use the reincarnation ritual to enter the world and turn ancient Egypt into an invincible empire of the dead. He certainly never thought that mortals could resist himself. Obviously, it is to occupy the body and complete rebirth. When he arrives, he seems to take the initiative to send his head, "Please enter the urn." The arrogant. The pitch-black shadows churned in Luke's body, and a burst of strong aura formed a substance erupting, like a bright blazing fire. The densely packed hieroglyphs appeared on his face like a curse, which looked particularly terrifying. "This is the anger of death." Luke stood there, unmoved. Neither panic nor fear at all. Everything is still under control. He previously believed that the gods, which symbolize power, war, desert, and death, might be stronger than they are now. Considering the thousands of years and the changes of the times, the Nine Pillar of Egypt may not be known to many people. Weakness in power like this is also forgivable. But so, after a rhetorical question, Luke answered, "Light and fluttering evaluation, more like a strong and ruthless sarcasm, completely aroused Set's thunderous anger. The dark shadows that exist in the body show the hideous shape of a jackal's body. I will make you feel." Sight wanted to threaten it, madly extract the life force of this arrogant human being, and let the other party understand the pain of death. But after another thought, if Luke died, it would be a failure of the ceremony. He has waited for thousands of years. Doesn't his plan to come to this world be declared bankrupt? The embarrassing situation of a dilemma suddenly made Set at a loss, and his high tone fell silent for a while. "What do you feel?" A distressed dilemma of a dead spirit. A sneer full of contempt from Luke's mouth. The Nine Pillar of Egypt has become a thing of the past. In this age of declining faith, you are no different from the old antiques in thrift stores. Those things are at least worth some money. And you are worthless. Word by word is like a sharp knife. revealing the only trace of dignity left by Set. Lifted off the seemingly mysterious and powerful coat, exposing the essence of being strong on the outside and the inside. I have dealt with many dimensional demon gods. They alone support the world, and their own existence continues to expand, like twinkling stars, standing in the sea of the universe, unshakable by changes in foreign objects. And you, without the power given by faith, even mortals are inferior. Luke mobilized the stellar energy in his body and suppressed the incompetent and angry Reaper Set. At the same time, he also used the identity of the Supreme Master to communicate with Emperor Waishan and draw strength. A magnificent pillar of pure white light fell from the sky and enveloped Superman, the ancient god. Death Set was shocked. He is one of the Egyptian 9 pillar gods. Naturally, I can perceive the true identity of Emperor Waishan. You are too slow. Luke smiled. The pure white light permeates the body. The incomparably dark shadows, like snow under the sun, are constantly being evaporated. Your authority to death. I laughed at it. Luke opened his right hand, and a pharaoh's scepter gradually condensed and appeared in his palm. He held it abruptly, his eyes flashed with strands of black light, which was very shocking. The authority of Seth, one of the Egyptian 9 pillar gods, fell into his hands in this way. I curse you. Use my life. Use everything I have. The dark shadow seemed to be dragged, pulled, and slowly separated from Luke's body. No matter how hard you struggle, no matter how unwilling you are, it is useless. It doesn't have to be this way. Your name, your image, always exist in history. Luke chuckles while feeling the power contained in the scepter. I'm just an acting of death. I have neither believers, nor will I be enshrined in the temple. Think about it another way. I'm actually working for you, and you are my boss. Sight, is this a lot easier? The Egyptian of death, seemingly shocked by the shamelessness of humans, fell into a long silence until the dark shadow completely left the opponent's body. Exclamation mark. Kai 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 kai. When the Death Set was exposed to the sun, it instantly turned into a plume of smoke. The thick, oily black arrogance radiates a lot of flames. The sorrowful wailing and the screaming anger disappeared along with the deadly figure of Seth, the of Death. Reaper is gone. Dr. Henry, who had been on the sidelines, and all members of the Hiromaki Club were stunned. Although they didn't know what happened just now, they still couldn't help feeling shaken when the results were presented in front of them. An Egyptian who was worshipped by the world thousands of years ago disappeared. Even if the people present, most of them are firmly atheists. But after witnessing this scene, they not only wavered their ideas, but also developed a fanatical mood of awe and admiration for Superman. The reputation value that keeps refreshing and rising is the most obvious manifestation. The gods will not die completely. Luke corrects Dr. Henry's wrong perception. In his eyes, every life has illusory lines of different lengths. That is the length of life. As long as he wants, he can try to cut off or renew Samion's lifeline with the Pharaoh's scepter held in his right hand. Of course, this is not easy, and a certain price needs to be paid. As long as someone can remember their name, as long as the traces of history, they will not completely disappear. Luke watched the Egyptian princess Anmanit, who was shivering and trembling, almost covered his entire face. They have the opportunity to resurrect and descend on this world. Perhaps hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, and Set, who has fallen asleep again, will appear again. Dr. Henry listened carefully, and he couldn't help thinking that if the Death Set was sleeping in darkness, wouldn't the Superman holding the Pharaoh's scepter be equivalent to the living of death? Thinking of this, the high level of the Bogian department subconsciously buried his head a little bit lower. This is the fear of God. Not as scary as you think. Luke seemed to have guessed what Dr. Henry was thinking, and shook his head slightly. He didn't explain too much. Those complicated concepts are too complicated for ordinary people. The belief system of this world has long been divided by many gods. Olympus, Greek, Nordic, ancient India, ancient Egypt, plus the two camps of heaven and hell. The souls of those believers are labeled when they kneel to a certain and pray. Only waited to reach the end of his life, he became a bargaining chip in the system. Those dimensional demons were among them, and at best they only picked up a little leftovers. Relatively speaking, the importance of soul bargaining chip to them is not as important as that of gods. To Luke, the earth is like a huge casino. The gods who rarely appear in this world, the big bosses hidden behind the scenes. What we are competing against is who has more chips and who has a strong background. Reaper Sama silently acted as the little transparent Ammonite, making a weak voice. What can I do for you? According to the original contract, she helped Seth, the of Death, descend into this world. In return, not only can you live forever, but you can also become the partner of each other and rule a large area of the country. But everything that happened right now was completely beyond her, and the expectations of the of Death set. The dead are not welcome in this world, Luke said lightly. And Manet trembled and knelt on both knees. She finally got rid of the darkness of thousands of years. Until novel.com. The seal of the coffin. If you return to the original situation and suffer such torture, it would be worse than death. However, considering my underworld, someone needs to manage it. The corner of Luke's mouth turned up, and after arousing the fear of the Egyptian princess, he personally erased it. Are you ready to work for me, Ammonite? The ups and downs of life make this Egyptian princess ride a roller coaster. She exhaled a long breath, tears falling with excitement. I will take care of the underworld for you. And Manet promised. Help so. Luke held the pharaoh's scepter. His eyes glowed with black light. Rumbling, unreal loud noise, like a chain twisting, gears biting. A grand portal with hieroglyphs imprinted slowly opened. That is the world of Hades. Belongs to the kingdom of death. Okay. The moment he opened the Hades, Luke seemed to have a subtle connection with the Reaper kingdom that existed in different places. His vision penetrated the barrier of space and saw a cold world full of humid mist. Then, a slim figure wearing a green cloak came into view. Chapter 286. 9 World History, Gifted Student Thats. Hela. Luke recalled the slender figure he saw when he opened the world of the underworld before, but he was a little uncertain. That was just a quick glance, not too real. The slim figure in the green cloak seemed to look back at last. Mist, cold. It should be Heim's underworld. Luke pondered for a moment, then came up with the answer. Asgard's of Death is Odin's eldest daughter, Hela. The opponent was imprisoned in the underworld of Heim, waiting for the arrival of the gods at dusk. The various crises in Asgard can almost all be summed up by family disputes. Is nothing more than that the younger brother is jealous of the older brother, the father prefers the older brother, the older sister runs away from the older brother, and so on. The death gods of different gods have similar authority, so they have subtle connections. Luke put away his distracting thoughts and stopped thinking. If you have a chance in the future, you can go to Asgard. Compared to Rocky and Sol, he feels that he and Hela have more room for cooperation. Everyone is a god of death, so I have to show some face. My dignified supreme mage, I will not lose confidence in the face of Odin. Luke believes that he is already qualified to match the king at the level of strength, and will not be regarded as a small mortal by Asgard. In terms of identity, as the representative of the earth and the supreme mage, he is not much worse than Odin. Asgardians, but 9 realms are notoriously difficult to communicate. Luke thought of the materials he saw in the Karmitage library. The guys who lived in the fairy palace were not hospitable people. Don't look at Thor's naive look. He will have a wrong perception of Asgard. Thinks that the people there are kind and enthusiastic by nature. You must know that when the 3 samurai of the immortal palace and Sif came to the earth to search for Thor, they directly regarded the Atrium world as a backward place in a poor country. They treat the people of the earth in the same way that the noble master deals with the common people. Haughty, looking down, and condescending. Besides, Asgard itself is built on war and fighting. The Azaprotos and the Warner Protoss were incompatible and hated each other a long time ago, until peace is reached later and the enmity is resolved. The Asgard is now. Then, Asgard, who was unified internally, had the ambitious ambition to compete for the Lord of the 9 realms. They challenged the ruler of the time, the Dark Elves, the most powerful race in the Nine Realms. Although standing upstream in history, from the perspective of latecomers, this is a just battle, a great victory to prevent the Nine Worlds from sinking into darkness. Coden's father, who led Asgard to the glorious predecessor king, started more out of the idea of fighting for the throne of power in the Nine Realms. Later, the frost giant of Jotunheim challenged Asgard, which is just a historical repetition of power competition. It's nothing more than a challenger replaced by someone else. In short, Asgard is a fighting race that advocates force, expands its territory through war, and ultimately rules the Nine Realms. If you have any beautiful fantasies about them, that would be too naive. Luke himself does not rule out the possibility of conflict with Asgard in the future. According to his personality, encountering the kind of superior and despising will always cause bigger troubles. About the mummies and the Egyptian of death, this is the end. Smoothly through the free worker Ammonite into the world of the underworld, and the pharaoh's scepter that Luke was holding slowly disappeared. In his eyes, the shocking black light also quietly dissipated. Dr. Henry, who was not breathing well, finally breathed a sigh of relief and no longer felt pressure. I have an amateur proposal regarding Hiromoki. Thinking back to the outside world, Luke paused and said in a negotiated tone, SHIELD also has similar departments under its jurisdiction. In the future, it will contact and cooperate with the Magic Congress. If Dr. Jekyll and the people behind you, if they have no opinion, you can consider incorporating it. The smile on Dr. Henry's face was a bit stiff. It sounded like a discussion, but after careful consideration, Doromibu didn't seem to be eligible to refuse. Don't think too much. These are just suggestions and friendly inquiries. Luke patted the opponent on the shoulder, comforting. He is a little bit interested in the monster information and mysterious collections kept by Hiromibu. Apart from anything else, the two secret books from the world of mummies, Black Book of the Dead and Golden Book of the Sun, are very useful. As the newly appointed Grim Reaper, Luke is thinking of perfecting his world of Hades. However, the friendly attitude only had the opposite effect. Dr. Henry thought that Superman could even level the Egyptian of death Seth, and the mummified Princess Anmonette, who was like a big enemy, was more docile than Dr. Henry's pet in front of him. He couldn't help being more panicked. Your Excellency General, you have misunderstood. Dr. Henry, who has the power to make a decision, turned his mind. A few minutes later, he cleared his throat and said, I'm just thinking about whether to move the headquarters from London to New York or Washington, D.C. Only in this way can we get closer to the General and feel the light of justice from the lighthouse on Earth. Hiss. Luke was taken aback, a little shocked. He didn't expect that a guy with big eyebrows, big eyes and a decent face like Dr. Henry could even say such unscrupulous flattery. Don't force yourself, Dr. Jekyll, Luke said sternly. I am a person who never likes to force others. Dr. Henry shook his head again and again, with a firm attitude that he wanted to pack the Bogian department and send it to SHIELD Bureau. Both you come and I meet, and when you want to refuse to return, finally reach a consensus. I said, Dr. Jekyll, are you French? Luke looked at the other person eagerly, and asked curiously. According to the normal process, shouldn't it be that you put pressure on yourself several times, intimidated and lured, to get Dr. Henry to agree to it? Why, before he exerted his strength, Bojian Bu fell down on his own initiative. I was born in England and I am a Scot. Dr. Henry did not understand the meaning, and replied solemnly, since Dr. Jekyll has agreed, then the Bogian department will be a subsidiary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was thinking of something, and added, by the way, SHIELD is an international organization recognized by the World Security Council and does not belong to any country. Our goal is to fight for the common interests and destiny of mankind. Dr. Henry was a little puzzled at first, but after careful consideration, he understood. This is implying that the resources and energy of the Bogian department belong only to S.H.I.E.L.D. and have nothing to do with the federal government? Dr. Henry's eyes flickered, and any individual who is powerful and does not need to rely on other support would not like to be restrained. With superhuman strength, there is no need to obey the White House. Instead, the president should worry about whether there will be a Superman regime someday and let him and Congress become a decoration. So it seems reasonable for Superman to focus on himself and ignore the existence of the White House. Your Excellency General has a broad mind and embraces the world. Dr. Henry offered flattery and flattered. Luke smiled slightly, not paying attention. The tall and straight figure rose from the ground and rushed to the sky. Half a month later, Luke got up from the tender country, looking at the bedroom where the fighting was left. The clothes fluttering from the door to the bed proved how fierce the situation was at that time. Can't enjoy it anymore. Luke reflected on himself. He could only stop and stop occasionally on the way forward, but he could never stop. He finished dealing with the Egyptian mummies, and after the accident of the Bojien-Bu, appeared in the White House not long after, attended a secret meeting. The content is strictly confidential and must not be circulated to the outside world. After all, the president was brainwashed, and the power of the country almost became a personal tool for some people. Speaking of this kind of thing, I am afraid it will arouse strong public opinion and arouse public distrust of the federal government. Mentalnovel.com. Although it will be many years from now, there is a Mr. President who accomplished the amazing feat of returning to Japan, and he did just that. As for the two guys, Kang the Conqueror and Mr. Omen, both of them passively became the high-level Hydra. Compared to future people, mutant people are such an identity tag. Luke thinks Hydra is more convincing and easier to understand. Anyway, those guys have always been very professional in blaming the blame. No one questioned the truth that Luke had told. On the one hand, he produced enough evidence. On the other hand, authenticity is not important. After this incident, the president will inevitably bear part of the responsibility. Either leave the White House in dignity, or be impeached and attacked. This is actually a good thing for many people. For example, other parties, or politicians who are interested in the general election. These are just boring games in Luke's view, and he is not interested in paying attention. No matter who the president represents, his attitude towards SHIELD and Superman will not change much. The real job to keep Luke busy is the establishment of the Mutant Academy. As an honorary director, he just learned that the school has ushered in a talented student with amazing potential. His name is Charles Francis Xavier. Chapter 287. Unlucky Childhood. Talent Academy. The establishment of the Mutant Academy was promoted by Luke, and the plan was finally finalized and the Congress bill passed. It is different from the private school with bald-head professors in the future. It is a three-no educational institution that has no certificate, no qualifications, and is not recognized by the federal government. It can be banned and closed at any time with severe fines. This young college under the jurisdiction of SHIELD has strong faculty, complete various certificates, and honorary school directors such as beautiful principals and Superman. I really want to open enrollment. I am afraid that the threshold will be flattened. If it weren't for considering that the school only accepts mutants, the wealthy celebrities and upper-class elites would probably send their children in. After coming out, whether in business or politics, he will be regarded as a student taught by Superman. What? You said that Superman does not attend classes at all, but is just an honorary school manager? That's not important, as long as you can get on the relationship anyway. It's like many people go to a prestigious school for gilding, not for studying hard and making progress every day. Interpersonal communication and a shining personal resume are the real goals. And come from a prestigious school, or the same school as a celebrity, it is also worthy of speaking out. The political circles in the United States already have the terms Harvard Gang and Yale Gang. The Supreme Court has 9 Supreme Justices, all from Harvard and Yale law schools. Many people have said that to be a president does not require a background to graduate from a prestigious school, but one wants to be the Supreme Justice, not Harvard or Yale, but also Columbia and Northwestern University. Far away, anyway, Superman set out to establish a mutant academy, which attracted a lot of attention. In this way, Charles Jr. should be the best quality in this class. Luke leaned on the back seat of the car and closed the White Queen to sort out the files that he had handed over. They are on their way to Long Island, Manhattan, where the newly built Mutant Academy is located. At the original address, there was originally a private winery. Later went bankrupt due to poor management. SHIELD took it down at a very low price and transformed it into a modern campus that it should have. Speaking of it, the Mutant Academy is very close to Howard Stark's manor, and they are considered neighbors. There is nothing to do in the future, so I can drop by. People with mental abilities have always been rare. In addition, Charles is a rare genius who can awaken his talent and master ability at such a young age. The White Queen pushed her dangling hair behind her ears and whispered, "The talents of mutants are mostly awakened in adolescence. Intense emotions and rapid growth can easily activate the X gene in the body. You can awaken your talent when you are young, and your strength is not too bad." Just talk about a few people: Professor Bald, Magneto, Phoenix Girl Greek, Franklin, the son of Mr. Fantastic, are all big guys. The worst is also Alpha. By the way, he also has a younger sister named Drew Iwin, who is also a mutant. The White Queen seemed to think of something, added, "She can change the structure of her own cells and tissues. In short, she can transform into the appearance of anyone, even the subtleties of iris and fingerprints." Luke raised his eyebrows, and the future Professor Charles, as well as the devilish girl, became his students. Several veterans of the mutants, only one Magneto, did not appear. Speaking of it, he always thinks that Professor Bald is a model for the protagonist. He inherited his parents' inheritance at a young age and adopted a sister who is not related by blood. Both parents died. There was a car and a house, and a younger sister, who fell in love with his friends, is more like the protagonist than myself. I think it is written in the information that Charles Jr. was born in a wealthy family in New York. His father Brian Xavier was a scientist. Later he joined the business world and made his fortune. Luke put away his divergent thinking and asked, how can he accept that his son is a mutant? Or put another way, how can he accept his son to enter a school that specializes in recruiting mutants? Such an approach, to use an inappropriate analogy, is tantamount to a white elite sending his son to a black school. There is no doubt that he will bear some strange eyes and criticized comments. Although in terms of legislation, Luke has begun to secretly promote the passage and implementation of the Mutant Registration Bill, and is ready to change the public's perception. But this is not something that can be changed and done overnight. It takes time to settle. I did a family visit and met Charles' parents. The White Queen is trying hard to learn how to be a qualified principal. Since she ran away from home, she has not had any serious career. After joining the Hellfire Club, he chanted slogans with Sebastian Shaw every day to brainwash his compatriots. Can't give people a sense of satisfaction or self-identification at all. Luke can entrust the management of Mutant Academy to himself, and the White Queen is grateful. That night, when I sat on it and shook my waist, I worked a lot harder. Little Charles' parents are more open-minded, and they accepted their son's status as a mutant early on. The White Queen got rid of the shameful picture in her mind, and continued, that child is more mature and quieter than his peers. He has his own ideas and is also very smart. Adopting Rue Iwin was also a decision he made to convince his parents. He personally thinks that mutant colleges are more suitable than ordinary private high schools or elite schools. Luke nodded. A psychic person like Charles can listen to his heart and read his thoughts. It couldn't be easy to guide others' behavior. What's more, he has always acted like a child of a few people, studying hard and quietly obedient. Every family teacher who is responsible for teaching Charles will send out the same emotion. This is an out-and-out magical power and genius. Family origin, childhood experiences are completely different. No wonder the two people will go on the opposite path in the future. Luke thought of the profile he had just read, and chuckles in his heart. Charles was born in a wealthy family in New York. It can be said that he was the lucky one who grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Live in the mansion castle in Westchester, and there are servants to take care of daily life. And his future good friend, little partner, Magneto King Eric Lanzel. But because of his Jewish identity, his family was persecuted, went to a concentration camp, and felt the cruelty of war. There is a saying, unfortunate people are healed their childhood all their lives, and lucky people are healed by childhood all their lives, is really suitable for the two leaders of mutants, Professor X and Magneto. I saw Magneto, whose mother died in front of me, with my own eyes. What I saw and experienced was all human tragedies such as racial persecution and cruel massacre. Naturally, it is difficult to understand that Charles' pacifism and conservatism have been relegated to cowardice and weakness. And Charles, who has a happy family and a happy life, can only sympathize with Magneto's tragic childhood, but cannot empathize with him. The concept of created a split between the mutants and the opposition of the two camps. How many students have you recruited this year? Luke talked about business. www.mentalnovel.com. He set out to build an academy. In addition to wanting to provide shelter for mutants, he also took into account the rapid changes in the future. Superheroes, alien races, evil organizations, cosmic crisis. These are the eternal themes in the Marvel Universe. So, it doesn't hurt to be one step ahead and the layout to be closed. Eligible, there are 31 in total. The White Queen smiled a little helplessly. Enrolling students encountered difficulties. On the one hand, many families still hold a conservative view of mutants. On the other hand, in the mutant population, about 30% of their compatriots have major genetic defects. Either the appearance is different from ordinary people, or the ability cannot be controlled. These do not meet the enrollment requirements. At most they will be transferred to medical institutions. Not bad. But there will be more and more in the future. Luke is very satisfied. In his opinion, this wave of enrollment attracts future bold professors and magic girls, which is quite successful, is equivalent to a wave of 10 consecutive draws out of 2 golden legends. Arrived. The 2 iron doors opened backward, and the car slowly drove into a private manor with a large area. On the nameplate at the door, there is the words Cavil Youth Talent Academy. That is the official name of the school to the outside world. Chapter 288. Mr. Principal, annoying sister. When the car drove into the college, the first thing that caught your eye was a huge bronze statue. The cloak is like a rolling wave, showing an arc. The head is high, showing a firm look, like the light of the right way, shining on him. Plus pure copper casting, outline the muscle lines, fully interpret the powerful sense of strength. Is Superman. You have to get something. This thing? Luke got out of the car and saw his statue standing in the most conspicuous part of the college, feeling a bit awkward. Frankly speaking, I don't like to engage in personality cult. He has always firmly believed that if it were not for prestige, he should be a low, cautious, and humble person with a bad reputation. Debuted as an idol. That was Captain America's business. The White Queen smiled and explained, I specially asked someone to build this bronze statue. You are the signboard of the Academy and the guarantee of mutants. She is very clear that they are gradually being recognized by the public, and it is not that they have won the treatment themselves. It was Luke pushing behind the scenes, which formed the current good situation. Superman, SHIELD, the influence of these two hills is getting bigger and bigger. No matter who it is impossible to ignore their existence if they want to climb the power pyramid. The White House is busy with the next general election, waiting for a new owner. Eisenhower and Kennedy Jr. are actively courting Superman. In addition to the marine and land systems, the Pentagon gradually has a superhuman system. Most of its members come from various intelligence agencies. After all, as the number of SHIELD agents continues to expand, the corners of the CIA and FBI are almost completely dug out. Only this time, although Hoover felt wronged and bitter, he did not dare to say anything. Today is different from the past, and the act of provoking Superman is no different from looking for death now. Well, take me to meet your gifted student. Luke nodded, acquiescing to the existence of the bronze statue of Superman. It's here anyway. It's better than being put in a museum. He doesn't want to be dragged away by the Ministry of National Defense in the future to give young people ideological education. The patriotic education video of Captain America is simply a public sentence. The basic conditions of a prestigious school. In addition to teachers and parishes, there must also be celebrity effects, making students feel proud and full of pride. Superman is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. The White Queen smiled triumphantly and walked ahead to lead the way. Although Luke is not a mutant, his attitude is friendly enough. Can be used as a signboard of the Talent Academy. The Congress people didn't fool me. The architectural layout and design are good. Luke strolled along the lake and walked towards the teaching building standing behind the dense forest. This mutant college on Long Island is more secluded than the mansion of Chester West. Except for the long stretch of white buildings, there are large lawns, forests and tidal flats around. The scenery is beautiful and refreshing. Going west is an attached private port, ready to sail out at any time. Dormitory. Rest area. Rywin, when you see Miss Frost, you have to show respect. Charles, who was dressed in a bow tie and a suit and dressed as a small adult, specifically asked. Standing in front of him was a little red-haired Lily. Round cheeks are dotted with freckles. Those yellow pupils kept turning, which seemed very aura. I see, Charles. You are so long-winded, just like Mr. Bryan. I always like to repeat things that I remember. Rywin, a young devil girl, said impatiently. Her attention was focused on the TV screen, and she didn't take Charles' instructions to her heart at all. Miss Frost is not a terrible bad person, nor will she hurt herself. Rywin doesn't understand why Charles is so nervous. She is a mentally capable person, with similar abilities to me. Charles whispered. So during the last home visit, you were secretly thinking, Miss Frost looks like a bad woman. This sentence should have been heard. Rywin was taken aback, took 2 steps back abruptly, and fell on the sofa with a crack. The face dotted with a few small freckles was full of panic. You didn't lie to me, Charles. I didn't mean it. Rywin is crying. The teacher and the doctor are currently the 2 people she fears most. Miss Frost, shouldn't she punish me physically? Let me copy words, or deduct points for the exam. Compared to Charles, who is called a prodigy, Rywin's academic performance is quite average. Doing the exam questions, in her opinion, is simply hell. If you can be more obedient, maybe Miss Frost won't punish you. Seeing that the naughty sister was frightened, Charles said calmly, the bear kids are making trouble, which is actually quite a headache. Rywin has all kinds of weird thoughts and weird questions in her head, which often prevents Charles from answering. Such as, Charles, can you sing a Star-Spangled Banner Man with big plans? Charles, you know why Aunt Rose married Uncle Johnny, but she sleeps with Brother Pierre. For his sister Rywin, Charles occasionally wondered, was it the right choice to take in this girl with 10,000 whys? Remember, behave like a little lady, Rywin. Finally, he felt uneasy. After repeating the instructions, Charles tidied his clothes and took his sister to the principal's office. Miss Frost said that an important guest will come over today. Compared with the popular surroundings and the best-selling comics of Captain America, the super talent is Charles, who thinks he is very mature, and his true idol. Precocious children always like to be different. People of the same age like the flamboyant pectoral muscles. MentalNovel.com Stars and Stripes Shields and American Hips. Charles admires the image, strength and power of Superman. Think that is the perfect form of human beings. Hello, little Charles. Luke, who was sitting in the principal's office, saw the young bald professor knocking on the door and coming in, followed by the restrained devil-shaped woman Rywin. He didn't regard the other person as a child, took out candy from his pocket, or said some childish things to make a joke. A person with psychic ability like Charles, even if he is very young, is far more mature in thought than his peers. Equal treatment makes it easier to win favor and trust. Hello, Mr. Principal, Charles said with a serious expression. Seeing you is my happiest thing except for persuading my parents and enrolling in school. Although Luke is only an honorary school manager, Charles still chooses to use principal as his title. Miss Frost and I are also happy to be able to recruit such outstanding students as you. Luke smiled, and did not show the slightest strange expression because of Charles' excessive political and economic tone. Miss Frost. Charles' clever little head raised a question. Where did the White Queen as the principal go? Isn't she supposed to be there? Chapter 289 Role Play. Implicit text. After about 20 minutes of meeting and chatting, Luke had a deeper understanding of the little Charles in front of him. His talk and behavior are trying his best to imitate adults. With that stern tone, meticulous hair, bow tie and suit. Involuntarily, it reminds Luke of little Sheldon, an annoying spirit with a serious cleanliness addiction and an equally clever mind. Charles, a young man, is highly overlapped in image with the other party. Mr. Principal, I want to be a part of this college. The main reason is that I need to find some companions and respect you. Hearing Luke asked about the reason for enrolling, Charles seemed to have finished the draft, and replied seriously, I found out that I was different when I was 8 years old. It was one night, and I was a little scared because of the stage play Zorro I saw at night. Those dark shadows, monsters like bats, scared me. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched. This story seems familiar. In the Dark Universe Next Door, I mentioned Zorro every time and watched the show. There must be a dark alley, a gunman, a broken pearl necklace, and an orphan who lost his parents. This classic drama is repeated several times almost every once in a while. If Erskine influenced Steve Rogers' life, the cave in the Middle East changed Tony Stark. That, the alley in Gotham, is probably Batman's lifelong nightmare. I couldn't sleep over and over, so I pushed the bedroom door and stood in the corridor. Then, I heard that my parents were arguing and it felt very strange. Obviously separated by a wall and a thick door, I heard their conversation clearly. It's not just a conversation, but also the complaints they didn't say in their hearts. I am like an out-of-control radio, receiving all information from the outside world. Those messy sounds, or dark, or terrible thoughts, filled my head. After that, I had a high fever for 2 days. Charles' little face showed a bit of memory. His natural ability, so quietly awakened and appeared. You haven't told anyone else. Luke crossed his hands and propped his chin. His tone of voice is normal, but he sometimes gasps unconsciously, as if he is enduring something. Charles, who has a keen observation ability, discovered this. But he didn't take it to heart, but continued, No, Mr. Principal. This is my own secret. I dare not tell anyone that I am afraid of being sent to the hospital or receiving some terrible treatment. In Charles' eyes, a touch of fear could not help. Although he is much more mature than his peers, he is only a child after all. In the face of sudden accidents and an unpredictable future, I still feel scared. So, he chose to hide it. You did the right thing, Charles. Luke nodded and agreed. The face covered with both hands twitched slightly. S expression also became weird, as if he was suffering from some kind of stimulation. He somewhat underestimated the White Queen. The other party's flexible tongue that can tie a cherry pole into a knot is not something ordinary people can bear. S own joystick is like the pottery touched by the heroine in the movie that human and ghost are not in love. Slippery, non-slip, high-speed friction, fancy rotation. If it were not for Luke's great perseverance, he would have long been unable to endure such extreme torture. I once thought that I was the only one in this world who was so different, able to listen to and read the thinking of others. Charles spoke a little emotionally. He turned his head and looked at his dazed sister, who was not quite right, without paying attention to Mr. Principal, who was not quite right. Fortunately, I met Ruiwin and let me know that I am not unique and have compatriots similar to me. Since then, I have paid special attention to the news of mutants. Until I heard your speech, Mr. Principal, your interpretation of freedom, equality, and human rights moved me deeply. Charles' little face is full of sincerity, and his eyes are shining brightly, which is an emotion called worship. So you bravely confessed your identity as a mutant to your parents and became the first student in this college. You are a good boy, Charles. Luke was silent for a few seconds. leaned forward, and smiled. "You are very talented and outstanding, and you will have a bright future. However, before tapping your potential, you must first face yourself and accept yourself." Charles, you don't have to be nervous about your identity and worry about being looked at by other people. The talent of mutants is not a terrible curse. Painful diseases are not for you, at least. It is the wings that let people get rid of the ordinary and fly to the clouds. It is also the key to open the door to evolution, allowing you to look at the world from a different perspective. Luke opened his mouth and it was steaming chicken soup for the soul, completely substituting in the role of life mentor. "But, Mr. Principal, human beings are afraid of things they don't understand enough." Charles hesitated. He had been hiding his talents before, for fear of being discovered by others. If we stand in front of the stage and appear in public view, will it arouse their vigilance, disgust, and lead to violent conflicts? I have to say that Charles is indeed a precocious child. At his age, being able to think of race disputes and conflicts of existence through the two camps of humans and mutants has exceeded that of his peers. Now it shows the characteristics of conservatives and moderates. Luke smiled slightly, leaning forward and leaning back slightly. The tight face also relaxes slightly. Hide one's own abilities, ensure to live in harmony with humans, and avoid violent conflicts. These are the guiding thoughts of Professor Bald. But he does not fully agree. We can't just see the shortcomings in everything, Charles. We have to learn to look at problems dialectically. Living space, racial disputes, these are internal contradictions. If you want to resolve it, you have to divert your attention through external conflicts. Maybe in a few decades, our footprints are not limited to land, sea and sky. Luke said meaningfully. Every time there is a big event, it is at least a cosmic crisis. The Earth is a special planet. It is the origin of the ancient gods, and it is secretly coveted by the demon gods of dimensions. Every cosmic turmoil must start from it, or it will eventually affect it. Luke is not a passive person. He likes to take the initiative. Sooner or later, human beings will go out. When the time comes, problems such as living space and racial disputes will gradually disappear and become a footnote of history. At that time, the countries and people on this planet will need to face the three empires of the galaxy, the elders of the universe, and Thanos. They will soon understand their insignificance, and they will know that internal friction is meaningless. "I understand, Mr. Principal." Charles seemed to realize it suddenly and nodded heavily. All internal contradictions can be transferred through external contradictions. Compared to malicious alien races, mutants seem insignificant. But, where are the aliens? The future will give you the answer. Facing Charles' doubts, Luke smiled mysteriously. "It's just that, immediately afterwards, his smile solidified. The strong suction power like a water pump almost envelops the human soul. Nothing else. You can go out." Luke speaks clearly and speaks slowly. Charles left the office with his sister. Before he closed the door, he glanced at the principal who was holding his hands on the large table. "Rywin, do you think, Mr. Principal?" His expression seems very painful. When thinking back to the conversation, Charles felt that Superman was suppressing a certain emotion. He is a mentally capable person and has a keen intuition in this regard. "I'm hungry, Charles." Rywin looked ignorant and said, clutching her belly. She didn't pay attention to the details at all. She just wanted to eat a dessert earlier. "Well, maybe I read it wrong." Charles took his sister by the hand and walked to the restaurant. While in the principal's office, the White Queen, who was not present, wiped the corners of her mouth and glanced at Luke, slightly proud. "Does this count as your first time?" In her question, there is a certain eagerness to compete. "I tried it with Malina once, but it was in a high-end restaurant." Luke answered frankly. Then we will go to a high-end restaurant next time." The White Queen holds her head up. Although she has no intention of being jealous, she has a strong sense of victory in this regard. "Do you know that this will only make me cheaper?" Lux loosened his tie. He wanted to come to the last serious meeting, but the White Queen became the principal at the beginning, and the excitement of having a career is a little hard to calm down. "I can also make you a little cheaper," What do you think of the female student who had to submit to the principal for exam results? The White Queen turned around. Until novel.com she messed up that blonde hair, making herself more like a pitiful female student rather than a strong female principal. Or, the arrogant and rude female headmaster, and the strong security guard. Luke cleared his throat, picked up the cup on the table, and took a sip of water. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was really ready to move. Role-playing is a game that everyone likes, regardless of men and women. Is it a bit too early at this point in time? Luke pretends, barely maintaining a decent image. The White Queen is pressing hard. She likes to see Superman gaff. Principal Cavill, if you can give me you at the final exam, I can give a lot. The blonde beauty blinked her eyes, her hands behind her back, with an innocent expression on her face. Hiss. It's really fast to enter the play. Luke sighed. He decided to cooperate with the other party's performance. It's not because you can't hold it. Give in to the temptation. I just want to simply play a role-playing game and do a good job as a principal. Luke thinks that he is stuck on the surface and superficial knowledge of this profession. Needs to dig deeper and more thoroughly into its meaning. Chapter 294 Nights. Magneto. The happy time always flies quickly, and when Luke gets dressed and evaporates the wet water on the desk, it is already a few hours later. A large cloud of clouds drifted over, blocking the hot sunlight. Frankly speaking, Emma, your excellent performance and operating experience in this course are totally worth an A+. Luke leaned on that comfortable leather chair and said in full praise, you are an excellent student, not only with a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but also with excellent practical ability. The White Queen smiled sweetly and cleverly tied Mr. Principal's tie. Then, after tidying up the messy clothes, began to talk about serious work. Luke couldn't help feeling a little bit as he looked at the rosy-faced and refreshing White Queen. It is obvious that after such a high-intensity exercise that consumes physical strength and intense emotions, the other party is not tired. This is also confirmed from the side. The relationship between men and women is like a cow and a field. No matter how hard the cow works, the fields will only become fertile and fertile. Of course, Superman has no troubles in this regard. He is an ever-tired pile driver, plowing the land deeply and planting seeds hard. You have to find teachers who are more patient and more suitable for educational work. The White Queen leaned on her side, sitting on the edge of the desk, holding the sweat-stained blonde hair on her cheeks with her hands behind her head. Women always care about manners. The White Queen, with a light makeup, while filling up foundation, said, our students are still children. In addition to the need for an outstanding educational environment, we must also have enough excellent teachers. Are you alluding to the disqualification of a certain pair of brothers? Luke raised his eyebrows. The teachers of the Mutant Academy must also use mutants. This can maintain the independent operation of the Academy without being infiltrated by other forces. Can also avoid creating a sense of belonging for those students, as if they have come to a big family belonging to their compatriots, without external barriers. Charles would rather confess the identity of the mutant to his parents and sign up for the Talent Academy, mainly because he wants to find more compatriots. The only problem is that not just anyone can do the job as a teacher. Currently offers several courses in total, among which compulsory courses include national languages, national history, social sciences and natural sciences. There are arts in elective courses, such as music and drama. When students enter the upper grades, there are more rigorous combat classes. Generally speaking, the study pressure is not too great. However, the vast majority of mutant groups are awakened in adolescence. Once the identity is exposed, it will be rejected and unfriendly by the outside world. This makes most of the mutants unable to get through their teenage years normally. For example, the White Queen herself is an obvious example. She ran away from home without finishing college courses and became a marginalized person. If it is not for a superior family background, outstanding ability, and certain insight, how can Luke appoint a principal? Like the Saber-toothed Tiger and Wolverine brothers, They have been wandering all year round and have not received any systematic higher education. Except for Momrakfak, they are Sheet and Baikai, which can be classified as illiterate. Suddenly teaching other people as a teacher, naturally there are many shortcomings. That's right. The White Queen's expression is cold, seemingly dissatisfied. Saber-toothed tiger Victor, he is a physical education teacher, and he will only take students to watch football games between the Chicago Bears and the New York Giants. Last week, I even saw him openly drinking at school, in front of the students. The Wolverine Logan is even more exaggerated. As a history teacher, he not only swears in class, but also smokes cigars, making the academy misty. The White Queen was indignant and wished to expel the two black sheep who had mixed into the teaching team. It will be a moment for now. Luke shrugged and transferred the brothers of Saber-toothed Tiger and Wolverine to be teachers. This was also an expedient measure. Also, your sister Silver Fox Scalar, isn't she doing very well? She is very popular with students. The White Queen's face calmed down when she heard her sister's name. In fact, she also has personal emotions mixed in. Regarding the Wolverine Logan who snatched her sister, the White Queen has never had a good face. Hate the house and woo, even the Saber-toothed Tiger enjoys the treatment of being disgusted. When the college's work is on the right track, we will find a group of more suitable teachers. As an honorary school manager, Luke is still very concerned about the development of the Talent Academy. In the mutant group, many people want to live a peaceful life, and they can be recruited as teachers at that time. The two discussed for a while, and then it was tea time. Luke met Charles and Rywin in the restaurant. Besides that, there were some other students. Most of their ages are 1,315 years old. Some are signs of showing natural ability, some are already awakened. But alpha level and outstanding genius prodigy like Charles is in the minority after all. They are all the future, Luke said contentedly. If this mutant academy can gradually grow and enter the public eye, it will not take many years to become the base camp of the mutant group in North America. They will be like gold diggers in the Western development period, and they will come in rush to seek a stable life. The future is theirs and also ours. The White Queen seems to have the feeling of Sebastian Shaw, holding power and being trusted by others. In a sense, she is a leader of the mutant camp. Charles has fallen into the bag. Where will Magneto be? Luke's thoughts diverged, his gaze through the window, through the green lawn and hills, to a very distant place. After the end of the Second World War, according to the Yalta Agreement and the Potsdam Agreement, Germany was divided and occupied by the United States, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. The Allied Control Committee formed by the four countries has taken over the supreme power of the country. It won't be long before the Federal Republic of Germany will be established in the Western Occupied Zone, and the German Democratic Republic will be established in the Eastern Soviet Occupied Zone, is also commonly known as West Germany and East Germany. In a few years, the famous Berlin Wall will be built. Germany, which provoked World War I and World War II, officially split into two sovereign states. Caliban, the man you are talking about, is in Berlin. A tall figure shrouded in a long hood, looking up at the devastated Berlin. The city was ravaged back and forth by Allied bombers, like the surface of the moon, full of potholes and ravines. War is a cruel game where the loser has nothing, and the winner takes all. According to the resolution made by the Yalta Conference, Germany at this time must compensate $20 billion. Among them, $10 billion goes to the Soviet Union, $8 billion goes to the United States, and the remaining $2 billion goes to other countries. It was not until 2014, half a century later, that the German government paid off this huge foreign debt. Yes, Lord Apocalypse. Caliban followed behind him, and his perception continued to expand, covering almost every corner of Berlin. As long as it is a mutant, it is impossible to escape the search. You don't know, after World War II, a mutant organization called the Hellfire Club emerged. Their leader is Sebastian Shaw, an alpha-class mutant. I once accepted a commission to find suitable compatriots for the other party. In the list provided by Shaw, There is a child named Eric Lanchel, who is an important goodsy named by name to find. Tanki listened and moved forward. The streets of Berlin, that is, the empty space where the ruins were swept, almost no people can be seen, just like an empty city. In World War II, Germany lost nearly 7 million adult men and almost exhausted its labor force. A large number of captured German soldiers were sent to Siberia to do coolies and died there. In other words, most of the people who are still alive in Berlin are women and the elderly. Did you find him? Feeling the aura of war left on this land, Apocalypse's eyes flashed. In his view, human beings are such despicable, backward, arrogant and low-level creatures. They are greedy, so they plunder. They are arrogant, so blind. They are short-sighted, so stupid. And so they need a great leader, a great god, a great master. That is the apocalypse. Found it. That kid, he's nearby. Caliban bent over and said, these days, he has fully seen the strength of apocalypse. You can upgrade the mutant's rank casually and fill in the existing genetic defects. And, what's more terrifying, Apocalypse has innumerable talent abilities, such as space teleportation, energy projection, etc., which can be used with every gesture, completely breaking the limit of mutant level. I want to know if that kid will be the destined four horsemen. Tanki held down Caliban's shoulders, read the other's thoughts, and learned the exact location. Mentalnovel.com. The space channel opened and wrapped the two inside. Almost in the blink of an eye, they crossed the distance of the city and appeared in front of a dirty child wearing a peaked cap. Eric Lanchel. Tanki looked at each other. His eyes reflected the child's face. Eric, holding a bag of bread, full of vigilance, thought these two guys wanted to rob, and subconsciously used their abilities. The trash can in the alley, with the concrete steel bars, all the metal objects flew up and smashed towards Tanki. Don't be nervous, I'm here to help you, Eric. Tanki said in a deep voice. Is just a thought turning? All the oncoming debris is decomposed into elementary particles. Magnet. Your potential is much more than that, Eric. Tanki's eyes shone slightly, as if he had seen a gold mine that had not been dug. He stepped forward, his spirit invaded the other's mind, reading the memories buried deep in his heart. Eric's face was in pain, the bag of bread in his arms fell to the ground, his head was held in his hands, and he knelt down slowly. Hatred, hatred, hatred. Yes, that's it. Use anger to ignite the world. Tanki inspires the memory of the other party and mobilizes the anger hidden in the bottom of my heart. He found the first four nights. Chapter 291. To Moscow, the danger of Nine Snakes. A few days later, Luke, who was in the SHIELD, received information sent back from Berlin, Germany. Apocalypse appeared. The young director rubbed his chin, thinking about how to solve this unstable factor. Although it is said that Apocalypse is the of mutants, he is proficient in various talents, and the vitality is tenacious. Even the power of the Phoenix has not completely killed it. But, Luke, who got the 10th metal, I really want to kill Apocalypse. And it is not without any means. I am a person who always regards peace as the most important thing to do. I fight and kill whenever I want. That's too rude. Luke leaned in the seat, thinking so. According to his understanding of the apocalypse, the former pharaoh woke up and figured out the situation in the world today. We'll inevitably start looking for the four knights, that is, find four potential mutants, strengthen their talents, and become the number one thug. Replace him to conquer the world and build an empire. After all, the dignified pharaoh, the great god. If you do everything by yourself, it would seem like you have no choice. Berlin, Germany. Luke curled his lips when thinking that Magneto was a German Jew. The goal of Apocalypse is very likely to be one of the leaders of the mutants in the future, Eric Lanchel. Not even a child is spared. This is considered child trafficking. Luke spit out. The young Magneto, even with the help of Apocalypse, the ability to master is at the alpha level, is far from the strength level of manipulating the Earth's magnetic field and tearing the planet apart. Even if Magneto is included under his command, it is useless. Let's wait and see again. It's not bad to let Apocalypse take the initiative to jump out, and then it can also increase a wave of reputation. Luke shrugged off the complicated thoughts and closed the report. If you compare the world to a huge stage, then Superman must be one of the brightest and most dazzling beings. Any hero in the world will always need a vicious, cold-blooded villain to set off his stalwart, light and justice. For example, the United States often compares itself to a beacon of democracy and freedom, and the Soviet Union bears the villain. For Superman, he doesn't need to make enemies to stabilize his position. Because in the Marvel Universe, various evil villains emerge in an endless stream. Kang, the previous Conqueror, and Mr. Omen. Because the death was so swift and neat, coupled with the need to keep it secret, it was impossible to fully disclose it, and failed to take up this arduous responsibility. Now it seems that Tankey has become a suitable candidate. The knock on the door interrupted Luke's idea of arranging the script. "It's really not easy to see you, Chief Cavill." The Captain America who returned to Brooklyn walked into the office with a familiar smile on his mouth. He came to S.H.I.E.L.D. several times. Most of the time Luke did not stay in the office. If you change to someone else, you have to make an appointment at the front desk and then line up. Faced with Roger's joke, Luke joked back. After the return of Superman, he solved the Egyptian mummy and took away the authority and power of the Death Set. Participated in the secret meeting of the White House, by the way, indulged in the gentle town, reluctant to think about it. It was only recently that he re-entered his work and checked in at SHIELD every day. Besides, Luke, who holds several positions and has a very high status, is indeed a busy man. Compared with the president of the White House, he does not need to face media interviews, participate in political shows, perform his own side of the people, and say some embarrassing words to face himself. The heavy work in other areas is not much different. SHIELD is now a huge organization, with agents and spies all over the world forming a secret intelligence network. The transfer of tens of thousands of personnel, as well as all kinds of secretly establishing and executing plans, require him to visit. In addition to the above schedule, there are endless meetings of the Pentagon, successive invitations from various interest groups, and so on. If it weren't for Luke's proficient time management skills, plus he doesn't need to spend too much time on sleep every day, I'm afraid he would have been left alone and couldn't cope with it. By the way, occasionally I am interested, and I have to send warm greetings to Carter, Malina and others. After that, Luke is almost busier than the president. Haha, then should I call you Lord Chief or Mr. General? Rogers pulled the chair away, and the secretary outside delivered a cup of coffee in time. Then should I call you Captain America or Colonel Rogers? Luke returned the original words. The two looked at each other and laughed cheerfully. A few greetings. After adjusting the atmosphere, Luke went straight to the subject and asked, "What did you gain in the Soviet Union?" Captain America was originally going to Moscow to find Bucky's whereabouts, but because Superman disappeared, he hurried back to New York. It was confirmed that Bucky fell into the hands of Leviathan and fought back and forth with the agents of the Red House. The entire Moscow surface was under KGB surveillance. In fact, it was the Red House and the agents behind it that really controlled everything. Leviathan. Captain Rogers looked dignified, and not long after he lurked in Moscow, he was noticed by the agents of the Red House. Almost fell to the other side's deal and became a prisoner of Leviathan. Sounds very thrilling, very exciting, like the plot in a special agent movie. Luke smiled. Speaking of which, he is preparing to deal with Hydra. After finally vacating his hands, he just finished that task. Side mission, the arrival of a new era, the rebirth of the Hydra. Glanced at the task list, Luke was quite moved. The reward is a Krypton spacecraft. If you unlock it, redeem it, and start the copy project, it may not take a few decades before the Earth will enter the era of interstellar colonization. Take a step back and say that having a spaceship capable of wormhole migration is also a good thing for Superman who wants to conquer the Sea of Stars. Steve, have you ever thought about a problem? Bucky has been in Leviathan's hands for so long, maybe he is no longer the old friend we know. Luke condensed his thoughts and began to do psychological construction for Captain America. Otherwise, in case of a brainwashed Winter Soldier, Rogers will definitely suffer. He may become a cold-blooded killer, without emotional tools or machines. Luke spoke with a heart and soul and gave a reminder. The smile on Rogers' face solidified slightly. This is something he has been reluctant to think about for a long time. If one day, you and the Pakistani base station are on the opposite side, and you must become enemies, what should you do? The moral bottom line of Captain America will definitely not tolerate Bucky's indiscriminate killing of innocents, full of blood. But it is impossible for him to kill his former friends and kill his relatives righteously. This is an extremely difficult choice. If that day, I will try to bring Bucky back. Even if he becomes a bastard, I believe that some things cannot be changed. Rogers was silent for a long time, and finally said, this true confession made Luke want to put tears on the public screen. If it weren't for Captain America, he had already talked to his girlfriend and showed a normal sexual orientation. He would definitely doubt whether there is some kind of ulterior philosophical relationship between the two people. It's not that bad. Maybe Bucky is just ... Anyway, think better. He's still alive at least, right? Luke comforted and offered an invitation. By the way, are you interested in teaming up and going to Moscow? After listening to the first half of the sentence, Captain America only smiled bitterly, thinking that Luke's method of comforting people was too clumsy. Hearing the second half of the sentence, his expression changed and he seemed to be shocked. Rogers did not expect that Luke would take the initiative to go to Moscow. Is different from the time when I sneaked into Sicily and conquered the city of Rome, Italy. Now he is a lieutenant general, and his status is extremely high. Personal safety can even affect the international situation. At this time, personally commit the risk off. No one can threaten Superman. Being able to go to Moscow is undoubtedly adding unpredictable risks to your own safety. You don't need to do this. Rogers was a little moved. He thought that Luke was to save Bucky, so he put down his work and ran to Moscow. I will continue to investigate Bucky's whereabouts and rescue him. This is my task. Captain America pursed his lips. Until Novel.com said seriously, whether in Brooklyn or on the battlefield of World War II, Bucky and I owe you too much, Luke. Some responsibilities, I still have to carry it myself. Luke's mouth twitched, and he thought Rogers seemed to have misunderstood something. He just intends to gather up the remnants of Hydra hidden in the Soviet Union and complete the side mission with generous rewards. Bucky is also my friend, and I am also obligated to rescue him from Leviathan. After a few seconds of contemplation, Luke, who reacted, walked down the steps and said righteously, Colonel Rogers, you just need to follow the orders. Captain America strained his face tightly. After a few seconds, he stood up and looked at Luke, who was not joking. Yes, sir. Rogers saluted. And at the other end of the world, the leader of the Hydra, Baron Straker, sneezed. He rubbed his nose, habitually complaining about the weather in Moscow. Mr. Omen died in Superman's hands, but we got his cloning technology. Baron Struck folded his arms and looked at the red square outside the window, believing himself, this country will soon fall into my hands. The banner of Hydra will replace the red color. Chapter 292 Red House. Black Widow. Hydra is an evergreen tree of the Marvel Universe villain, and a professional back-to-back organization, has always been adhering to the basic principle of doing things secretly and never restless and guarding oneself. Even if their leader, Red Skull, has gone on an alien vacation. Even if the alliance of the Axis powers collapses, Berlin is defeated. Even if there is a Superman to deter the world. But no matter how severe the situation is, replace it with the remaining forces led by Baron Straker. Still not afraid of hardships and dangers, overcoming difficulties, working hard to achieve performance, and strive to complete the villain performance tasks in the second half of the year. This conscientious and diligent working attitude is simply touching. At this time, Baron Strack did not know that a big, red danger appeared on Hydra's head. Even more, Superman, who doesn't know that a certain gluttonous task is rewarded, is planning to do it on himself. With ambitions, He wants to learn from the nourishment of this red-brown bear standing on the snowy field and develop silently, with the help of superpowers, re-establish a Hydra empire. This country is like a giant with two legs of different lengths. Sooner or later it will fall down. Baron Struck helped his monocle and stared at the red square outside the window. And what we have to do is to wait for the collapse of the Red Empire, and then rejuvenate the great empire on its corpse. Under his leadership, Hydra has reached a cooperative relationship with the former rival Leviathan. The latter is also an ancient organization with a long heritage, named after the sea monster that symbolizes evil in the Bible. After the changes of the times, power changes. Leviathan's goal at the beginning of its establishment has been vague. Instead it has become a tool in the hands of careerists and conspirators. They took root early in Russia during the Tsarist era. The assassinations of Peter III and Ivan the Great were all related to Leviathan. Is probably the reason why the two organizations both use sea monsters as their image symbols. Between Leviathan and Hydra, it is very difficult to deal with. Both sides like to hide behind the country, and through the manipulation of high-level political games, thereby affecting the general trend of the world. In World War II, Hydra chose the axis of evil, Germany, and the Mustache Head. But Leviathan put all his chips on the Alliance front, and he took a fancy to the Soviet Union, which performed well in the Great Patriotic War and had amazing perseverance. Facts have proved that Leviathan is slightly better than Hydra in terms of investment. With the disappearance of the Red Skull, the main forces of Hydra collapsed. Even later, the Holy Generals far away in Berlin created 3 Aryan supermen in an attempt to restore the decline of the Axis. But it is still to no avail. The real Superman is not on their side. The destiny of a country depends not only on individual struggle but also on the course of history. After losing the Hydra, the Mustache Head, and the Aryan Superman, Germany is doomed to fail. After all, this is not the world line of Ga or Bokharan. The people of Leviathan don't think so. They also hope that the Soviet Union can push the United States into the dust and become the only superpower in the world. In the well-heated room, the masked Generations Emo said with a sneer. In order to deal with Superman, Leviathan secretly promoted the Soviet Union to launch a human transformation program. For example, Captain Red Star is a project initiated to reproduce the super soldiers of the United States. On the surface, it was to get a strong fighter like Captain America. Zemo knows that every country wants to have its own Superman. The only information that can be determined at the moment is that before Superman appeared, he participated in the Super Soldier program of the American military and was injected with the serum developed by Dr. Abraham Merskin. As for Captain America and Superman, why is there such a big gap? The outside world can only blame the different effects of serum on individuals, as well as some changes in details. Existence like Superman, appearing in this world is a miracle. Thinking of the Superman who appeared in Paris like a god, Baron Straker said with emotion. And miracles are often impossible to replicate. Generations Emo nodded in agreement, with a dignified look in his eyes. There is no doubt that Superman is the sword of Damocles hanging over every country. No one knows when it will fall, just as no one knows when Superman will smash through the ceiling and appear in front of him. Your Excellency, after my long-term observation of Superman, Zemo's voice through the mask seemed a little dull. He is completely different from Captain America. Captain America, Steve Rogers, he has certain firm beliefs, such as the national flag, freedom, and morality. Superman, although many people call him a beacon on Earth, judging from his past performance, he does not belong to any camp. Generations Emo is the backbone of the Hydra Party and the confidant of Baron Strack. He is mainly responsible for intelligence work, often fighting wits and courage with SHIELD agents and staged spy wars with each other. Superman, Captain America, Howard Stark are all Hydra's focus. Generations Emo is like an avid fan. He has seen all the video materials and public speeches about Superman. Combined with various deeds after World War II, he preliminarily determined that Luke Cavell, the youngest lieutenant general in the Pentagon, was like a speculator. "Do you mean that Superman can be wooed by Hydra?" Baron Straker frowned. "If Superman joins Hydra, what should I do? Abdicate and let Xian? It's impossible to win, and Hydra has nothing to move the opponent's chips." One generation of Zemo shook his head, and the other party had reached the peak in terms of power and prestige. "I think we can take some older but practical methods. Superman, he is not you after all, and he has feelings." Baron Strack seemed to understand the meaning of Zemo. His expression was a bit weird. "Beauty, is it too outdated? The bald Baron who leads the Hydra party? It is hard to imagine that the superior Superman would be interested in female sex." "You can give it a try, because apart from gossip scandals and unscrupulous private life, I can't find any breakthrough in Superman." Generation Zemo said helplessly. "Crude means can't solve the opponent, so you can only adopt a gentle way." Baron Strack was suspicious. He himself was not lustful. Except for power and ambition to fill the empty heart, everything else is optional. Prefer oneself to others. The bald Baron subconsciously believes that Superman should also be a pure-hearted man in power. Isn't it more attractive to rule the world and build great deeds than to roll the sheets? These years, there are not many pure careerists like Baron Straker. There are so many female agents in Leviathan's Red House. Finding a better Nightingale might have a miraculous effect. Generation Zemo suggested. Baron Strack was non-committal, thought for a few minutes, and nodded in agreement. Although he is not optimistic about Zemo's plan, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Anyway, Hydra has reached a cooperation with Leviathan. The former shares research data on the super soldier serum, and the latter provides shelter. "I will talk to Taras and let me choose a suitable candidate," Baron Straker said in a deep voice. Taras is the leader of the Red House and the most prestigious spy master. The KGB, which is called the Soviet National Security Council, was prepared and organized by this person. Later, Taras retreated behind the scenes and took over the spy training organization attached to Leviathan, the Red House. Every Black Widow has been trained and taught by him. Taras will be happy to accept this challenge. Generation Zemo laughed lowly. "The Black Widow in the Red House is so famous that even Captain America almost spoke." "Maybe you can really attack Superman and complete the mission." A red building in the mountains. A middle-aged man with tough features and a beard put down the phone in his hand. "For Superman?" He frowned slightly and took out a file from the drawer on the right-hand side. Flipping his fingers, he seemed to be looking for something. Every page of personal information. The photos posted on it are young girls. They have immature faces and innocent eyes. The Soviet Union became one of the winners of World War II. And the price it could pay was more than 26 million lives. Countless families are broken because of the war. Many children became orphans. Red House selects some children every year and trains them to become spies and agents. Among them, there are men and women. The code name for men is Crow, and the code name for women is Nightingale. What they perform most often is to act as spies and spy on intelligence. Most of them use beauty and beauties to lure a target, causing them to unknowingly reveal high-level secrets. At the same time, some pornographic evidence will be used to blackmail, buy or strategize the opponent. Hydra idiot, think that by sending a woman over, he can gain Superman's trust. Thinking of the words Baron Strack said on the phone, the spy chief named Taras showed a disdainful smile for foreigners. The low-level spying information above can be handed over to the KGB. What the Red House needs to complete is the more difficult infiltration, lurking, and assassination. Claire. Taras stopped flipping through the files. Novel.com and stared at a Goldilocks. This is the first Black Widow of the Red House, a world-class ballerina, and a respected artist. This is just a superficial identity. Secretly, she is actually the #1 spy in the Red House, a socialite cultivated by Taras. Specializes in wandering around the Soviet Union, as well as outside celebrities, holding the secrets of many important officials. Leviathan relied on the Black Widow to complete the high-level infiltration of the Soviet Union and steal power. She appeared too many times in public. Taras thought for a while, then shook his head. Familiar faces are not convenient for him to design a script. and the romantic encounter between the ballerina and Superman is not attractive enough. Keep flipping. Yegorova. Taras saw a girl with outstanding temperament in a red dress. Forget it. I need someone younger, preferably a newcomer. Yegorova in the photo is of a glamorous type, which can cause the hormones of male creatures, but it cannot completely arouse men's desire for protection. Then turned, until the last page. Tara's mouth turned up, and he whispered, Romanov. The photo shows a young girl with long red hair, both young and moving, like a flower in bud. It's her. Chapter 293 Script Trend. Two Spies. A beauty trick aimed at Superman is slowly unfolding under the meticulous design of Taras. Leviathan behind the Red House, and Hydra pushed together. They put the stage in Moscow, and the performance time was set for the Red Square talks 1 week later. Both the Western camp represented by the United States and the Eastern camp represented by the Soviet Union had a conversation about the Cuban regime. At that time, Superman will be there. Is the best time to implement the plan. Although under the active provocation of Kang the Conqueror, the signs of the Cold War were a little earlier than before. However, the Warsaw Pact at this time has not yet been officially established. The Red Bear and the Bald Eagle did not completely tear their faces, and entered a wartime alert state. The two superpowers can barely maintain the basic politeness, not reaching the point where they have to roll up their sleeves. Speaking of it, this short-term peace is also due to the returned Superman, is that he acts as the peaceful boundary between the two camps of East and West. The White House has instructed not to move, unable to use Superman as a strategic weapon to threaten the East. Although Mr. President has hinted many times, Luke remained indifferent. Seems to automatically block keywords such as ruling the world and single hegemony. While the Soviet Union is vigilant, it can only test repeatedly on the edge of danger. Did not dare to cross the bottom line directly, for fear of provoke Superman's blow. If it follows this trajectory, it continues to develop. The buds of the Cold War may be strangled in the cradle. Of course, the premise is, Superman has always existed, and he hasn't shown any tendency or standpoint. Unconsciously, Luke has become an important weight for world stability. Mr. Clark Kent, welcome to Moscow. A few days later, Luke walked out of Domodedovo International Airport. The receptionist said, yes. He wore those Clark Kent glasses and automatically formed a camouflage, a new image of tall, sun-looking, and small curly hair. Current status is the clerk of Superman. Beautiful lady, what should I call you? He arrived in the capital Moscow dignifiedly, and was the captain of the United States as a teammate, because that face is too sassy, plus the very conspicuous American butt, exaggerated chest muscles. Can only sneak in secretly, waiting for the rendezvous. Dominika Yegorova. The blonde beauty reported her name. She is tall and beautiful. There is a mature style between gestures. Hello, Miss Yegorova. Luke glanced slightly. The mature elder sister who came to the reception, dressed in a beige windbreaker, wearing a winter hat, blonde and snow-skinned, very charming. I don't know if it's from the Red House or the KGB. The moment Miss Yegorova appeared, he realized that the other party was not an ordinary person. No matter how the disguise looks like, as long as they are trained, they will leave traces. So, in front of Luke, who has supervision, Miss Yegorova has too many flaws. The extremely flexible body, toned and powerful limbs, these can't hide from his eyes. You can call my name directly without any suffix. Yegorova smiled sweetly and drove the door to Lukla. Okay, nice to meet you. Luke got into the car and nodded with a smile. Who is this? He leaned on the back seat and found that the driver was also a woman. Compared to Yegorova, the other party should look more mature. There is a charming charm in the eyebrows. Is like a ripe peach. People can't help but want to take a bite and taste the sweet and plump juice. Hiss. Something is wrong. Luke's heart jumped. What's wrong with his disguise? The man was in Moscow. Just after getting off the plane, he was spotted by two beautiful spies. Excuse me, what kind of experience is this? Wait online. urgent. I'm just an ordinary clerk. If Luke uses his real identity, it is normal for the Red House and the KGB to call more than 200 beauties. But he is currently Clark Kent, a little handsome curly man. There is no need to invest such a big price, right? Hello, Mr. Kent. The female driver's eyes were circling, as if she was electrified. And she was so numb. This is the beauty of mature women. It only needs a look in the eyes to make people hard to show respect. Luke is an old driver who has seen big scenes and is proficient in various postures. He did not show a gloomy side. He calmly asked, "Before I came to Moscow, everyone said that the most beautiful scenery in this city is the Kremlin and Art Street. It doesn't seem to be the case now. I don't believe that these two places are more charming than the two ladies sitting in the car." The female driver covered her mouth and smiled and reported her name. "Claire Wayan, you can call me Claire." She blinked at Luke, showing a playful air. After the small talk on the road, Luke probably figured out the identities of the two ladies who were with him on the surface. Claire is a ballet dancer and a well-known international collector. Her husband was a pilot and was killed in a rocket test. In this Red Square meeting, Claire was the organizer and was in charge of reception matters, so Luke was the driver. And Yegorova's background is even more remarkable. Her uncle worked in the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, studied at St. Petersburg State University, studied piano, and held several concerts. It feels like a Red House routine. Luke talked and laughed while secretly slandering himself. This kind of accidental encounter is like a script tailored by Taras. Before he went to Moscow, SHIELD had integrated the known information about the Red House and submitted it to the desk of the director's office. The most impressive one is the spy chief Taras. This guy calls himself a director, and writes a script every time he strikes a target. In his words, it can more arouse the emotions of the prey and let them walk into the trap by themselves. But, shouldn't Taras target Superman? Luke was puzzled. For Superman, what about Clark Kent? The two ladies sitting in the car don't look like Nightingale spies that can be cultivated casually. Talking temperament, long and compatible looks, are all top choices. Are these two dangerous bullets wrapped in sugar, used to deal with a Clark? Is it a little fuzz? With his thoughts floating, Luke arrived at the hotel where he was staying. Before he could say goodbye and bid farewell, the two accompanying ladies stood on the left and right. "The reception team also lives here. Yegorova and I will take you to the reserved room." Claire curled up her long hair and walked in with Luke's arm. Yegorova did the same, with a small smile on her face. The group of three people attracted a lot of eyes, with envy, surprise, and speculation. This is simply Kageyo's seduction. Luke was a little speechless, and he began to think about whether to be Luxia Huey, who is still pregnant, or to keep himself and eat the sugar coating. Although the purpose of this trip is to integrate Hydra and rescue Bucky by the way. Some wonderful encounters can happen during the journey, which is also acceptable and reasonable. "I wish you a good dream, Mr. Kent." Held the elevator straight up to the 22nd floor, and walked all the way to the door of the room. The two overly enthusiastic and beautiful ladies finally stopped. One leaned against the wall, with his hands on his back, and the beautiful legs in silk stockings lightly touched the carpet. A beautiful eye blinked, seeming to release some kind of signal. Who can stand this? Luke is determined to sacrifice himself to feed the tiger. In order to find out Bucky's whereabouts, there is always a price to pay. He said to himself like this: "Two ladies, do you want to come into the room for a cup of coffee or vodka? I just came to Moscow and I don't have any friends." Luke offered the invitation very directly. When men and women from all over the world plan to have in-depth exchanges, General's opening remarks are, "Would you like to go to my house to do something or come to my room for a cup of coffee?" This is a relatively straightforward invitation without any technical content. It's just that Luke tried his best to act like a rookie. His eyes dodged, seemingly embarrassed. Perhaps it was a side effect of the pair of glasses that two female spies who had received professional training in the Red House were actually deceived. They laughed secretly from the bottom of their hearts. and it has been a long time since they met such a cute new person. I remembered what the instructor Tillers said, in order to complete the task by all means. The two felt that to deal with such a newcomer young rookie, they don't even need to sacrifice beauty. Just give it a little bit of sweetness. The other party will say everything they know. Yegorova, what do you think? As a mature woman.mtlnovel.com, Claire did not directly agree, but kicked the problem to his teammates. Before entering the topic, it is necessary to suffocate men's appetite and arouse their inner desire for restlessness. Only in this way can it take the initiative, and it is more likely to achieve the goal. Mr. Kent looks a little nervous. I think I should chat with him. Yegorova twisted her waist and walked into the room. Claire pretended to hesitate and waited a few seconds before following. Thank you for your kindness. Luke turned on the heating and lights, and the spacious and comfortable suite soon became warm. He stumbled and took out a bottle of vodka from the wine cabinet and began to pour the two ladies. A trace of contempt flashed across the latter's eyes. This kind of routine of borrowing wine to get drunk and doing whatever they want, they don't know how many times they have encountered it. Red House's training courses include alcohol immunity, let alone a bottle of vodka. Claire and Yegorova won't get the slightest drunk even if more spirits are poured. Get this guy drunk and throw it to the KGB. When necessary, you can give him some sweetness and let him voluntarily become the eyeliner of the Red House. The two female spies inadvertently looked at each other, and exchanged thoughts just through their eyes. In their view, everything is under control. Chapter 294 was miserably prostituted and sent to the door. This is the most humiliating action in the history of the Red House. The next afternoon, Taras was furious in the office, and his angry roar shook the entire floor. The instructors who were in a hurry, as well as the trainees who have been training hard, raised their heads, with a hint of shock in their eyes. Yelling, this is an extremely rare gaffe for Taras, who is inexhaustible in his emotions and anger. Anger is the disguise of mediocrity by the incompetent. This is a saying often used by spy chiefs. The first lesson of the Red House is to control the expression and heart. Emotional is the fatal flaw of agents and spies. Once caught in anger and fear, it will affect the decision-making and execution of the action. Red House students must receive relevant training before graduation. For example, Taras will let everyone have a dog. Cultivate intimate feelings, treat them as partners, and then execute them. This is only pediatrics. More cruel and dehumanizing is the graduation ceremony of the Red House. Throw those secret agent students into the snow, leaving only 1 or 2 pieces of survival supplies, creating a battlefield where they fight each other. The person who can finally get out of the open snowfield can become a qualified graduate. Agents, spies, are essentially tools for domesticating humans into coldness. Therefore, Taras will instill in them the extreme concept of doing whatever it takes to complete the task. What's happening? Do not know. I heard that Mr. Taras sent the Black Widow Claire Iron, and the best Cardinal Yegorova. The mission failed. I guess so. Who can let the Red House dispatch them? Talk in a low voice, like an undercurrent under a calm sea flowing slowly, forming a wave. Even if the Red House is an intelligence agency, it is always in a cold, tense and high-pressure state, but there is still a curiosity to spread gossip. The instructors and trainees downstairs are speculating secretly, and the office upstairs has a solemn atmosphere. You are the best students I have taught. No matter what kind of task you face, you have never failed. Taras tightened his brows, pressed down his inner anger, and said coldly, dive into the Kremlin and deal with those oligarchs and military leaders. Every time, you can bring back the information I need. He seemed to be out of breath, calmed his undulating chest, and slowly sat back on the chair. Claire and Yegorova stood across the desk. These two charming beauties, with their hands behind their backs, kept their straight and sturdy soldiers standing. I never expected that the most outstanding foxhound who walked out of the Red House was fooled by a clerk. Taras' mouth twitched, trying his best to endure the urge to curse. The evaluation of him by the outside world basically includes words like scorching vulture, sly fox, and cold-blooded butcher. This middle-aged man who created the KGB and then built the Red House has maintained an unsmiling and cold image all year round. There are really not many things that are enough to make him angry and lose control of his emotions. But today, Taras couldn't bear this anger. This is an accident. Yegorova, who is backed by the uncle of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, is more courageous, she said first. Her drooping head lifted slightly, and she explained, Claire and I were going to get that drunk, and then throw it to the KGB for interrogation to see if we can get information about Superman. He is the clerk, is responsible for recording meeting conversations, and has been with Superman for almost 24 hours. If it can be turned into the eyeliner of the Red House, it will be of great benefit to the subsequent implementation of the plan. Yegorova's thoughts are clear, and the Black Widow Claire next to her also nodded in agreement. They really thought so, but there was something wrong with the execution. Sounds like a good idea. Taras nodded slightly, seeming to express understanding. It's just that the gentle complexion only lasted for a moment, and then it collapsed. Immediately, the spy chief glared at Yegorova and asked, "But why did you roll onto the bed with that clerk? And, are you two together?" The Red House trains top agents, not the street girls who squint their heads. Beauty and body are tools, but they are not cheap meal coupons that can be thrown out at random. Taras patted the table hard. He can't control his emotions at all. The two good students trained by himself were actually harmed by a bastard. If the opponent is a Superman, or some big man, the Red House can also exchange interests or get the information it wants through this special relationship. This is at least a good deal. But that's just a clerk. There is no real power, no value. Nothing. If it weren't for worrying about getting rid of the grass and frightening snakes, it attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Taras wanted to interrupt the curly-haired man who had harmed his students, throw it into an iron bucket, pour cement, and sink into the Moskva River. Compared with the ruthless KGB people, the Red House's method of dealing with the enemy will only be more cruel and more direct. Forget one, you two actually rolled together? Taras was furious, unable to contain the anger in his heart. These are like two Chinese cabbages that I have grown so hard, but somehow they have been ruined by others, and they are still the kind of prostitutes. No one can bear it. That kept showing that he was going to be drunk. Claire feels wronged. She remembered that in the hotel room, that had 2 cups, she was already drunk and slurred. She was exactly the kind of rookie who didn't drink much. As a result, after 1 bottle dries, it still looks like that. The 2 bottles have bottomed out. Still the same. 3 or 4 bottles are filled. When the stock in the wine cabinet was completely emptied, there was a strong smell of alcohol in the room, and Clara and Yegorova were already drunk. The female agent of the Red House who had received alcohol immunization training was abruptly lost to a clerical officer who looked like a rookie. The key is that he still throws out some important information from time to time. What is Superman's schedule? Superman's food preferences. In order to get more information, we can only continue to drink. Yegorova, codenamed Cardinal, gritted her teeth and said bitterly, her extremely flexible waist is still a little sore. When I think of myself in bed, I am sometimes posed as S, sometimes as B, and unlocked in various postures. The female agent couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Her cheeks had an unnatural look. That's right. That named Clark Kent is not a rookie at all. Clara is the same enemy, but those slender legs that can dance Swan Lake and the Nutcracker are slightly soft. It is true that the battle last night was too fierce. He opened his bow from left to right and drove 2 unrestrained horses, even showing a relaxed attitude. Alcohol is the devil that provokes desire, and this sentence is right. In the past, Claire could not be so indulgent. So, you rolled the sheets with the clerk and got nothing. Taras shook his head, very disappointed. Maybe, we can do everything we can and continue to develop the clerk. Yegorova made a suggestion. Hey, is it not enough to lose face once? Taras vetoed it immediately. He never invested time and energy in worthless goals. Besides, the best students in the Red House are not so cheap. If it is spread out, wouldn't it be laughed at by others? I am the head of a spy agency, not a pimp, Taras said angrily. He waved his hand and motioned for Clara and Yeager over to go out. Then, he picked up the phone on the desk. Call in Natasha. Within a few minutes, a slender girl with a ponytail walked in. Compared to the two fellow elder sisters, she looks a lot greener, like a bone flower that hasn't bloomed yet. You graduated early, Natasha, Taras said solemnly. The latter was slightly startled, with suspicion in his eyes. I was recruited into the Red House not long after, so why did I graduate? The extremely harsh and cruel graduation exams in the legend have yet to be seen. I need you to approach someone. The girl took a file and opened it. The young face came into view. It was Superman. He will arrive in Moscow in 3 days. Taras thought, those two senior sisters who graduated early were too unreliable, and newcomers like Natasha might be more useful. At least, the latter would not be coaxed into bed by a man with a few bottles of vodka. I will work hard to complete the task, Natasha said timidly. She is still a nestling with no predation experience. You don't need to be experienced. Just be natural. Taras soothed. Sometimes untrained, reading www.uukanzu.com is more effective than professionals. Ordered the precautions, and Taras asked the girl to leave. Despite the discordant episode, the plan is still going on as usual. As for the curly-haired male clerk named Clark, wait until all the dust settles, and then do something. I must sink him into the Moskva River. Taras thought so. This is how you deal with the Red House agent? The Captain America who sneaked into Moscow, looking at the messy sheet, the carpet and the wine bottles scattered on the table, asked hesitantly. Luke, who fought hard all night, did not answer, and it was not a glorious thing that the dignified director of Aegis and the Soviet female agents rolled the sheets. I paid a certain price and inquired about Bucky's whereabouts from their mouths. Luke turned the topic off, and under the influence of his poison ivy girl's pheromone perfume, even the top agents of the Red House had to take off guard. Oh, where is Bucky? Sure enough, as long as he mentioned a good friend, Captain America's attention was immediately diverted, and he no longer thought about what happened between Luke and the female agent. You will meet soon. Luke has a strange expression. To be honest, he was a little surprised by the situation of the Winter Soldier. Chapter 294. Send it to your door. This is the most humiliating action in the history of the Red House. The next afternoon, Taras was furious in the office, and his angry roar shook the entire floor. The instructors who were in a hurry, as well as the trainees who have been training hard, raised their heads, with a hint of shock in their eyes. Yelling, this is an extremely rare gaffe for Taras, who is inexhaustible in his emotions and anger. Anger is the disguise of mediocrity by the incompetent. This is a saying often used by spy chiefs. The first lesson of the Red House is to control the expression and heart. Emotional is the fatal flaw of agents and spies. Once caught in anger and fear, it will affect the decision-making and execution of the action. Red House students must receive relevant training before graduation. For example, Taras will let everyone have a dog. Cultivate intimate feelings, treat them as partners, and then execute them. This is only pediatrics. More cruel and dehumanizing is the graduation ceremony of the Red House. Throw those secret agent students into the snow, leaving only 1 or 2 pieces of survival supplies, creating a battlefield where they fight each other. The person who can finally get out of the open snowfield can become a qualified graduate. Agents, spies, are essentially tools for domesticating humans into coldness. Therefore, Taras will instill in them the extreme concept of doing whatever it takes to complete the task. What's happening? Do not know. I heard that Mr. Taras sent the Black Widow Claire Iron and the best Cardinal Yeager over. The mission failed. I guess so. Who can let the Red House dispatch them? Talk in a low voice, like an undercurrent under a calm sea flowing slowly, forming a wave. Even if the Red House is an intelligence agency, it is always in a cold, tense and high-pressure state. But there is still a curiosity to spread gossip. The instructors and trainees downstairs are speculating secretly, and the office upstairs has a solemn atmosphere. You are the best students I have taught. No matter what kind of task you face, you have never failed. Taras tightened his brows, pressed down his inner anger, and said coldly, dive into the Kremlin and deal with those oligarchs and military leaders. Every time you can bring back the information I need. He seemed to be out of breath, calmed his undulating chest, and slowly sat back on the chair. Klara and Yegorova stood across the desk. These two charming beauties, with their hands behind their backs, kept their straight and sturdy soldiers standing. I never expected that the most outstanding foxhound who walked out of the Red House was fooled by a clerk. Taras' mouth twitched, trying his best to endure the urge to curse. The evaluation of him by the outside world basically includes words like scorching vulture, sly fox, and cold-blooded butcher. This middle-aged man who created the KGB and then built the Red House has maintained an unsmiling and cold image all year round. There are really not many things that are enough to make him angry and lose control of his emotions. But today, Taras couldn't bear this anger. This is an accident. Yegorova, who is backed by the uncle of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, is more courageous, she said first. Her drooping head lifted slightly, and she explained, Claire and I were going to get that drunk, and then throw it to the KGB for interrogation to see if we can get information about Superman. He is the clerk, is responsible for recording meeting conversations, and has been with Superman for almost 24 hours. If it can be turned into the eyeliner of the Red House, it will be of great benefit to the subsequent implementation of the plan. Yegorova's thoughts are clear, and the Black Widow Claire next to her also nodded in agreement. They really thought so, but there was something wrong with the execution. Sounds like a good idea. Taras nodded slightly, seeming to express understanding. It's just that the gentle complexion only lasted for a moment, and then it collapsed. Immediately, the spy chief glared at Yegorova and asked, but why did you roll onto the bed with that clerk? And, are you two together? The Red House trains top agents, not the street girls who squint their heads. Beauty and body are tools, but they are not cheap meal coupons that can be thrown out at random. Taras patted the table hard. He can't control his emotions at all. The two good students trained by himself were actually harmed by a bastard. If the opponent is a Superman, or some big man, the Red House can also exchange interests or get the information it wants through this special relationship. This is at least a good deal, but that's just a clerk. There is no real power, no value. Nothing. If it weren't for worrying about getting rid of the grass and frightening snakes, it attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Taras wanted to interrupt the curly-haired man who had harmed his students, throw it into an iron bucket, pour cement, and sink into the Moskva River. Compared with the ruthless KGB people, the Red House's method of dealing with the enemy will only be more cruel and more direct. Forget one, you two actually rolled together? Taras was furious, unable to contain the anger in his heart. These are like two Chinese cabbages that I have grown so hard, but somehow they have been ruined by others, and they are still the kind of prostitutes. No one can bear it. That kept showing that he was going to be drunk. Claire feels wronged. She remembered that in the hotel room, that had 2 cups, she was already drunk and slurred. She was exactly the kind of rookie who didn't drink much. As a result, after 1 bottle dries, it still looks like that. The 2 bottles have bottomed out. Still the same. 3 or 4 bottles are filled. When the stock in the wine cabinet was completely emptied, there was a strong smell of alcohol in the room, and Klara and Yegorova were already drunk. The female agent of the Red House who had received alcohol immunization training was abruptly lost to a clerical officer who looked like a rookie. The key is that he still throws out some important information from time to time. What is Superman's schedule? Superman's food preferences. In order to get more information, we can only continue to drink. Yegorova, codenamed Cardinal, gritted her teeth and said bitterly, her extremely flexible waist is still a little sore. When I think of myself in bed, I am sometimes posed as S. sometimes as B, and unlocked in various postures. The female agent couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Her cheeks had an unnatural look. That's right. That named Clark Kent is not a rookie at all. Clara is the same enemy, but those slender legs that can dance Swan Lake and the Nutcracker are slightly soft. It is true that the battle last night was too fierce. He opened his bow from left to right and drove two unrestrained horses, even showing a relaxed attitude. Alcohol is the devil that provokes desire, and this sentence is right. In the past, Claire could not be so indulgent. So, you rolled the sheets with the Clark and got nothing. Towers shook his head, very disappointed. Maybe, we can do everything we can and continue to develop the Clark. Yegorova made a suggestion. Hey, is it not enough to lose face once? Towers vetoed it immediately. He never invested time and energy in worthless goals. Besides, the best students in the Red House are not so cheap. If it is spread out, wouldn't it be laughed at by others? I am the head of a spy agency, not a pimp, Towers said angrily. He waved his hand and motioned for Clara and Yegorova to go out. Then, he picked up the phone on the desk. Call in Natasha. Within a few minutes, a slender girl with a ponytail walked in. Compared to the two fellow elder sisters, she looks a lot greener, like a flower-bone flower that hasn't bloomed yet. You graduated early, Natasha, Towers said solemnly. The latter was slightly startled, with suspicion in his eyes. I was recruited into the Red House not long after, so why did I graduate? The extremely harsh and cruel graduation exams in the legend have yet to be seen. I need you to approach someone. The girl took a file and opened it. The young face came into view. It was Superman. He will arrive in Moscow in 3 days. Towers thought, those two senior sisters who graduated early were too unreliable, and newcomers like Natasha might be more useful. At least, the latter would not be coaxed into bed by a man with a few bottles of vodka. I will work hard to complete the task, Natasha said timidly. She is still a nestling with no predation experience. You don't need to be experienced. Just be natural, Towers soothed. Sometimes the untrained www.mentalnovel.com is more effective than the professional. Ordered the precautions, and Towers asked the girl to leave. Despite the discordant episode, the plan is still going on as usual. As for the curly-haired male Clark named Clark, wait until all the dust settles, and then do something. I must sink him into the Moskva River. Towers thought so. This is how you deal with the Red House agent? The Captain America who sneaked into Moscow, looking at the messy sheet, the carpet and the wine bottles scattered on the table, asked hesitantly. Luke, who fought hard all night, did not answer. And it was not a glorious thing that the dignified director of Aegis and the Soviet female agents rolled the sheets. I paid a certain price and inquired about Bucky's whereabouts from their mouths. Luke turned the topic off, and under the influence of his poison ivy girl's pheromone perfume, even the top agents of the Red House had to take off guard. Oh, where is Bucky? Sure enough, as long as he mentioned a good friend, Captain America's attention was immediately diverted, and he no longer thought about what happened between Luke and the female agent. You will meet soon. Luke has a strange expression. To be honest, he was a little surprised by the situation of the Winter Soldier. Inform. Don't panic. It's not asking for leave. We are working hard to update the code word. Is just to inform the readers who are still reading. If you find that the chapter content is missing or the title is missing, please don't be surprised. JIT. Although I am the author of this book, I will delete the content without notice. Smile.jpg. If I don't have the habit of reading my own novels, or copy the hobbies mentioned in this chapter by sand sculpture netizens, I may not be able to find such things. For example, the previous chapter is probably because there are 2 words by whoring in my chapter, and the word prostitution is not positive enough. So only half is left. In that case, why not delete the word prostitution from the Xinhua dictionary, if this word is really that bad? In addition, even if you delete it, I hope it can be a little bit skillful. The context can't correspond to it, it's incomplete, and it's really unacceptable. Of course, I can't change anything, after all, I can only complain about it. Because I am writing while reading, the master reader can tell me in the book review section if he finds a similar problem before. I am both an author and a reader, so I really hate things that affect the reading experience. This kind of disgusting author, but also makes readers become victims of genuine. I really can't complain. That's it. I calm down and continue to code. It only expresses the literal meaning without irony or suggestion. It only means that personal opinions do not cause controversy or infringe on public resources. Please forgive me for inappropriate language. JPG, please. Besides, I think this single chapter should survive. Probably. Chapter 295 Nine-Headed Snake. First Stallion, Thug and Toolman only appeared once at the beginning, and then always lived in the memories of Captain America, or Bucky in Luke's words. Compared to those two friends who are also from Brooklyn, his luck seems to be much worse. Set foot on the battlefield with patriotic enthusiasm, but it didn't take long for him to become a captive of Hydra in a failed encounter. According to the original plot, Pakistan basically deserves to be tortured and tested before being rescued by Captain America heroes. The two looked at each other affectionately in the sea of fire, speaking lines similar to the Titanic. Buggy, go. Don't worry about me. No, I will never leave you, Steve. Such and such, such and such. A follow-up is added. Bucky falls off the cliff, and Rogers regrets the emotional scene. Has come to a successful conclusion. See you in 70 years. It's just that, maybe because of the butterfly effect, a guy who entered the set indiscriminately affected the normal development of the world line. Not only made the axis of evil make Aryan Superman, but also changed Bucky's destiny. He didn't wait for a good friend, so he was transferred to another place by Hydra. Repeatedly, fell into the hands of Baron Straker, and turned into a murderous machine with no emotions. If it only ends here, Bucky is nothing more than bringing the bumpy fate of the Winter Soldier a little earlier. But who would have thought that Baron Straker would catch up with the Holy General and cooperate with him? Bucky, who was selected as the experimenter, successfully survived 24 mutations. Hydra's Aryan Superman was born. Compared with the increase in strength brought by robotic arms, genetic modification is obviously more powerful. Bucky has been strengthened, and his status has also been changed. From the original Ace Killer, he was promoted to Baron Strack's personal bodyguard and Hydra's top thug. What is the difference between the two? The former is consumable cannon fodder, and the rarity will be different if it is dead. The latter is to stick to the body and mind. As long as the mountains and rivers are not exhausted, they will not be rashly sacrificed by Baron Strack. To put it simply, personal safety is more guaranteed. What did you say? Captain America abruptly stood up, with a bit of anger on his face. As a moral pace setter and a spiritual banner, Steve Rogers is usually very gentle and rarely takes the initiative to lose his temper. After hearing Luke's explanation of Bucky's situation, his eyes burst with fiery electric lights. If violent energy bursts out, the entire room will be reduced to ruins. Be safe, Steve. Luke didn't seem to expect that Captain America would react so strongly, and he quickly pacified him. Sure enough, as long as Bucky is involved, it is difficult for Rogers to stay sane. This is probably some kind of special fetters. Damn Hydra. I must send them all to hell. Take a few deep breaths. The flamboyant chest muscles undulate. Captain America finally calmed down, and the white electric light lingering around his body slowly dissipated. He tensed his face and let out cruel words without changing his face. It looks like, this time I completely forged a beam with Hydra. Think of a good place. Bucky is at least alive. There is no danger. Luke patted the other person on the shoulder. After in-depth communication with the two Red House female agents, he vaguely learned some information about Bucky. As everyone knows, under the brainwashing of the mustache head, from the top to the common people, many people are superstitious of blood. Believes that only purebred Aryans are qualified to rule the world. After Bucky successfully survived the 24 mutations, Hydra began to consider copying. If you can have an Aryan Superman army, Then who can stop them? The Sent General took the blood of Woden and research materials and was buried in the ground in Berlin. It takes a lot of time and a lot of energy to reverse the biotechnology of the Bruder Zerg, and it may not be rewarding. The most troublesome thing is that there is no clue, no breakthrough. So, Baron Straker was ingenious and thought of a clumsy method. He regards Bucky as a stallion and has a relationship with the adult women he has recruited. The requirement is to be blonde and blue-eyed, to ensure the purity of blood. First of all, Bucky, as a battleship class, is energetic, has excellent genes, and is a qualified stallion. If the seeds are successfully planted, according to genetics, the babies born will most likely be stronger. Wait to the 15th or 16-year-old juvenile stage, and then use these people to inject the defective serum copied from Bucky. Although it takes a long time, it is feasible. As far as we know, the progress of this plan has only reached the first stage for the time being, is the step of breeding. This is also the reason why Captain America is so gagged. Thinking that Bucky had to have with different blonde women on time every day, Rogers was heartbroken and resentful. What a painful life that should be. His best friend is like a tireless stallion, circling among those coquettish bitches, taking turns piling. Monotonous and boring and suffering. Whatever you see, it is carnal. Is really terrible. Rogers just imagined, trembling with anger, feeling sorry for Bucky. This is a trampling on Bucky's dignity, an insult to his personality. Captain America is heartbroken. He can't wait to rescue his good friends immediately, and let them escape from the evil of the blonde and snow-skinned, yin. I don't know how many men want to be trampled on. This insult, Luke thought silently. It's not shameful to be a stallion for Hydra. Those racists with extreme thinking have a high threshold for choosing females. Are all blonde and blue-eyed, and they are pretty smooth. And, in order to prevent Bucky's body from being drained and hollowed out, Baron Struck also arranged a team of nutritionists to customize the menu. When there is no need to perform tasks. Mentalnovel.com. Bucky eats and drinks well every day, and then prepares for output. Speaking of it, the only thing that makes Luke think that Hydra has a problem in his head. As racists, a group of people who emphasized Aryan ancestry, unexpectedly found an American to breed. It can be seen from this that what kind of blood is supreme is to talk about it. Next, we will wipe out Hydra and Leviathan and eradicate them completely. Luke cleared his throat and said sternly, "But first, you have to stay calm and not be impulsive." The angry Captain America was silent for a while and nodded in agreement. He can't come up with a better plan for the time being, so he can only follow Superman's orders. What do I need to do then? Rogers thought for a while, thinking that he still had to take some responsibilities and couldn't leave everything to Luke. Don't worry, I have assigned you the task. Luke opened the curtains and looked at the scenery of Moscow. Steve, you are a bait for fishing. A few days later, when Superman arrives in Moscow, there will be a welcome ceremony. The appearance of Captain America will inevitably arouse the vigilance of Hydra and Leviathan. Maybe, Bucky is already the Winter Soldier. Can take time out of busy schedule and solve old friends. Chapter 296 Welcome Ceremony. Widow's sister debut. A few days later, Superman arrives in Moscow. His arrival focused the eyes of the world. The welcoming ceremony was arranged in the concert hall of the Kremlin. As one of the most influential figures in the world, Luke had a polite handshake and cordial greetings with Joseph Vissarionovich Father under the eyes of everyone. This scene was frozen by the camera and became a historic moment. Welcome to Moscow. This sentence is already the second time Luke has heard it. Only last time, he was the Clark Kent, an ordinary curly man. And now, he is one of the most powerful people on this planet. The two identities are not the same. I am also very happy to set foot on this land. Luke showed kind attitude. He has taken off the pair of glasses and threw them to Captain America. The other party became the Clark Kent, his entourage. From height to posture, they are all the same, just in time for the replacement of identities. Speaking of The effect of this pair of glasses is better than any camouflage technique. As long as you put it on, Captain America's exaggerated chest muscles and American hips are all covered. The two female agents who received Superman are still the two female agents who had a fate with Luke. They obviously didn't recognize the young Lieutenant General in front of him, the curly man who tricked himself into bed. If they knew it, the two female agents would probably be ecstatic. After all, sleeping for the Clark is a blood loss. May roll onto Superman's bed. That's blood. Your Excellency General, here we are. Yegorova, who was in charge of the reception, chatted with her hair and smiled beautifully. For Luke, who has already explored the depths and tastes, he can completely ignore this inadvertent act of releasing charm. Tashi Shiren got off the black car and stood on the Troitsk Bridge. The front is the Kremlin, which is connected to the Red Square inches the southeast direction. Around there are towers rising up like rolling hills. On the west side of is the mausoleum of a great man. After his death, he was hailed as a great mentor and spiritual leader, and he was regarded by the people as the founder of the Republic before his death. His name is Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. In a few decades, there will be many more tombstones next to his tomb. The leaders who dominate the fate of the Red Empire and determine the direction of the Red Empire will all sleep by his side. Luke didn't enter the Kremlin directly. He first stopped in front of the mausoleum of the great men, and then circled the Red Square. The latter is the oldest square in Moscow and has experienced two fires. Napoleon's army once set fire here, intending to burn Moscow. Looks like the capital of the East and West camps have suffered this kind of disaster. The White House was also burned, but the murderer was replaced by a British. Your Excellency, the welcome ceremony is about to begin. Yegorova had to remind Luke out loud when she saw Luke's full swing. The group of people standing at the top of the National Power Pyramid are all waiting for Superman. Leviathan's Red House also made perfect preparations for this welcome ceremony. Most people recognize the reality, and it is impossible to defeat Superman by force. Therefore, the Red House wants to take another approach. Then ask Miss Yegorova to take me over. Luke took back his supervision. He just wanted to try and see if he could spot the whereabouts of Hydra. Those villains always like to arrange their bases under magnificent buildings. It's a pity that Baron Straker doesn't have this hobby. Otherwise, the game can end early. By the way, madam, why are you staring at my Clark? Is his nowhere charm attracted you? Luke asked suddenly before getting into the car. Yegorova was taken aback and moved her gaze quickly, reducing her gritted expression of resentment. She was just a little annoyed. How did this curly-haired man do it? Roll over the sheets with herself and pretend to be nonchalant, with a calm look. It's like nothing happened. What a complete bastard. Yegorova cursed secretly, and then she showed a charming smile like her face changed. I seem to have seen the Clark of the General's Excellency somewhere. I feel a little familiar. Luke smiled, patted Rogers on the shoulder, and said, he is the first to come back to Moscow. Madam, you probably admitted wrong. The two people talked and laughed, but the Captain America wearing the Clark Kent glasses looked dazed and didn't know what happened. 20 minutes later, Luke took his entourage into the Kremlin. On the watchtower, the double-headed eagle symbolizing the authority of the Tsar has been removed, is replaced by a red five-pointed star. Don't look at the Kremlin is now magnificent and colorful. In World War II, in order to prevent German bombing, the Soviets painted the huge building complex covering an area of 28 hectares in camouflage and covered it with rain cloth. Did not change back until the end of the war. Passing several towering, majestic towers, Luke came to the music hall. The welcome ceremony this year is still very simple, not as many tricks as later. After all the personnel were in place, Luke sat in the audience with a group of dignitaries. It was like watching the Spring Festival Gala, enjoying the wonderful performances one after another. To be honest, this is actually a bit boring to him. He is not only responsible for applause, but also for the greetings of politicians. The dialogue is always full of temptations, hints and coaxing. Fortunately, after the performance, it was the dance party. There is a beautiful rhythm in the concert hall, and the soothing rhythm gently beats, stimulating people's emotions. I hope you can spend a pleasant evening. After saying this, the elderly comrade Joseph Vissarionovich left the concert hall and handed the stage to others. I have sneaked into Moscow, and the news of sneaking into the Kremlin spread. The Captain America, posing as a clerk, whispered, "By the way, why do those two ladies always stare at me like I owe them a lot of money?" Following Roger's sight, Luke saw Klara Yegorova. He coughed twice and whispered, "Maybe I am in love with you." I heard that women in Moscow are actually more enthusiastic than hot girls in Las Vegas as long as you can open their hard shell. And like Siberia, a snow-cold heart. Mentalnovel.com. Captain America didn't believe it. He looked in the mirror, putting on the glasses. He is nothing more than an ordinary curly man. Will Hydra send Bucky over? Rogers asked nervously. This possibility is not ruled out. The villain likes to see positive characters like you most, and fight against each other with former friends. Luke smiled. He held Captain America's shoulders, and calmly said, "Relax, Steve. Try to make yourself look like a normal person, drink a few glasses of vodka, find a girl to do a dance. I won't tell Margaret." After speaking, Luke, who was the focus of the audience, walked straight to the bar on the edge of the dance floor. "Can I sit here?" he asked very gentlemanly. "Yes." The girl with a slender back looks a little nervous, sipping her wine continuously. "Then can I be lucky enough to know your name?" Luke behaves like a common hitter. It seems that after the Red House White gave away 2 female agents, the spy leader Taras was not reconciled, and sent another rookie student who had not yet graduated. "Natasha." "You can call me Natasha," the girl stumblingly replied after drinking a glass of wine. Chapter 297. Nestling in the Arms, Integrated Action. Kremlin, Music Hall. "Why choose Natasha?" Yegorova picked up a glass of champagne and walked to Taras. Yes, this spy chief also attended the welcome ceremony. Rarely. The opponent took off the green military uniform and changed into a uniform full of medals. With that unsmiling serious face, it has the temperament of an iron-blooded soldier. Surrounded by him are the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, the KGB tycoon. In the eyes of the outside world, they are the eagle dogs and minions of the Red Empire. Is responsible for removing those discordant noises and some dangerous elements from the team. She is very clean, regardless of her identity, background or other things. Taras did not answer, but took out a pen and wrote the contents on the napkin. Yegorova was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted. She remembered, in a secret meeting to make a plan for Superman. The other party has mentioned it before, so it is best not to communicate directly. As a walking nuclear weapon, every country in the world has studied Superman. Several battles he had in public, or in the videos and texts that he shed, showed amazing defensive power, mobility that is hard to catch with the naked eye, and extremely terrifying energy response. This is the superficial combat power. And in other respects, for example, various physical qualities, such as hearing and vision, are bound to far surpass human beings. Existence like Superman, even if we talk through the wall, he can hear it. Taras is very cautious, not wanting to attract the other's attention. A senior person like you, as long as he appears in front of Superman, he will soon be exposed. The more clumsy chicks are, the more the eagle can relax its vigilance and neglect its guard. Yegorova took a sip of mead, and looked towards the bar on the edge of the dance floor, seemingly unwilling. Young, tall, handsome, tough. Those commendatory prefixes are placed on the top of Superman's head. Makes the man with a smile on his mouth appear so charming and so irresistible. Why is such a beautiful thing exclusive to that young girl? Natasha can sleep to Superman, but she can only afford the curly male clerk. I'm very angry when I think about it. Sir, please don't ignore an important issue. Yegorova put down the glass and wrote 2 lines. Can you ensure Natasha's loyalty to the organization is based on female intuition and perceptual way of thinking? Yegorova thought that the nestling selected by Taras might not stand firmly on the side of the Red House. Thinking in another way, if you can get on with the relationship of Superman and become the other's lover, Is it necessary to be subject to a spy agency? As expected, it is the student I taught. I can take this level into consideration. Tara's first complimented, and then went on to write, "What you think is exactly what I want to see." The more a newcomer who has not received cruel training, the easier it is to be manipulated by inner emotions and make some behaviors and decisions that are not in line with rational thinking. So, when the spy approaches the target and enters the target's life, it may be affected. This is normal. I have seen similar things happen many times. Even spies fall in love with the target, and there are also betrayal organizations. A gleam of cold flashed in Tara's eyes, like a vulture, with a cold smile. Yegorova was awe-inspiring, as an excellent student trained by the Red House. Of course she knows those betrayers, and they often end up miserably. The reason why I like to see this kind of thing is because a performance in disguise always reveals flaws. Only true feelings can move people's hearts. Tara smiled triumphantly, crumpled the densely packed napkin into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. He didn't think of Superman as an idiot who would be influenced by beauty. The plan of the Red House is to build a bridge between Natasha and each other to communicate and talk, then go one step further and reach some kind of cooperation or exchange of benefits. This is the true purpose of Hydra and Leviathan. Actually, sir. Yegorova shook the glass, then suddenly pulled out a napkin, and wrote, "I think Natasha alone may not be able to fully attract Superman's interest. The Red House has no idea about his hobbies, whether there are any special hobbies. In order to ensure a smoother plan, I volunteered to form a team with Natasha." Tara's has a stiff expression. Is this the student he taught? Seeing Superman, "You can't close your legs," is simply vulgar. You should go find the curly male clerk. The spy chief stood up and walked away. With his serious research on Superman and his full understanding, the other party shouldn't be a superficial person who is passionate about femininity and indulges in gentleness. The love of men and women, at best, can only be regarded as a condiment to add fun. What you want to influence is an idiotic dream at all. Sent out Natasha, just an attempted action. Even the Hydra didn't have much hope. If you send enough women, you can get a good impression of Superman. I can send the entire Red House out without any problem. Tara's thought silently. However, it is impossible, in his opinion. If you pack Claire, Yegorova, Natasha and others together, you can offer them with both hands. May arouse Superman's resentment, and the other party may regard it as an insult, which may lead to anger. Tara's shook his head and walked out of the concert hall. I hope Natasha's performance tonight will satisfy Superman. In this way, Superman can be satisfied with the Red House. Kremlin means inner city in Russian. It is located in the heart of Moscow and has a triangular shape. There are a total of 18 towers scattered around the palace wall. Among them, the most famous is the Tower of the Savior. It is 71 meters high, with self-ringing bells installed on all sides, connected to the school clock of the observatory, is equipped with a red 5-pointed star at the top. It was first made of brass, but later, to prevent rain and snow corrosion, it was replaced with expensive rubies. Every night, people can see the red 5-pointed star on the Tower of the Savior, piercing the dark clouds. Is like a lighthouse, guiding the direction. Captain America appears. A generation of Zemo told the news to Baron Straker. The other party put his hands on his chest, standing on the top floor of the Savior Tower, looking down at the Kremlin. The bald Baron helped his glasses and snorted coldly, "It's really damn, thanks to the presence of Superman, Steve Rogers doesn't put Hydra in his eyes anymore." Captain America had lurked into Moscow before to inquire about Bucky, was later discovered by agents of the Red House and almost fell into the encirclement of Hydra. But not long after, he came again, and compared to the cautiousness before, this time it is more high profile. Provocation. This is Kaiguo's provocation. Baron Strack was a bit dissatisfied. If he changed to the past, he would send the Winter Soldier directly to teach the opponent a severe lesson. Things are different now. As long as he thinks of Superman, he will be in a place not far from the Tower of the Savior, arguing and talking to each other. Baron Strack felt uneasy. and his back became cold. Who knows if the other party will suddenly smash through the tower, appear in front of him, and blast his head with a punch. This feeling of a sharp sword hanging above my head is really uncomfortable. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. One generation of Zemo saw the bald Baron's thoughts, and comforted. Superman would not have thought that we are near him. Even though he can see and hear far, it's not a fixed point surveillance. There are at least thousands of people in the Kremlin. Their conversations and footsteps are just like the many channels of a radio, and we are just a grain of sand in a sea of people, a tiny noise that is hard to detect. Although Zemo said so, he subconsciously lowered his voice. Baron Strack sat back in his chair, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Let Leviathan speed up the progress. If Superman can't be solved, he will always be the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of Hydra." A nightingale sent by the Red House approached Superman. A generation of Zemo had contacted the spy leader Taras before and learned that the plan had already begun. Hydra needs development and it takes time. Baron Strack sighed, and the Red Empire swaggered, standing tall in the world. The future is foreseeable, and it is a confrontation between two superpowers. A stalemate will create chaos and give birth to opportunities. Hydra is best at absorbing nourishment from disputes and conflicts and winning victory. This huge and secret organization has only inherited power and conspiracy. By the way, Whitehall, and Mrs. Viper, do they have any news? Baron Strack asked suddenly. Generation Zemo shook his head. Daniel Whitehall is the alien faction of Hydra. Advocates welcoming back to the hive and is regarded as a god. His base camp is in Southeast Asia, and he has a lot of connections with foreigners who have long disappeared. And Mrs. Viper was active in the Pacific battlefield during World War II. After the defeat of the Neon Island country, she also gathered her forces. The beautiful woman with a femme-like heart seems to be proficient in black magic. Has a private relationship with a newly emerged hand healing. In short, it is not a good thing to be a leader in Hydra and control a faction. No. They refused to communicate. Generation Zemo replied. Hydra originally had many factions inside. When the Red Skull was still the others were not convinced and did not really recognize the other party's leader position. It's just that the Red Skull hugs the thigh of the mustache head, and the momentum of the axis of evil is like the sun, which barely gives him face. Later, the whereabouts of the Red Skull was unknown, and he was suspected of being dead. The Hydra force that belonged to him was packaged and taken away by the Strategic Science Corps, integrated and digested. Baron Strack also got a piece of cake to strengthen his faction. He and Leviathan resolved their grievances, reached a deal, and hid in the Red Empire. Considering the strength of Superman, the Bald Baron wanted to unite with other Hydra factions to form a huge whole and prepare for the reconstruction of the Empire. But the leaders of those factions www.mtlnovel.com don't seem to buy it. The mob. Short-sighted. Baron Strack scolded angrily. If this continues, the Hydra will survive in name only. The goals of each faction are different. Madam Viper is obsessed with poison and magic. Whitehall wants to welcome back the alien god. And your magnificent blueprint for your Lord Baron is to rebuild the Hydra Empire. One generation of Zemo saw clearly that without sufficient strength or background, Baron Strack could not integrate Hydra and twist it into a rope. Even if it is a transaction, we still lack sufficient chips. Bald Baron cleaned up his bad mood. He thought about it seriously. Unless he hugged a thick thigh like a Red Skull, it would be impossible to integrate Hydra and merge the various factions into one. The key is this thick thigh. Where should I find it? As his thoughts diverged, Baron Strack looked at the Kremlin's concert hall, and a bold idea came up in his head inexplicably. I must be crazy. He shook his head quickly and shook it off. Let Superman lead the Hydra? No one would believe it. That is the highest leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., the biggest hero of the. If Hydra is handed over to the opponent, can it still be a Hydra? Chapter 298. Play each other. Beautiful offense and defense on the side of the Savior Tower. Baron Straker is considering whether to abandon the dark and hug the thigh of Superman. On the side of the music hall, Luke also silently thought about how to bring Hydra back to SHIELD. He had confessed to Dr. Zola a long time ago that he planned to join Hydra and then become their leader. Anyway, SHIELD is a house with air leaks on all sides. No matter how it is sewn, Hydra will always infiltrate. Rather than preventing thieves for 1,000 days, it is better to avoid future troubles. Kill Hydra completely? This is impossible. These people are like cockroaches that cannot be killed. When you find the first one, it means that there have been countless ones. Their ability to develop offline and expand their scale is comparable to a certain Sunshine Project in the Celestial Dynasty. Can gather a group of believers easily, regardless of whether it is the Mustache Head or the Red Skull. Their skills will never go out of style. What kind of ancestry theory, racial superiority and inferiority theory, and slogans, such as in order to create a better future, Hydra decides to rule the world. These years, there are always more fools than liars, and there will always be people fooled. As we all know, if you want to completely exterminate a colony of cockroaches, the best way is to blow up the house without considering the consequences and cost. Therefore, unless Luke is serious about breaking the earth, he really has no confidence in killing the Hydra. He is always reluctant to do things that are time-consuming and laborious. Besides, whether it's in comics or movies, Hydra is always tenacious, dedicated, and working hard to act as the villain, and has received lunch after lunch. It can't help but make people suspect that they are doing things so actively, being defeated, and then continuing to do things, and then being defeated. In fact, they are just to cheat. Your Excellency General, what are you thinking about? The soft voice sounded quietly, pulling back Luke's divergent thoughts. He shook the glass of vodka in his hand, and then moved his eyes back to the girl in front of him. Natasha, do you believe in luck? Luke took a sip of the strong drink and asked suddenly. Sat opposite, and Natasha, who was a little nervous, was taken aback. Her little head is trying to recall the conversation skills taught by the instructor, how to bring the topic to the aspect that Superman is interested in, and how to accurately express what I mean if straightforwardly, I want to go to bed with you, it would seem too vulgar and not reserved enough. Also, from the point of view of male creatures, things that are too easy to get are often not cherished, because subconsciously, I feel that there is not much value. When a spy seduce a target, only the exchange of skin and flesh, power and will come up and carry out the gun. In other situations, it often requires several rounds of mutual trial, ambiguity, and release of signals. Then, stepped on the accelerator again, rushed directly to the high speed, and drained the canal at a speed of 200 miles. Luck? Natasha thought that she was just a new student, and she graduated early and became a spy approaching Superman. Her eyes trembled a little. Of course, the general. If it were not for the favor of the goddess of luck, how could I sit here, sitting next to you? While answered, she also looked at Superman with admiring eyes. The instructor of the Red House once said, a man can never resist a woman who worships him. That will make the other person's heart extremely satisfied and produce a sense of accomplishment. I was born in Brooklyn. My father died of gang fighting, and my mother died of tuberculosis. Luke started talking nonsense seriously. The deep tone and the deep eyes that were indulging in memories made Natasha believe it. This ability to compose stories from the open. I also want to thank the community platforms such as Past Lives Mixed on the Net, Yun, and Q. That's really bad. The female agent answered. The eyes are just right, showing a touch of distress and softness. When I was studying, I often fought with people, so I dropped out of school and followed my uncle to do some money-making work. To put it bluntly, I would run errands for the gang. Luke is completely in the play, acting like I have a story. Do you have any alcohol? For people like me, the future is foreseeable. Either die in a gang fight like my father, or get caught in jail and lose the opportunity to be a good person. Or, be a truck driver, with a low salary, and repeat the same boring job. But I have not become that kind of person. I am sitting in the music hall of the Kremlin and accepted by your head of state. Everyone here, They all smile and show respect when they see me. Natasha, do you think this is something good luck can do? Luke put down his wine glass and looked directly at him. Inexperienced chicks, faced with such a situation, it is no surprise that they showed a panic. There has never been so-called luck. It is like you appear here, not to wait for friends, nor to come in with relatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Luke's sharp tone lifted Natasha's disguise like a knife. The nestling was completely shocked, her beautiful eyes blinked, as if she had lost the ability to think. In her, she can't see the demeanor of the 10th level SHIELD agent and the veteran of the Avengers in the future. That's right. I am here to approach you. Natasha took a sip of vodka to herself, and the alcohol seemed to make her head more awake. The stumbling tone gradually became smoother. What's the reason? Are you going to get anything from me? Luke pretended to be curious. A woman clings to the strong and worships the strong. Is there any reason for it, General? Natasha is pitiful, her eyes sparkling. No matter how hard the heart is, it will melt when it meets such a kind person. But Luke will not, because he has no feelings. Nice answer, Luke said from the bottom of his heart. Although this chick is not as powerful as Black Widow, but she has already shown enough potential and resilience on the level line. The game that was originally declared over was turned around by Natasha Shija's speech. I was born in a poor family. Only because of my good-looking appearance can I become a tool for clinging to big people. Perhaps driven by Luke's superb acting skills, Natasha also began to enter the scene. My biggest dream when I was a child was to be able to eat bread all I want. The cruel life taught me that if I want to not go hungry, if I want to live a good life, I have to cling to a big tree like a vine. Your Excellency General, you are the most powerful, and most reliable towering tree I have ever seen. The soft eyes, self-pity expression, with a touch of green, but the beautiful outline of the face can already be seen. If you change the target to someone else. mentalnovel.com This will be a law, because in World War II, the German army caused great damage to the Soviet Union. The army that drove straight in has ransacked nearly 2,000 cities and workers' residential areas, destroyed more than 60,000 miles of railways, nearly 2,000 state-owned farms, and nearly 100,000 collective farms. The huge economic loss, calculated at pre-war prices, can reach 700 billion rubles. In addition to the population consumed in the war, the progress of this Red Empire is not smooth. At least in terms of living standards, there has not been an extremely significant improvement. Everyone is living a collective life, and the supply of food and daily necessities is often tight. Therefore, Natasha's remarks made sense. Tragic life experience, plus beautiful appearance, can completely impress men with a hard heart and make them feel the urge to care. I almost believed it, Luke thought with satisfaction. He saw a good sprout of an agent. SHIELD needs talents like you. JPG. Take me to meet the people in the Red House. Luke stretched out his hand and drew Natasha's chin. This is the end of the show tonight. It's time to see the master behind the scenes. Forgot to say, I can hear your heartbeat and even your pulse, in front of a humanoid polygraph. Your lies are not perfect. Chapter 300 Brotherhood Trip, Bucky's Whereabouts, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Rogers was a little bit depressed. He has been with Luke these days, witnessed the other side circling among those politicians, complicated games full of calculations, as well as mutual trials with organizations such as Hydra and Leviathan. The female agent in the Red House, like a beauty pageant, dangling in front of Luke in turn. This made Captain America deeply feel that the world is sinister, the hearts of the people are changeable, the routines are too many, and he began to miss the simple life in Brooklyn before. Even though I couldn't fill my stomach at that time, and I had to rush for my livelihood every day, everyone had a very happy life. Rogers, who was in a bad mood, once talked to Luke. The latter referred to his psychological condition as the sequelae of the veteran caused by eating too much and being idle. To put it simply, It means having a rich life and financial freedom. Lost the goal all of a sudden, thus creating a sense of confusion. It is easy to solve it, and the good fortune of 1996 can be done. The best way to consume energy and time is to devote yourself to work. Rogers felt it made sense, so he picked up the shield again, put on his uniform, and joined SHIELD. He didn't realize that he had been fooled, nor did he take the initiative to ask questions such as salary. This sincere energy is worthy of the name of Captain America. In this way, Rogers began a long journey of finding Bucky. Luke always makes me wait, but when will I wait? Rogers sighed against the sunny face of the plain curly man. He only needs to remember that his friend Bucky fell into Hydra's hands, used as a stallion and piling machine by those bastards. I felt uncomfortable in my heart. For every second of delay, Bucky will suffer an extra second. Rogers walked in the Kremlin, walking aimlessly. He had a pass, so he was not stopped by guards. Boom, boom, boom. The self-ringing bell of the Savior Tower rang loudly, pulling Rogers back from his chaotic thoughts. No, you must think of a way to find Bucky as soon as possible. In Captain America's head, white flesh was pressed against his friend. Faced with such inhuman treatment, if Bucky was sober, it would be very painful. Mindful of this, Rogers is determined to act alone and once again save Private Bucky. He is already a mature super soldier, and he can only follow Luke behind without reason, waiting for the other party to solve the problem. I can do it too. Inner anxiety, coupled with long-standing doused hat is the huge gap between the two super soldiers. Various reasons urge Rogers to violate the principles of soldiers. Ready to leave the team and single-handedly save the friends. Sorry, Luke. Rogers strode out of the Kremlin with a sense of guilt. It is not that he does not believe in superhuman abilities. Captain America trusts Luke completely. There is no doubt that they fought side by side and forged a deep affection. Besides, every crisis, every time a strong enemy is met, it was Luke who stood in front of everyone and took up the responsibilities and obligations of being a hero. This is undoubtedly admirable and worthy of respect. Superman is a well-deserved beacon on Earth, illuminating the world. If Luke himself knew that his image in the eyes of Captain America was so stalwart, I am afraid he would laugh out loud. Just thinking about Bucky's situation and continuing to wait is a torture for me. Rogers understands Luke's thinking, and his friend has always liked to catch it once and for all. Therefore, before fishing out Hydra and Leviathan, will not take action hastily. Go find that guy. Rogers launched the equipped Volga sedan, and he didn't get nothing when he sneaked into Moscow last time. The roaring commando broke into the underground brotherhood of the Soviet Union and obtained this intelligence channel. The Red Empire is still some time away from the appearance of oligarchs and the chaotic environment of gangs raging. That was after the drastic changes in Eastern Europe and the disintegration of the Soviet Union. In the present Soviet Union, there are no gangs and no real oligarchs. As for the Brotherhood that Rogers got online, it is actually an older organization. Like Leviathan, they have a political background and upper-level power. The current Minister of the Interior of the Soviet Union, Lavrentiy Pavlovich Beria, is one of them. The Brotherhood has a long heritage, mastering the special skills of training assassins and collecting intelligence. There are branches not only in the Soviet Union, North America, and all over Europe. Captain America sneaked into Moscow last time and accidentally rescued a girl named Galina Voronina. After a series of complicated experiences, he won the favor of the Brotherhood. I hope they can help me. Captain America actually didn't want to deal with the Brotherhood. The idea that the group of people was like a machine and treated life as a cheap thing made him a little bit resistant. Plus, Rogers promised to keep it secret. Out of the consideration of keeping the promise, he also did not explain this in the SHIELD report. The Volga car galloped all the way, blowing in the wind and snow, driving out of the city and stopping at a nearby factory. Who is it? Before entering, a few sturdy big men approached. Their eyes are guarded, with a strong sense of vigilance. "I'm coming to Banks." Rogers got out of the car and took off his glasses. Then, take out a special token, a badge inlaid with a red 5-pointed star. Before long, a middle-aged man with a beard and vicissitudes of life came out. He was wearing work clothes, and his body was full of the smell of engine oil. Rogers, Captain America. The man named Banks smiled and wiped his hands on the already dirty work clothes. Or for Barnes? Rogers nodded. Looking to him, the Brotherhood was as omniscient as Luke. In terms of intelligence channels, they are not much worse than large organizations such as SHIELD and Hydra. You are really lucky. Banks lowered his head and thought, then said, because of the confrontation between the two superpowers, the situation has always been tense and delicate. Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and Romania. There have been several assassinations during this time. The victims are all high-ranking. The murderer. Banks glanced at Captain America and said lightly, for the sake of saving Voronina, you won't be charged this time. The murderer is the Winter Soldier. It is unknown to the outside world which organization he belongs to and what his origin is. But no matter how clever the beast passes through the jungle, it will leave traces. After investigation by the Brotherhood, he should be the James Buchanan Barnes you are looking for. Banks clipped a photo from the upper pocket of the tooling, which was obviously ready. Rogers took it over, and the people in the photo were blurry, wearing a half-face mask, riding on a military motorcycle. For some reason, he just saw those cold eyes, and he felt very familiar. Bucky. Rogers collected the photos carefully, and then asked, so, how can I find him? Banks raised his eyebrows and did not answer. His meaning is self-evident. The free information ends here. What do you want from me? Rogers is also very direct. He knows that the Brotherhood sells information in many ways. It can be bought with money or exchanged. I don't want money. Banks showed a hearty smile. Novel.com and said softly, I hope Hydra can get out of the Soviet Union. Coincidentally, I thought so too. Rogers understood. There is an irreconcilable conflict between the Brotherhood and Hydra. After the Winter Soldiers complete their missions, they will all go to Minsk to report. Banks, who got the answer, told Bucky's whereabouts. It was an abandoned collective farm, heavily guarded and difficult to approach. Captain America suppressed the joy in his heart, thanked Banks, and sat back in the Volga sedan. Should you tell Luke? Rogers hesitated. He didn't know if Luke would let himself stand still and continue to wait. This is a rare opportunity.